Hi, I'm Arthur, and this is going to be a long-ass video that is basically going to be a cut-down compilation video of a 20-part series I did recently, well, at least concluded recently, covering fan-favorite and fan-requested chapters of Space Marines in Order of the Legions. I'll be cutting out the intros and the outros, as well as any unnecessary pauses in the action, and also doing some edits to make sure that I can get past the copyright demons, but regardless, I just wanted to release this out there so that you guys had a long-form video that you didn't have to search through in order to find the next part to the series. It's good because a lot of people like to listen to my videos while they're going to sleep, and a lot of people like to just put this on in the background while doing work, and also I just like putting these compilations together because it gives me the ability to reflect on what I've done over the last year. I know a lot of you like these, so we can get straight into the action. Good luck, and forgot. I got a thing I want to share with y'all before I head in. I think you'll find it worthwhile, so please hear me out. I have something kind of cool for you guys today. Apex Gaming PCs has reached out to me once again, but with a bit of a fun twist, so stay tuned to the end. My PC continues to slowly fall apart as I've had not really any time to either upgrade or get a new one. I swear, I went on a trip to Ohio recently for 2 weeks, and when I came back, I flipped that thing on and immediately started editing, but the second I did so, my computer got so hot that the spiders that took up residence inside of my tower recreated that one scene from Terminator 2. With not a lot of time, getting a pre-built is kind of the best option for me because I'm doing a lot of traveling and a lot of really weirdly ambitious content at the moment. You'll find out hopefully someday. And with Apex Gaming PCs, it's one of the best options out there. With affordable choices and deals all across summer, you should consider grabbing something like the Apex Streamer or the Apex Streamer Pro. Those are the ones that I'm kind of dying myself. I've kind of mentioned it a little bit in the past times I've worked with them. With the horsepower to do damn near anything, the spiders that will eventually move into that tower can live in there in style and not have to worry about being trapped in a makeshift microwave. But that isn't all. I said I had something cool for you guys with a bit of a twist, and I do. For the month of August and going all the way into the end, clicking the link I'm posting in the description as well as the pinned comment, you can enter a giveaway for a $5,000 gaming PC for free. Just click the link below, follow the instructions to be added in, and boom, you could get the rig of your dreams. But if you can't wait and you just want to get something a little bit cheaper and don't really care about the price, use my code Mr. Bones at checkout for 3% off any purchases you make on any stuff you get in the store. See, I got stuff for everybody. Thanks as always to the lovely folks down at Apex Gaming PCs for sponsoring this video, and let's kick this video off properly. A new series, boys, and with it comes a whole new batch of 20 new weird chapters to cover. I have been cooking on this one for a few weeks just so I could get a good idea of what they were about. A myriad of readings and scroungings has me good for at least a few weeks, so I decided it's time to break out and do this. So what is this? For those of you who are new, I make a series from time to time about the various chapters and warbands of Space Marines out there in Order of the Legion's numbers. There is always a theme, and this is technically Season 4 of this, while Season 3 is still being done behind the scenes on my paid memberships. If you want to access that, you can get access to it by becoming an Arthur Lord. The theme I wanted to go with here is fan favorites and fan submissions. So if someone specifically asked me for a chapter, they are probably going to show up in this series at some point. And if not, they're chapters that a lot of people like. So I'm going to be discussing individual chapters and their lore throughout the entirety of these videos. So this is part 1, meeting Dark Angels. So what are we covering? The Star Phantoms. So if you know me, I tend to get around and make a lot of friends. So I've made a decent amount in the past year of me doing the YouTube things, so it goes without saying, I meet some fun characters. There is a lovely artist I met a while back by the name of Meaty, and they are obsessed with the Star Phantoms. Like, so obsessed, they made their own mock Old Hammer style 40k codex cover for them, and it was unironically badass as hell. Which, by the way, this is the art for that codex here that they made. And yes, I got permission to use it. Since they have been a stalwart member of the community and relatively active in the Discord server, which, by the way, we have a public Discord, link in the description. But since they have been active, I decided it was time for me to kind of give back to the community and cover the Star Phantoms because the Star Phantoms are interesting. So, who are the Star Phantoms? They are an unknown successor of the Sentinel Founding, which is a bunch of chapters dedicated to hunting down random Xenos that require hunting down and can't be left alone for too long. Which is weird because you'd think chapters like the Iron Lords would come from there if you know their lore, but apparently they don't, so whatever, but I digress. They are a pretty standout chapter, as they tend to have a pale white set of power armor with black markings to denote squads and companies and so on and so forth, though they often adorn many different decorations that have something to do with death and dying, such as skull face paint on the visors and bones across the entirety of the armor. That is kind of the core element that attracted me to this chapter. They are very somber and have a very depressed outlook, which I think is very interesting in comparison to other chapters of Space Marines. Like many chapters crave glory, many other chapters crave to test out their own skills. The rest seem to just do it out of a sense of holy purpose and holy duty to the imperium of mankind, but the way that the Star Phantoms are described is often, in my interpretation, radically different from the motivation of the majority of Space Marine chapters out there. It's like they feel they have to do what they do or something bad will happen. It's this grim resignation to the fact that they have to do what they need to do. It's almost a fatalistic kind of view that they worship death and see themselves as the divine messengers of the Emperor to usher people to the graves, and if they don't do it, no one else will. It comes off almost as if they view it like a job. Like it's something that they have to do, and they don't necessarily take it with any joy, but they do it so they can get said job done. It's very interesting, but it does reflect their history a lot. The Star Phantoms have such an interesting history too. To cover it in the broad strokes, their original home was beset upon by orcs for a long ass time, and in most cases, a fortress monastery beset upon by orcs tends to not last all too long, I will add, but in this case, it wasn't the orcs that caused all the trouble. It was actually the things the orcs were running from. As you could tell by the fact I just used the sentence orcs were running from, it was probably something bad. And whoopsie poopsie, guess what's behind curtain number 1? It's the Hrud. Yay! Like a tide of oops all dead, the Hrud showed up in a massive migration and did what they usually do, which is migrate through an area and kill everything. You gotta remember that in the 40k universe, one of the number one things you do not mess with in terms of like alien species is the Hrud, especially a Hrud migration. So, for those who don't know much about the Hrud, as they are a bit of an obscure race that only pops up from time to time, is that they have this ability that if you get within a certain range of them to speed up time. They can also reverse time or slow down time, but it's much more common for them to just speed it up. They do so, and if they're in massive quantities, like in a migration, they can speed up time so much so that they will age you and everything around you into dust. Inevitably, a chapter of 1,000 Space Marines, the Star Phantoms couldn't do what a legion of Space Marines, the Iron Warriors, tried to do a long time ago with even better equipment. Shocker. And couldn't stem the Hrud migration whatsoever, and they just sort of left their planet to its death, with a few complications along the way, because some of the chapter decided to stay and die on their planet, while some left. It does end up contributing to their grim demeanor, though, this idea that death is the most important facet to their lives. They are creatures born of death and are here to deal in just that. They were a fleet-based chapter for a while after that, and ended up popping up in the lore in another unexpected place, and are responsible for one of the more interesting events in 40k history. You know the Badab War? Yeah, they played a pretty key role in the end point of that specific war. Like, I'm not kidding. The reason Huron Blackheart is missing most of his body is because he was hit by a melt-a-bomb thrown by a Star Phantom, which is kind of weird because Huron is one of the more, if not one of the most important characters in the setting right now. But the Star Phantoms are not usually
really brought up at all. Well, after almost killing the tyrant of Badab and being the key to almost winning the entire damn war, they ended up being gifted a new planet in the Badab sector to choose as their fortress monastery, since their last planet was aged to a ball of sand. They got a new planet, and now they just sort of exist. And that is kind of an incredibly condensed view of their lore. But it is important to know to discuss the next thing that I want to talk about, which is their origins and tactics, as honestly, I think that's slightly more interesting than their rather sordid history. So what do I mean by origins and tactics? Well, it is alleged that they are Dark Angel's successors, because they have very similar personalities as a Dark Angel's successor. They are stoic, they are solemn, they are very calm, they have an obsession with secrecy and keeping to themselves, and they're also very obsessed with single-minded task completion. But it is actually contested by the Dark Angels themselves that they are in fact Dark Angel stock. The Star Phantoms also always seem vaguely offended when someone mentions that they are Dark Angels adjacent, which I think is interesting. I personally think the Star Phantoms are in fact partly Dark Angels, as the symbolism with death and so on is very on par with their successors, but also their combat tactics are on par with a long-forgotten wing of the Dark Angels, Hexagrammaton. See, right now, we only really talk about the three wings, which is the Green Wing, the Death Wing, and the Raven Wing, but we still have a bunch of other wings to discuss, and the one that I think is most closely associated with the Star Phantoms is the Dread Wing. See, the Dread Wing did not fight with the idea of taking prisoners or leaving survivors. They did the worst shit with the heaviest weapons possible in order to get the job done. Jump pack destroyers, rad missiles, and Volkite were the name of the game with this entire sub-wing of the Dark Angels. Now, the Star Phantoms don't necessarily have access to these kinds of tech, but they do have access to multi-meltas, plasma cannons, heavy bolters, heavy flamers, the heaviest of man-portable weapons, which they use in abundance, as they don't really have any compunction to leaving a planet a smoldering wreck of what it used to be. Their grim determination is able to push them past some of the worst threats out there, but it also leads them to be a very singular chapter, not often mingling with other chapters in their ranks or even in their area, which definitely has led to people not knowing much about them. It leads them to being a bit more obsessed with their fellow battle brothers inside the chapter, and here's where it gets a little funky because of that. Due to their almost spiritual beliefs of the Emperor, they tend to keep a lot of reliquaries, little artifacts that contain the bones of fallen enemies and allies alike. The dried ash of ground up bone dust used for lapping powder that was once a fallen enemy that they saw as deserving. The bones of a battle brother, the skull of a battle brother used to remind them that they were good in combat. They actually respect the dead and the way that they died more than they respect living battle brothers, which I think is very interesting. It ends up with them having an almost Mortifactor's adjacent look, but without the cannibalism trieds afterwards, if you catch my drift. I think the idea of these fellas dropping in with heavy weapons and gunning down absolutely everything is such a cool aesthetic, and it's honestly a shame that they don't get as much credit as other factions that took place in the Badab War, like the Carcharodons, the Minotaurs, the Mantis Warriors, and so on and so forth. I'm always a proponent of obscure chapters, but these guys aren't even the worst I've looked at or even covered. The Marauders have a single paragraph of lore, and I still somehow found a way to stretch that to 9 minutes. That might just be me trying to justify covering a chapter that a friend asked for. For those of you new and old, I am covering all of these in order, and if you didn't know, there isn't in fact a second Legion of Space Marines, and in fact, it is an empty gap. So I usually use it as a fill space for Marine chapters that are either unknown or just fun enough and different enough that I can fill them into a spot and people will appreciate it. In the topic of today, we aren't going that far because I'm 99% certain that the chapter we will be discussing today is from Ultramarine stock, but hey, they are pretty unique, so it does counterbalance at some point, right? And who is this chapter? The Rainbow Warriors. See, I'd be repleting my duties if I didn't cover them at some point in a fan favorites list, right? So I might as well throw them in early in the second slot. The Rainbow Warriors are one of the most interesting successors I've ever seen, and this is kind of divided into thirds. So the first third is quite literally because they are one of the first chapters of Space Marines to have ever been shown. Like in the Rogue Trader first edition 40k book, before the Legions, before anything that you could consider canon lore, they were there with some of the original members of the fiction, which I think is insane to think about. Alongside that, they were considered one of the most popular chapters for a reason, though that cuts into the second reason why they are as popular as they are, which is the second third, and it's because they are pretty unique in aesthetic. Now, the aesthetic is divided into two halves, but for the canonical one, they are like the only Space Marine chapter to have a rainbow design on their armor, and even though they are clad in kind of a lighter Ultramarines blue, the rainbow stripe on their honk and schnoz is pretty cool. It actually very starkly differentiates them from the rest of their Ultramarine brothers. But alongside that, in I think one account of the War of the Museum book, you find out for some reason their plasma weapons don't just glow a single color like others, so they don't glow blue or green or red. They actually glow in multiple different undulating colors like a rainbow, which is neat, and it's very thematic for them as a legion, as a chapter. But that being said, we don't know much about them. And the last third is that they have kind of been made popular by fan contributions. It's so rare that this kind of thing happens, and it happens well. Because I've seen fan fictions of alternate universes that people like, but none of them have really gotten as popular as the Rainbow Warriors fiction. It very rarely does, and when it does happen, many people are not nearly as rabidly interested as they are in the Rainbow Warriors. And yeah, just the Rainbow Warriors have some of the best fan fiction and fan content in the setting. It has been kind of a one-man mission set out by one dude to make them as cool as humanly possible, and for some reason, he succeeded. Seeing the ideas at hand here and seeing the potential for something greater than just slightly different Ultramarines, the original author who created the fanfiction additions to the Rainbow Warriors, for lack of a better word, was absolutely cooking with this shit, dude. The aesthetic of Aztec Death Warriors that have a rainbow theme, it's super thematic. Each of the companies are themed after the colors of the rainbow, and each of them have a different meaning. So before I get into the specifics and kind of destabilize the formatting of this video, let's organize this a bit. So, what do we know about the canon versions of the Rainbow Warriors, the ones that are specifically GW canon? And what we know is that they are Codex compliant, that is linked with the Ultramarines. They had a planet named Prism, because Rainbows and GW in the 80s either cooked too hard with the names or barely had them in the microwave. They were a Codex compliant, like I was saying, and have been brought up once in, I think, the last 20 years in a small segment in an audio drama called Mission Purge, where they just get their name made fun of because lol, rainbows ain't manly. But aside from that, we don't know much other than there was a weird deletion of them from their homeworld of Prism, and that's all. So there are a lot of gaps to fill for the entirety of the lore they have. Thus, some absolute madman filled in the gaps that we needed filled with Aztec-y goodness. Now, I should note, I am a Northeastern Canadian, so a lot of cultural significance and a lot of the pronunciation is going to be lost on me. So, I just like the pretty colors and am dumb, so please don't be mean to me if I say anything wrong. So, a lot of these names are gonna go over my head. Nothing to do with Warhammer, but I remember going on a trip to Tennessee a few months back and wanted to order a tres leches flavored ice cream, and I kept pronouncing it with a French accent instead of the correct one, and they didn't know what I was asking for until my friend corrected me. So in short, I'm going to get shit wrong, I'm kind of an idiot, but regardless, let's get into this. So a small bastion of Ultramarines were stationed on a hellish world by the name of... Okay, I cannot be the only one who would have trouble with that. Dude, I don't even Axie-Chemanahawk, maybe? I swear, most of 40k fiction is just the authors trying to one-up each other with words they discover or create in terms of difficulty to pronounce. Maybe I'm just ignorant, but whatever. They were stationed on a planet named That, which led to a decent time period of progress and advancement. So I think it's interesting that in the lore, they were considered a hellhole upon landing upon the planet, but eventually the planet became what is classified currently as a paradise world. Very similar to that of the Emperor's Spears, the Rainbow Warriors, once they cross over the proverbial Rainbow Bridge to become a space marine, are seen as ghosts and undead, which I think is very interesting. I love the cultural aspect of that, where they don't just see the space marines as these godlike figures, they see them as lost spirits and the risen dead that should not be here. The trials to become a Rainbow Warrior are incredibly arduous, particularly violent, and for the life of me, I found a list of the trials somewhere and can't find it anywhere again, except referenced in like 2 videos and 1 Reddit post I found, so I guess the whole ripping out your own heart thing might be canon to the fanon, but I don't know. But suffice to say, from what I was reading, the tests are quite difficult to get into the ranks of the Rainbow Warriors, and the rainbow as a whole is used to represent the colors of the companies from 1 to 8, with 1 being occupied only by dreadnoughts, which is cool as hell because dreadnoughts are just cool, and the armor of these individuals is painted white instead of the traditional blue, representing the combination of all of the colors of the rainbow, meaning they embody the concept of the Rainbow Warriors in its entirety more consistently, which I think is cool. Now, after that, every other company from 2 to 8 gets their own individual company. I won't break it down because the significance isn't so significant that it's worth breaking down. Now, the companies of the 9th and 10th are a little weird. The 10th company, as it is the Scout company since they are Codex compliant, have not earned a color yet, so they are, of course, gray. But the 9th company, the Black Company, is basically the in-house World Eaters division, because they are literally a dedicated war crimes company. They are often sent on missions to accomplish the dirty jobs that the Inquisition needs doing that usually involves a shitload of civilian casualties. They tend to wear pelts and are actually responsible in lore for a small civil war between the Inquisition and the Rainbow Warriors, as their methods were perceived by the Ordo Hereticus to be the work of the Blood God, which, if you read the things that I was reading, makes sense. So they sent the Sisters of Battle to attack the chapter instead of attacking the 9th Company, which, I get it. Space Marines are Space Marines. When you see the big man in power armor, you don't check to see if they have a black stripe. Though I do like this inclusion, as it's a reference to a single drawing in the original Rogue Trader book. This piece of art here is one of the only canon pieces of Rainbow Warriors art that we have. It's actually a Rainbow Warrior getting goddamn kablamboed by a Sister of Battle for whatever reason, and no, it's never expanded upon in the lore for obvious reasons. Obvious reasons being it's Rogue Trader. This game is a bunch of wacky malarkey that is never going to be considered canon. The fandom behind the Rainbow Warriors is one of the more encouraging aspects of the 40k fandom as a whole. I find they are beyond an interesting faction, not so much because of how they interact with the fandom, but because of how the fandom's ideas rewrite the history of what the chapter represents. It is a bit too expansive, and I can see how it would grade against the designed canon and theming of 40k, but that's kind of the point of fan chapters and whatnot. See, there is a reason why we have 1,000 Space Marine chapters, and that's because we will never know every single one of them. They are all numbered, but we only know like maybe 200, 300 at the most, and the rest are there so you can make your own. So why not take a pre-existing chapter and expand upon it as much as you can to give it the backstory that it deserves, especially if GW doesn't want to expand upon it in general. Some authors in the Black Library tend to do that as well, where they will take a chapter that doesn't have a lot of lore and add things onto them just so that they can get more lore. I know that Aaron Dembski-Bowden famously rewrote some of the Shadow Wolves lore to be more like the Luna Wolves because his significant other liked the Luna Wolves and hated how they turned into the Black Legion at the end of the day, so they wanted to have something for them. So I thought that was very interesting. It's kind of nice to see people taking the initiative appreciative of what GW put down in order to do what they do, which just makes some fun stories for their funny guys. Putting little hats on your little Marines on the tabletop has always been one of my favorite aspects. I'm absolutely dog shit at kit bashing, but I always have a sort of deep-seated appreciation for people who take that little extra mile of like, oh, this is my specific company of Space Marines. I'm painting them with this shoulder pad because the chapter doesn't have that color, but whatever. I always have that kind of appreciation for that, and the Rainbow Warriors kind of exemplify that exact concept. What do you think about the Rainbow Warriors, both canon and not? I love the paint scheme, I love the aesthetic, and I really like the expansion that the fans have done. It adds a lot. Also, I forgot this, but I would be remiss to not mention that they have the Power McQueedle, which is kinda awesome, because McQueedle are awesome. They are literally just hand-cranked, obsidian-tipped war chainsaws, which is dope as all hell. I'm just gonna cut to the chase here and say, hey, did you know that there is a mostly confirmed Loyalist successor chapter of the Emperor's Children that no one ever talks about at all? They have been around for a very long time too, 20, 30 years at this point, and their original paint scheme is most certainly inspired by the Emperor's Children in one way or another. The Death Eagles have a bit of a sordid history and have been brought up not as often as I personally think they are worth, because they are worth a lot more attention than they actually get. But there is this thing that I think happens a lot when it comes to stuff that existed in the Rogue Traitors era of 40k, where at a certain point they retcon a faction but don't mention if the retcon is canon in universe or outside of the universe. Good example. How the Minotaurs of this image here became the Minotaurs of this image here is only scantly recalled, and I believe it is implied in lore that the original Minotaurs have actually just been a separate chapter that died off, and this new one took its place. Now, a lot of people say this is a more conspiratorial way of looking at it, but it happens more often than you'd think. Replacements for chapters, that is. I'm going somewhere with this. There is a lot of retcons that occur that can cause a lot of weirdness to happen in the setting. One of my favorites is not so much an above-universe retcon as it is an in-universe retcon, where the Star Scorpions were a corrupted chapter of Space Marines that became a warband known as the Pure, and because of this, they were replaced by a new chapter of a different name by the name of the Mentor Legion. They retained the same chapter number, as well as the same color scheme of the original chapter. This is addressed only once or twice in the entirety of the fiction, but I do think it's very interesting. So when it comes to chapters like the Death Eagles, there is this idea of the before and after. So in the original days, as I was mentioning, they had pink, white, and gold as a color scheme, which was actually really cool. Also kind of reminds me of, oh, hey, wait a second, these are the same colors. GW, are you cooking something over there? Somebody better tell that Ember Phoenix lad that the OG Death Eagles actually might be the origination of the gene seed that led to the Primaris only chapter of the Sons of Phoenix, which is really funny. Because, well, if I had a nickel for every time there was a faction that had a pink, white, and gold color scheme, as well as being suspected of being a successor of Loyalist Emperor's Children, I would have exactly 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that that happened twice. So yeah, what are their origins? Shrouded in mystery. This chapter is a bit odd that way. So what we can at least marginally confirm is in the Horus Heresy, there was a group of Black Shields. Now, Black Shields are small companies of individuals who either defected silently from the sides of their cause and weren't officially aligned to, say, either Horus or the Emperor, or a group that defected and banded together to make their own mercenary group for the conflict itself. So yeah, there was a group of Loyalist Emperor's Children that named themselves the Death Eagles to kind of reinforce their loyalties to the Emperor and not their prior legion. Their paint scheme is widely considered to have been the one seen in the original part of this video, the pink, white, and gold here, which is the original chapter of Death Eagles from the Rogue Trader book, which I think is very interesting. But eventually, along the way, you will notice a switch. Now, in my research, it's never mentioned when the switch happened, just that this became this, and this became this. So they are now considered a Raven Guard successor, and because of this, they are treated kind of weirdly by others. They were also a part of that event that happened, and has a rather significant name, but absolutely no lore to it. That name is in fact the War of the False Primarch. No, we don't know who the False Primarch is. We just know that the Pentarchy of Blood was 5 chapters of especially violent space marines, and oh my god, Red Talons, hi! How are you? It's been so... the Death Eagles were a part of that, and they were sent in that Pentarchy of Blood formation to go fight 11 different Space Marine chapters, which they won somehow, and then scoured the planets of those original Space Marine chapters. They are a bit of a hidden kind of chapter, similar to a lot of Raven Guard successors. It's common with the idea of, say, them being either Emperor's Children or Raven Guard is kind of up in the air, because there's not much writing about them. My personal theory is that this version of the Death Eagles are Raven Guard. The name was just picked up by someone. It's common for names to be repeated in the 40k setting without anybody really knowing. I mean, hey, Gabriel Seth, what's the name of your Eviscerator? Oh, the Blood Reaver? Neat. Hey, Huron Blackheart, what's your title in the Maelstrom? Oh, it's the Blood Reaver. Also neat. But also the name Death Eagles isn't that unique, so it makes sense. But I do think that this color scheme of Death Eagles were a chapter of Space Marines that were at least tangentially related to the Emperor's Children. Maybe they were related to the Black Shield group from the Horus Heresy, but again, we don't really have a major confirming Thrand to put them in there. But I like to think that they existed as a Black Shield group into the Scouring and somehow blended in. It was hinted at a certain point that the original Black Shield group died at the hands of the original Emperor's Children in sort of a crossfire fight between the remaining Loyalists and the remaining traitors. But the thing I want to link together is that the Sons of the Phoenix chapter use an almost identical paint scheme in terms of coloration, and also have a similar lineage. So I'm thinking that because the Sons of the Phoenix are an Ultima founding only chapter, and were created by Khârn himself, I think he got the gene seed for this chapter specifically from the Death Eagles from the Black Shield's warband that existed before. It is heavily implied that Khârn has indeed used Traitor Gene Seed to create new Marines, and the sources of Traitor Gene Seed that has been uncorrupted and untainted is limited at best and destroyed at worst. So capturing relatively untainted Emperor's Children and then working on their Gene Seed to see why they weren't corrupted and then recreating it to become Primaris Gene Seed is not out of the realm of possibility. Khârn does possess the means to capture Space Marines and use them for experiments, so it's not out of the question, but it would be an interesting way to link the two chapters, or rather the one chapter and the one Black Shield together, because it's very interesting to see these individual strands and how they can be tied together. I honestly don't think it's a coincidence that the Sons of the Phoenix and the Death Eagles have almost identical coloration. Now, the schemes themselves and the patterns that they have are not exactly the same, but the colors are almost identical last I checked. And identical colorations are common enough that you can point at a few chapters and go, hey, that's similar, but not common enough for you to look at many chapters and go, yeah, they look the same. Most Ultramarine successors are not exactly the same colors, if you catch my drift. Storytelling-wise, it would make for an interesting novel. I know I mentioned them before, but the Mentor Legion had their lineage traced back to Guilliman in a book once upon a time. That was actually pretty interesting as to how they went about it, so seeing them link up with another successor of the Ultramarines was very interesting. So in all of this rambling discourse that I'm going on here, is it possible that any of this is true? Probably not, but it is fun to speculate. A phrase I use a lot for my channel, and the thing I want to drive home, is interpretation over regurgitation. In the 40k community, especially the lore community, there is this tendency to produce a one-for-one recreation of the lore so that other people can pick it up and go with it. There are some people who do it fantastically and some some people who do it less so. Some people just read the wikis, and some people read all the books and give out the information. I have friends across the spectrum, and I think they all do a great job. But on my channel, I don't think I have the capacity to be able to infer the lore to you in a way that is on par with them. So my strength here is I think that you as a thinking person have a brain enough to see the lore and come up with your own ideas. I'm not saying that your ideas should interfere with canon, or that you shouldn't create your own homebrew stuff, but your interpretation of the facts that you get is way more important than just you reading it from a book and then just having that knowledge at the back of your head as like a trivia fact. So linking the two versions of the Death Eagles together, there is not many threads that connect them, but it is an interesting way to look at them from a different light. If you look at the Primarch series that I'm doing right now, which if you're watching this relatively recently, I would have just covered Fulgrim, which is a good companion piece to watch this, is doing exactly what I'm discussing, where instead of simply regurgitating the lore, I'm trying to go at it from a different perspective and give you guys different talking points to discuss these characters from, because everybody's discussed them from the same point of view. Everybody's said, hey, wouldn't it be cool if the Sons of the Phoenix were Emperor's children? But I don't think anybody discusses other ways that that could be represented. So I want to provide everybody with that kind of jumping off point. And I believe all of you are smart enough to figure that out on your own and have your own kind of discussion on the matter. So again, I prioritize interpretation over regurgitation. And even if you're proven wrong, what's the worst that could happen? You're just wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. So, most of what I said about the Death Eagles in terms of my interpretation is probably going to be incorrect, but might be interesting if it turned out to be at least partially correct. But that's just me going off on a tangent to let you know why I tend to try and cover these more obscure chapters. One of my crowning achievements in my mind, and one of my favorite videos, you might want to go back and watch it or not, is a video I did on the Marauders. The Marauders have about a paragraph of lore, but have existed since the early days of Warhammer. They have very few lore, and we know almost nothing about them, but I still found a way to talk about them because I interpret singular details that we have about them in a way that I think you all would find interesting, and I'm going to be doing that for every chapter I find until I run out of chapters, and then I'll probably just take homebrew suggestions and then just like shit on them. In the grand scheme of all these successor chapters you can pick to be your favorite, you have a lot of choices. You like your noble savior types who go to hell and back just for a few people, just a few random civilians. You have your honor-bound knights who, although are stern and seemingly care little or nothing for that of civilian life, they are genuinely characters written with depth. You have the tactical, you have the overly audacious, and the overly adorned. In kindness there is evil, in evil there is kindness. Then you have balance, and then you have this. And then there's these assholes. The Marines Malevolent are the meanest chapter in the setting. They aren't the most evil, they are just mean. And that's kind of the reason why a lot of people like them. Though they do tend to attract the wackadoo schmackadoo crowd a bit, they are one of the more standout Marine chapters in 40k. And I want to discuss who they are and why they are so well regarded, while being just the absolute worst. To start somewhere, their origins are weird, because they are of an unknown progenitor legion. They allegedly were from a founding in the 32nd millennia, which early estimates could mean that they were in the second founding, which is kind of a big deal, or late estimates could imply that they were in the third, fourth, or another one that happened that era. But regardless, they are an old chapter with a lot of reverence to them. With that in mind, who fits the bill of their Primarch the best? It's Perturabo. It's just, like with most early founding successor chapters, they at least have some resemblance to their forebearer chapters. Even with, say, the Iron Snakes, which are probably one of the most out there second founding chapters of the Ultramarines, they might not seem like Ultramarines at first until you realize their entire shtick is governing a large section of space while playing the part of diplomats. Albeit a bit weirder than normal Ultramarines about it, but you get my point. Dude, these guys fight with peak efficiency, they hate civilians who can't defend themselves, they don't really give a shit about other Space Marines, their veteran markings for their weapon casings are hazard stripes that the Iron Warriors would use as a joke on their armor and weapons. Alongside that, their chapter is so old that they use Heresy-era equipment, which means that they might be pulling a Death Eagles here and have just been a Black Shield group that somehow snuck into the census. I'm also vaguely familiar with the idea that there is this theory that they are the successors of a Black Shield group that was Death Guard oriented. The name, I believe, was the Marines of Malevolent, and though I get it, I think that's a bit too clean of a line of succession. I know that might not make sense, but I find things are usually not nearly as clean cut in 40k with these unknown progenitors, but I will say it is literally just a gut feeling that they aren't. So use your own head on this. If you think they are Death Guard, they're probably Death Guard. If you think they're Iron Warriors, they're probably Iron Warriors. I would be remiss not to mention that specific factoid on its own, so I just thought I'd throw that in before we got into the video proper. We don't know their homeworld, but it's most likely that they are a fleet-based chapter, as they have a bit of a piratical streak in them that allows them to continue to exist the way they have been, and in order to do that, they need to actually, not be on one place at any given time for too long. See, people hate them. A lot. People hate them a lot. They have been cut off from the majority of channels of getting supplies. They've pissed off the Mechanicus, they've pissed off most Space Marine chapters, and they've pissed off most human factions. So, after being cut off from supplies from the Imperium as a whole, they inevitably ended up resorting to theft and scrapping of old and new tech in order to continue their way of living. So they will find dead Space Marines and steal their weapons and armor if it means they can live to fight again, which is a very interesting way to look at them. They do not have supplies and view humans with contempt, which I think is a fun way of seeing Space Marines, because the balance of humors is kind of an important aspect to each Space Marine chapter. There's levels to each view that they have. There's the kindness, the anger, the sadness, and the hate. It's kind of a very common thing for each Space Marine chapter just to be a different balance of each of these numbers. With them, it's like 100% fuck-ass mad all the time, and that's their shtick. Everything else is like below 20. And I think that kind of plays into their favor. They hate civilians. They aren't there to save people. They are there to kill enemies. It's a very fine distinction to make, but it's not an easy one for some people to stomach. There are times when they served, I believe, in the War for Armageddon, where the level of civilian casualties that they were racking up was a little bit far beyond the idea of being negligible, and it was so far into the red that the Salamanders actually took quite a big deal of problem with that. So there was actually a lot of issues between the two of them, though we'll touch on that a little more later. They ended up during one of the wars for Armageddon bombarding refugee camps with whirlwind shells in order to kill an invading orc force that was in the area, without any warning to the refugee camp that they were going to do that. Not even so much as one guy shouting, "Take cover." They ended up killing the entire refugee camp, but they ended up gutting the majority of the orc forces. In their minds, that was the most efficient way of accomplishing their goal, which is to eradicate all orcs. And the humans in the camp, who gives a shit, right? Their mentality is kind of summed up in some of their chapter mantras. I think one of the bigger ones that is emblematic of who they are is the phrase, "There is no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt." Those civilians in those camps were just as worthy of death as the rest of the orcs that were invading them. So why not take them both out? One was weak and deserving of death, the other is an enemy to the Imperium. In their eyes, both deserved it, so why not? They're accomplishing their goal. Because of this mentality, they're kind of a relic of what people wanted all Space Marines to be back in the 90s and the 80s. Just these hulking, grimdark monsters who were seen as demigods and thought the people beneath them were literally beneath them in all capacities, both mental, physical, spiritual, so on and so forth. They are a violent fist of a group and will hurl themselves at any threat to the Imperium, which I think is the important distinction to make between them and other renegade chapters. They are 100% loyal to the Imperium, and even though they do all this shit, they are still a set of members in the Imperium. Also, side note, if you are a human being on a planet and you hear the name Captain Vinyar in context of a Space Marine being within 100 kilometers of your current location, you probably should take out a life insurance policy. Yeah, he's not a... On the wiki, they mention that he's known for making quite a few controversial decisions in a chapter that's known for making nothing but controversial decisions. If you ever want to have a good time, feel free to look up what he's done, you know. I haven't thrown out this phrase in a while, but yeah, oops all war crimes is kind of his thing. Yeah. They have a storied existence where they tended to butt heads, like I mentioned, with the Salamanders a lot, because the Salamanders are quintessentially the opposite of them. They are kind, where the Malevolents are harsh. In the stories that involve the two of them, there is this kind of balancing act that has to happen in order for them to kind of continue existing in the same spot, where one will help the other as long as one does something for the other one. It's very interesting. I think it's a fun dichotomy to see these two groups that at least externally have the same goals, but such different ways of accomplishing them. It's very interesting to see the morals of one be questioned by the other and back and forth. It's like a Noble Bright Warhammer 40k fan versus a Grimdark 40k fan. Just stick them in a room, throw a pipe wrench in between the two of them, and come back in an hour. They'll either like make peace and be best friends, or you're gonna come in with one less guy. It's kind of how that works. So with all that lore in mind, I'd also be a bit of a moron if I didn't mention that it was because of them that the Angry Marines were born. The Angry Marines are a bit of a meme. I will cover them at some point in the future. I have no idea when, but they are a bit of a legendary fan chapter of Space Marines. So with all that lore in mind and all the excerpts I've mentioned to you, what is it that draws people into liking the Marines Malevolent? I think it's complicated, but I think in as simple a term as possible, they have a lot of unique traits that make them stick out in comparison to other Space Marine chapters. They are completely unbending. They will stick to what they believe is the right way to prosecute a war, even if it means censure from the Inquisition. And as long as they get the job done, what's the point, right? They are outcasts. They are renegades in all but name and duty. The only reason the Marines Malevolent are not branded a traitor faction is because they do their job so well that the Inquisition cannot afford to clip them away from the Imperium. Though, I would also say it's likely because if you had them as an enemy, man, that would suck so much. Like, for real, they have an overwhelming civilian casualty rate when they're working for you. If they were actively trying to kill civilians, could you imagine the numbers they would crank out? My god. The appeal to them is they are an outlier of cruelty. They are dangerously violent. They remind me of the Knights of Blood, a group of berserk blood angels that gave up the ability to be a part of the Imperium in order to prosecute their bloody rampage-style war, no matter the civilian cost in lives. Personally, I have mixed feelings on them. There's a lot of nuance to how I feel about them. I tend towards more of the middle of the spectrum in between the Noble Bright sections of 40k to the Grimdark sections of 40k. So because of that, I tend to have issues with factions on the extremes of either end. But I do think on the positive end of things, there is a capacity for this specific chapter of Space Marines to tell really good stories. Their aesthetic is really neat, and I think that as a gimmick, they are pretty fun. But I do think it's also an issue with them that they seem to be relegated to this odd category of what I refer to as untouchables. Like, there are a few Marine chapters that won't ever get stories from their perspective or anything longer than like a short story, because it's just such a convoluted and complicated way of looking at a specific chapter. Like the Red Scorpions, even though I guess you could count the Badab War and like the Imperial Armory books as something, but anything that was involved in the Pentarchy of Blood, all of those are just chapters that either have not enough to add anything interesting onto, or they have too much of a hyper-specific slant that writing stories for them would be kind of hard. So they're in this category where GW just doesn't seem to want to touch them. And I think the Marines Malevolent are like that. I know there's like a few stories out there about them, but nothing to the extent of other chapters that have significantly less writing than them. Like, I shit you not, prior to Aaron Dembski Bowden making Spears of the Emperor or what have you, the Mentor Legion, the one guy from the Mentor Legion that was in that book had not nearly as much lore on them as they did there, and it just took one character to be included in a full-length novel. So I think that is kind of a negative thing, but again, I have criticisms on both sides of the spectrum. I have been on the record saying that identifying successors of the White Scars to cover in this series and all of its successive, seasons is difficult to say the least, but it is possible. I've been asked on livestream a few times what is my biggest achievement in regards to this channel, and I look back pretty fondly on my Marauders video with a degree of happiness, but I think that's mostly because I found a way to spread a single paragraph of lore over a 10-minute video, which is kinda neat. It even is stated in universe that the successor chapters of the Adeptus Astartes are like less than 10% made up of successors of the White Scars. Does that mean they are not cool? No. It means that you can kind of fiddle around a bit, and I'm gonna run dry on them bastards quickly if I keep doing these series over and over again, but I do want to cover everything at some point. And I do have a few ideas after that where to go, but that's besides the point. I have been invested in a few topics as of late, just doing my own deep dive research, and one that caught my attention was the Badab War, and I've been looking into it and drawing comparisons and whatnot. And a lot of people really like the Badab War as it's this weird section of Imperial history where there was a point to be made that both sides of the conflict could be considered the guy that was in the right, depending on how far you get into the conflict. But towards the end, it kind of becomes pretty clear who is the bad guy here. The Maelstrom Warders are a group of individuals who are kind of weird and are central to this conflict. And I just spoke about someone who was a part of it, and I don't think they were a part of the Badab War, though I'd have to double check. But the Maelstrom Warders themselves were the ones that made up the majority of the forces of the Astral Claw's goons during the Badab War. The Charnel Guard was the one I'm referring to. That's a small faction of Blood Angel's successors, and I think that it's very interesting that they were a part of two major lore events, which is the War of the False Primarch as well as the Badab War. But one of the other chapters that they were fighting alongside with has kind of caught my attention, and they're the reason why I decided to choose them in the making of this video. Now, if you know your Badab War lore, you know exactly who I'm talking about. So, to break it down, who are the chapters of the Maelstrom Warders? There was the Astral Claws, which were the group leading the charge, the ones with Huron Luft, now Huron Blackheart, as their chapter master. There were the Lamenters, God rest their tired souls, the Charnel Guard, like I mentioned already, and then you have the individuals I'm talking about today, which is the Mantis Warriors. I do think it's funny that the second founding chapter I covered for the White Scars were the Marauders, and they are actually listed as having a successor chapter of their own, which I don't know how that works, as it's not really discussed that often. I know that the general consensus is that most chapters send in a gene seed tithe so that if ever the Mechanicus needs to make a new chapter to govern a new task, they just make a new one. But I don't know what it means when the successors are successors of a specific chapter rather than the main legion. It's kind of interesting, but I digress. So, the Mantis Warriors are a successor of the Marauders chapter, and they are part of the gene lineage of the White Scars, so you can kind of trace it back. With that preamble out of the way, who exactly are the Mantis Warriors, and why are they so damn cool? It's because they are basically just the Raptors, but 20 to 25% less rational, which I think is dope as all hell. So, for a quick understanding, they were a very reclusive chapter and kept to themselves for the most part, which meant they were often never really messed with in any way that mattered, right? So, when they were forced into the Maelstrom Warders by the High Lords of Terra, they did find things go a little bit smoother, with hand from other chapters that would actually work with them with very little degrees of them trying to govern everything the Mantis Warriors were doing. It was good until it wasn't, that whole Badab War thing, definitely, yeah. So, because of their reclusive tendencies, they actually started to form this kind of ideal way of living, where in order to preserve their limited supplies, they would actually pick up guerrilla tactics as their main fighting style. Like the Raptors, in order to fight and succeed as they needed to in their design section, which I believe is the Endymion cluster. I'm going to skip the Badab War, but for context, the Marine in this image that isn't Tyberos is a Mantis Warrior, so I get it. It's kinda, they got their ass handed to them on a silver platter and ended up worse for wears, but comically enough, they were actually given a way out. They did plea that they didn't know that Huron, the chapter master of the Astral Claws, had fallen to chaos, and because of that, the Inquisition proclaimed them free from taint after some investigations, of course, and as recompense for their efforts against the Imperium, they were supposed to go on a penance crusade, meaning no new recruitment of neophytes for 100 years, and all their lands, planets, fortresses, and so on were to be sold off to the Firehawks and the other chapters that were engaging in the war against the forces of the Astral Claws. Like, even their main recruitment planet was raided by the Carcharodons to get more numbers for the Carcharodons' own chapter. Where does that leave us on their journey? I know I'm skipping a bit, but now that we have the context of their existence, let's discuss the specifics of the chapter and why I think they deserve more interest. So, for one, they are the indomitable human spirit made manifest, as even though they got absolutely fuck-slammed by the Badab War and its repercussions, I find that they refuse to give up and just keep doing their job to the best of their ability. Another good example of this is even when the Torchbearer fleets came in, which were the ships carrying the Grey Shield Primaris reinforcements to supply to dying chapters, even though at this point in the timeline they were considered redeemed and pardoned, they were never actually given Primaris reinforcements. They were seen as too untrustworthy by the Custodes and the individuals who were riding atop those fleets. So they were only given the technology to make Primaris, but not the Primaris themselves, so they were still a very understrength chapter. Which, to further my point, did they get upset at? Only a little bit, but after some exemplary actions and deciding to teach further guerrilla tactics to the next generation, they managed to create Primaris Marines and have been steadily recruiting new individuals. So as I said, they were eventually released from the Penance Crusade and now are slowly regaining numbers using the new Primaris tech, using whatever they can scrape and scrounge in order to survive. It's like the opposite of the Marines Malevolent in some cases, where people don't supply the Marines Malevolent, like the Mechanicus, the Imperium as a whole, because they are a hated chapter that does incredibly bad things. The Mantis Warriors are not supplied because they are a hated chapter that does really good things for the Imperium, but they don't complain about it like the Marines Malevolent. People just don't trust them, which I think is very interesting, because if I wasn't trusted to the degree that they were, I would probably become full-on renegade and start raiding other Space Marines like the Marines Malevolent, but instead they just stoically defy the odds and keep going even though they're in a bit of a shit situation. Due to them having ludicrously reduced numbers, they do tend to have a bit of a superior stock in terms of traditional Space Marines, as because of them having such limited gear and them having limited options for, tactical response, they have to become the best of the best when it comes to what they do, and gee golly gosh, they are. So on to some more interesting facts about them. There are two special ranks in the Mantis Warriors, as they are actually really Codex compliant in comparison to the rest of the White Scar's successors, but they do have little caveats here and there. These ranks, I should note, are badass as hell. The first one is the super elite specialists that are branded with a bunch of snake tattoos. These individuals are named the Praying Mantidae, because I guess calling it the fucking Praying Mantises would be a bit too simple, now wouldn't you agree? These individuals specialize in hunting down the remaining members of the Astral Claws that tricked them into working for Huron Blackheart. These are some of the most badass Marines you could have, receiving more training than most Space Marines would in their entire lifetime in a short period of time. The other individuals that have reached a different rank that is outside of the normal structure of the Codex Astartes is individuals who survived the Bad Ab campaign and ended up defecting to help against the Tyrant of Bad Ab. These are specialists who still harbor a deep-seated hatred for the betrayal and the deception of Huron, but don't go out of their way to hunt them like the Praying Mantidae do, and these individuals don a completely different armor color, specializing in sort of camouflage, I guess you could say, and these are called the Tranquility Snipers. These are some of the best snipers in the entirety of the Imperium and have very much been used effectively in the current guerrilla tactics way of surviving the Mantis Warriors does. They are a chapter that, in terms of their own belief, wish to be left alone. They are not against camaraderie, but they believe that their autonomy and ability to act on their own is one of their biggest strengths. It's listed in several codex entries and Imperial Armory books that they have a bunch of custom kill markers, battle honors, and each reward a brother receives in terms of service is unique to him and him alone, as well as the deed that he committed, as it's a part of chapter tradition to maintain a sense of individuality all the way down to the Marine end of things. They try to remain aloof, not so much uncaring, but have a balanced set of humors, as losing your cool can cost you your life when you have so little support. They often get caught in horrendous situations, but it always ends with them regrouping, figuring shit out, and then just locking in. These guys are awesome. They are everything I want in the Raptors, with a little bit more flair from them. I like the Mantis Warriors, and I hope they get the reinforcements they deserve for themselves in time for another novel, a story, or, something else like that, because I think they are a very fun chapter. The topic of Space Wolf successors does come up from time to time, and it's never in the rung of what's your favorite. It is a bit of a fun topic, as for the longest time, Space Wolves were considered to never even have any successors, as the specific way that the Canis Helix was unstable made it so that any modifications to the gene seed would make so that the entire thing would collapse into itself eventually. It always struck me as weird that for some reason the lore states in some places that the most unstable gene stock of all the legions is the Blood Angels, which is weird, but I kind of get it. Unstable usually means a lot of different things when it comes to the gene seed organs to make a Space Marine, but the gene seed itself, in terms of instability, usually means that it overwrites the host's DNA more and more as time goes on, and there's more likelihood of the gene seed changing with each successive generation. So a good example for the Blood Angels is as the host's body begins to take in more gene seed for the changes, they slowly start to become pale. It doesn't matter what your skin color was before, you become pale white with blonde hair and red-eyed, with very beautiful, at least traditionally beautiful, facial features. The Space Wolves have a very similar thing, but it's a lot more wild in the way that it goes about itself, where early into the induction into being a Space Wolf, they gain bright red hair, like a young wolf, and wolf-like teeth. These features develop more and more as the Space Wolf ages, as their hair turns into a dusky gray into an almost white, and their fangs get longer, as well as their eyes turn into a yellowy wolf-like color. You can kind of get the theme that they're going with here. So why am I bringing this up? Just to give you a bit of context for the tragedy that has befallen the original successor chapter of the Space Wolves. After the Scouring, and when things were starting to calm down, the Space Wolves had this actually kind of good idea for a chapter of Meatheads, where they were going to make a shitload of successors and station each one of them at strategic points around the Eye of Terror, just so that if anything ever comes out of it that they don't want to come out of it, they hunt it down and kill it. See, Space Wolves are naturally pretty resistant to the corruption of chaos, which is really useful for someone who's going to be guarding it. So they decided to recombine the gene seed, make some alterations so that the chapter had some distinctions to it, and create a new chapter. One chapter to start to see how they could do it, because they didn't want to do what Gilliman did, because I mean, they thought Guilliman was a wimp, but this chapter was given more or less half of the available supplies. As the Space Wolves had such faith in this new chapter, they even named them after one of the most important companies that has ever existed in the history of the Legion of the Space Wolves, which is the 13th Great Company, which was referred to as the Wolf Brothers, named by Leman Russ himself. Now, considering the title of this video isn't how the Wolf Brothers succeeded and were foundational in the creation of a golden new era for the Imperium, you could, probably see where this is going to some degree. The troubles begin with the Canis Helix. So, for more context, what even is it? It's hard to really say. There is this problem with the diction they use to describe these things in 40k, where if you're not invested in the lore quite significantly, simply saying, oh yeah, it's a modification to the gene seed of the Space Wolves, that makes cursory sense. Like, it makes a little bit of sense for you to hear that. But the way they use the term gene seed in terms of wording in the lore is heavily dependent on the context of who's saying it. Externally, from like 40k, when you refer to gene seed, we are not referring to one single thing. Gene seed refers to the 19 to 21 organs that are used to create Space Marines and the entire process they're in. In lore, if a Space Marine is saying extract the gene seed or the gene seed, they're usually referring to simply the progenoid glands, as the progenoid glands generate the germ cells that are needed to make these organs that are referred to as the gene seed. The gene seed as a whole, as I mentioned, is actually just germ cell grown vats of organs that are used to make the Space Marines. So, with the Space Marines referring to it as gene seed and us referring to it as gene seed, when I see in several different articles that the Canis Helix is simply a gene seed modification, my understanding is that the Canis Helix is literally a separate sort of mutagen added on top of all the other organs. So it's technically a 22nd step that causes the Space Wolves to have an intensely feral and animalistic set of tendencies arise in them, and also an intense mutation period where they become more feral and more wolf-like. Their senses are all amped up, like their sense of touch, taste, smell, and hearing are all increased significantly further than even a regular Space Marine. But it also kind of represents an aspect of their trial to become a Space Wolf. See, most gene seed organs are placed into the aspirant's body without numbing agents, as it's part of their trials to be able to survive the pain of it, as they are likely going to go through significantly worse later when fighting like a Tyranid or a Kroot or something. The implantation, in essence, is its own trial. But the Canis Helix actually has its own difficulties. Once it is consumed, which, yeah, it is drank from a chalice, no less, which, okay, I get it, but I feel like an injection or a vial, I guess rituals are cool. Well, I'm getting lost in the weeds here. Once it is consumed, it causes rapid mutation of the aspirant to give them all of the feral traits of a Space Wolf, amped up to significantly further than they should be. They are then released into the wilds of Fenris and are tasked with two things. One, just get it out of your system, dude. Like, they go feral and berserk for about a week or two and become roving beastmen who have to find a way to fight off their berserk nature to regain the man instead of succumbing to the beast. The other challenge is to make it back to the Fortress Monastery to proceed with the next challenges to become a Vilca Fenrica. Failing either usually means that they succumbed to the beast within and turned into this rabid man beast that is hunted by the Space Wolves in return. Usually they are killed out pretty quickly. There is a fun little fan theory that the Fenrisian wolves that currently occupy the world are actually just Space Wolves that succumbed to this and lived long enough to become them. But that's a topic for another video. Why do I bring this up now? Well, that was kind of the issue that popped up with the Wolf Brothers. See, the Space Wolf gene seed is pretty unstable as it is, so when you fuck around with it a little more, you get some more issues. These issues manifested pretty quickly within the Wolf Brothers. Basically, they started to divide into 3 sections pretty quickly. Well, technically it's 2 sections, and then a third one arose after that no one talks about, so one step at a time, I guess. So the first section was that the major gene seed flaw that was present in the new Wolf Brother gene seed was that they had a very, very, very high predilection to devolving into the Wolfen, which were this ultra berserk werewolf variant of the Space Wolves that caused them to lose all higher cognitive function and become nothing but the beast they were when they first took the Canis Helix. They are especially resistant to the forces of chaos, but they are almost impossible to control. The only people who even have a chance are other Wolfen of a higher rank and higher strength, or higher ranking members of the Space Wolf chapter, but even then, they're barely used as they're almost impossible to control. Which sucks, because most of the other members of the chapter actually had another weird breakdown in the gene seed, which made them less resistant to the influences of chaos, like the regular Space Wolves were. And thus, due to some idea of being betrayed or what have you, they fled into the Eye of Terror to join Chaos Warbands. I know there is this theory of them being Skyrar's Darkwolves, but I think that Skyrar's Darkwolves is just a minor element with a Space Wolf leader who's running a bunch of people whom are Space Wolf adjacent or just, similar in nature. The third group that I mentioned not a lot of people talk about is that after these two groups separated, you'd think there wouldn't be any left, but actually no. There were some wolf brothers that were relatively stable. They didn't fall to chaos and they didn't turn into wolfen. These individuals were basically just ostracized and treated as pariahs by the Space Wolves as a whole and hunted, honestly, on sight. It's due to the Space Wolves sort of adopting the scorched earth, okay, it didn't work, let's never talk about it again style mentality. The remaining wolf brothers were branded renegades and have left off to random corners of the galaxy in order to fight their wars as renegades, which is amazing, as a lot of them are still considered loyalists. Loyalists in the same way the relictors are, where they're doing their own thing, but they do kind of want to help out the Imperium from time to time, I remember a while back I was reading a book and I thought it was really interesting, and it's what sent me down this pathway, and it was the Uriel Ventris series. It was book 3, that one, and Uriel found an entire group of renegade space marines, and I remember him being like, oh my goodness, there's a Raven Guard. Oh, by Gilliman's blood, that's a white consul. And then he's like, oh, hi, Wolf Brother member. And I remember feeling like that was such a weird thing to just glance over, like that isn't one of the most significant finds ever. And the fact that he recognized it was also kind of interesting, because the Wolf Brothers are not a young chapter. They were created after the Scouring, which was a while ago, which means that this marine might actually be well over 5,000 years old or have time traveled somehow, depending on when the third book in the Uriel Ventris series takes place. But regardless, that is an old-ass marine, and the fact that Uriel Ventris was like, oh, hey, I know that guy. Like, the fact that he knew that that chapter existed is kind of insane, but I like the fact that it's just kind of there. So it shows that Wolf Brothers are still around as a whole to some degree. But the Wolf Brothers were a bit of a grim reminder that the Space Wolves were an incredibly unstable chapter, and even if all the necessary precautions are taken and everything seems to be going well, at the end of the day, sometimes it can all just boil down to bad luck, which is what it was. But in the modern setting, due to some gene tampering by Belisarius Cawl, they are now able to make new Space Marine chapters through the Ultima Founding, which, if my memory serves me correctly, there's like maybe 3 or 4 Ultima Founding chapters of Space Wolves, and that's because the genius that Belisarius Cawl is took gene seed elements from other Space Marine chapters and tried to mimic them to stabilize the more unstable gene seeds of other Marines. So, using the gene seed of Rogel Dorn as kind of a base, they found a way to make some modifications to the Space Wolf gene seed that made them less likely to turn into Wolfen. Though, you'll be happy to know that they still do. They still succumb to the beast, as part of being a Space Wolf means the Canis Helix has to be implemented, and even if you are a Primaris Marine, you're still going to have that Berserker element in you, which I always thought was kind of fun. Regardless, I think the Wolf Brothers are a fun little anecdote in the more grimdark history of 40k, but also it ended with an equally fun resolution in the modern setting, with Cawl bringing forth chapters like the Wolf Spear and so on to carry on the legacy of a Space Wolf successor. I love the Wolf Spear. The Wolf Spear are one of my favorite successor chapters in the setting, specifically from a narrative standpoint, as they actually kind of occupy occupy a similar role that the Wolf Brothers were supposed to initially, and that was to protect smaller areas from warp rifts that have popped up, specifically one by the name of the Pit of Rokus, which has this weird gimmick where every night a small amount of warp rifts open up on a planet's surface nearby where demons start to pour out. So every night Space Wolves go in and fight whatever demons come out, and then during the day they just kind of lick their wounds and chill. It's kind of nice. There's a few good short stories involving the Wolf Spear that I would highly recommend, but that is a discussion for another time. So what do you think of the Wolf Brothers and their story? As that's more what they are, a story rather than a chapter, and I think that's fine. Some chapters occupy this kind of niche where you like them because of what they represent. See, a lot of people like Black Templars as a chapter because they just are cool. They do cool things. They do cool shit all the time, and they end up kicking ass and killing demons. That's all you need. You have things like the Raptors. The Raptors in concept are really cool, but there's not many stories involving them. But then you have chapters like, say, the Soul Drinkers or the Wolf Brothers, and you find that they have this kind of fun mystique to them that make them more interesting to follow. They're a better story than they are a chapter. Now, if you want to play the Wolf Brothers, you could definitely try. I'm not 100% certain there's a paint scheme for them. I'm pretty sure there is. And if I did find paint schemes in the writing of this, I'll probably put it up here.
FBI, open up!
I'm Arthur. Amongst the Sons of Dorn, there are many options to cover, many good memes, and ones that are both interesting while also being fan favorites. I find a lot of the chapters I tend to like, although not necessarily uninteresting, are just kind of ignored by the mainstream populace of 40k, even sometimes more so than like successors of other legions that get significantly less lore. I stand by my statements that the Iron Snakes and the Mantis Warriors are some of the coolest chapters I've ever seen, but no one really ever talks about them. But with the Sons of Dorn, there is a lot of people who love their successors. Case in point, a lot of people hold the Black Templars and the Crimson Fists in the same category of respect that they do the Ultramarines and the Raven Guard. Hell, I'd even gamble to say that people respect them more than lesser-liked legions like the White Scars. Sorry, White Scars fans. But today we are talking about a successor chapter that is both cool and not talked about as much as I'd like, and that is the Celestial Lions. The Celestial Lions are guilty of committing the worst crime you could ever commit in the 40k setting, and that is the dual existence of being noble and kind while also having a chronic inability to read the goddamn room and understand when you probably need to play the political game a little bit better. For those who don't know about the Celestial Lions, I think you're gonna enjoy the hell out of their story. But before I get into it, I don't usually do this specifically, but if you guys enjoyed this video and want to see me cover any specific chapter that you like, then like and comment what you want to see. That's how I'm formatting this series. I'm covering fan favorite chapters as well as, community submissions. It's by me figuring out what you all like by examining the comments. And if you especially like this video, make sure to subscribe, okay? Cool. The antidote will be in the mail shortly. The Celestial Lions we shall break down into 3 categories that align with the idea of a beginning, a middle, and an end. So what is the beginning? It is a description of who they are and why they are that way, and how it is represented. The Lions are one of the most noble and outwardly kind chapters of Space Marines that have ever existed. They exude a level of dignity and nobility that are almost never really seen in this setting. I know a lot of people go out of their way to say how nice the Salamanders are, but that is kindness without being tempered with honor and intelligence. The Celestial Lions, on the other hand, are being described as wide smiles and honorable without being whimpering saps. They are firm but fair, and they have an understanding that the universe should be held to a standard, an honorable set of way, and you should not sacrifice your sense of nobility simply because the universe is cruel. Their bright golden armor and their blue shoulder pads is such a good image for what the stereotypical Space Marine hero should be. It actually bears a striking resemblance to the image of the Stormcast Eternals from the Hammers of
Sigmar chamber in Age of Sigmar, which I think is super, super cool. They hail from a planet by the name of Elysium 9, which, alongside being a more arid plains-like area, has also led to the chapter being mostly of darker complexion in terms of its skin tone, which I always thought was super interesting because in the modern day, for a lot of games, workshops, chapters, and a lot of the more modern day representations of skin tones, they tend to have a very mixed sort of look where there's just different skin tones across the board. So when it comes to chapters that have a clear cultural background that is representative of the planets they come from, rather than picking and choosing from random different planets like a lot of the more well-known chapters, you get a lot of more interesting chapters on display. Like a good example, the Crimson Fists, who have an obvious Latino inspiration, which is super, super cool, but I digress. Getting into their story a bit, they were a part of a group of 3 Space Marine chapters tasked with guarding a section of space known as Ilara's Veil. They were referred to as the Adeptus Valari, which comprised of the Emperor's Spears, the Star Scorpions, and the Celestial Lions. Now, every chapter there has issues and problems that they needed to kind of figure out, and I've talked way too much about the Emperor's Spears on this channel anyway, and the Star Scorpions will have their day in court, so I'm not going to cover the Adeptus Valari. Let's just get to the bits that explain the title of this video, as well as the bits that are relevant to the Celestial Lions. There was once an Inquisitor that was requesting aid from the Lions on a heretical planet infested with chaos and so on. You know how it goes. The Lions showed up and showed off. Like the Imperial Navy forces of Inquisitor Apollyon could not land because they would just be blown out of the sky, but they did form a massive blockade to prevent any ships from leaving. The Celestial Lions ended up just decimating the entirety of the military forces of the planet, to the point where after about 3 or 4 weeks, they were beginning to leave, and there was no military forces, no militia, no government leaders at all left. There was no fighting backbone to the planet, just civilians and, adjacent to civilians. They left feeling they had a job well done, and as they did, Inquisitor Apollyon decided to just exterminatus the whole planet anyhow, which left a bit of a sour taste in the mouths of the Lions. Because, hey dude, we just spent 3 or 4 weeks butt slamming millions of military forces into the wall. If you were going to bomb the planet from orbit anyway, why did you need us to even clear it out? To which Apollyon responded essentially with, sorry dude, planet's too far gone, couldn't see it from orbit, big sorry. Which to his credit, he did spend a few solar months trying to determine the level of salvageability that the planet was at spiritually. Okay, I get it. Sometimes Inquisitors gotta make the hard choices, but man, you couldn't just have checked a bit longer? Mass executions of people who had a little bit of chaos taint, etc., etc. It was a very callous decision, especially after wasting so many Space Marine lives on the offensive. But here is where the Lions made the big mistake. Instead of just outright killing him or ignoring the decision and going on with their life, because who's really gonna stop them? They're Space Marines on both accounts. Picking a fight with them is usually never a good idea, nor is trying to kind of stop them if they wanted to leave in a huff. No, instead of that, they condemned his actions and then warned an entire system nearby of Inquisitor Apollyon before sending off a missive to Terra to request a reprimand for his hasty actions. See, for those who don't know the 40k setting, we call this in the business a really bad fucking idea. Their naivety over the idea that the Inquisition, the literal secret police of the Imperium, would let this slide is depressingly optimistic. So, for one, the missive did not make it to Terra and somehow was destroyed in the warp before ending up in orc-infested territory. Crazy how that happens sometimes. And 2, the next couple solar decades to centuries of the Lion's existence would be dedicated to their slow bleeding deaths, and I'm going to say this with huge air quotations, misfortunes.
which were literally just the Inquisition dicking around with them. Let's not mince words here. The Inquisition did screw over the Celestial Lions. They served in the Third War for Armageddon and were constantly given bad intel that led to them falling into horrible traps and being almost decimated dozens of times over by orcs just because the Inquisition was just intercepting information. I'm not going to cover the majority of that because I want to cover the Wars for Armageddon in a separate set of videos. I just want to cover the end point now of where they are now and what's the end point of the chapter, so on and so forth. So for one, they ended up getting picked up by one of the best possible options. They were put under the protection of the Black Templars, fellow Sons of Dorn, which is kind of awesome. Specifically, the protection of one Merrick Grimaldus. Yeah, that one. Yeah, specifically that one. Who would have thought Aaron Dembski-Bowden would write more about the character that is most well known under his control aside from Talos? Basically, they're in the Imperium Nihilus trying to find a way back to Terra in order to save the Celestial Lions as a dying chapter, which is not going well, but it is made especially worse by the actually insane levels of spite that one Inquisitor has for the chapter. Basically, the whole plot of the book, The Spear of the Emperor, follows one of 3 slaves to a single space marine that was sent to monitor the Emperor's spears. Turns out, this was all a CIA black op level front in order to cover the fact that one of these 3 slaves was actually a Calidus assassin sent to kill the current chapter master of the Celestial Lions, which is a good friend to the chapter master and the majority of the chapter of the Emperor's spears. This is insane. This is not good, and it actually happens. Literally in the last 5 chapters of the book, you find out that the individual that was portraying some kind of crippled old man was actually a hunched over Calidus assassin hiding a Xenophase blade in their hunch, which is, I'm gonna say insane again, but it's true. It's crazy that they went to that length just to kill an ally. She ended up beheading the chapter master, Ekene Dubaku, who, I should note, was not just a chapter master, he was a symbol of pride, the unending strength of the Space Marines of the Celestial Lions. So, with him dead, the morale of the Lions crumbled. Now, the assassin was dealt with properly, not much can survive having a vortex grenade chucked directly under their feet, but the Lions' story kinda ends there right now, as we haven't had any update yet, which is endlessly depressing. But this leaves me to my final points. I genuinely love the idea that the premise here is you cannot be an altruistic individual without logic and reasoning in the 40k setting, as if you are going to get scraped out underfoot by some massive organization that is going to take advantage of your kindness, and if you speak out against them, you are going to just disappear and never be seen again. Going through the proper legal channels for the Inquisition might sound right, but they have absolute authority to do whatever they wish, even to Space Marine chapters, and a lot of us as fans forget that, and they do not take an L easily. A lot of renegade Inquisitors are going to do what they see fit, even if it isn't the moral thing to do, which is why you can't help but root for the Celestial Lions. They are good men in bad times that stand with their convictions and their sense of duty, even if it is going to get them killed. It is motivational, but you can also see it from the adverse angle, to play devil's advocate for a second, where it just shows how devolved the setting is, and if you don't find a way to play the game, then you're just an idiot who's going to be the correct and right good man amongst a pile of corpses. It's truly Noble Bright versus Grimdark, and I kind of love it for that. Oh, it's also birthed the meme of orc snipers, which is really funny. But what do you all think about the Celestial Lions? I love them. So, Night Lords are awesome, as you would probably know having watched this channel before, and if not, hi, hello, I'm Arthur. But me saying Night Lords are awesome could probably encompass an entire video, so I'm not going to bore you with all that. What I'm going to do is, instead of doing a dissection of a random warband and discuss something that you probably wouldn't care too much about, considering the Night Lords warbands are a little bit underwritten, I'm going to do something that's probably going to end up shooting me me in the foot, which is basically an entire video of slander towards Night Lords fans, because I'm going to ask a simple question. Why do people like the Night Lords so much? Because if you haven't noticed, the Night Lords fans are kind of weird, particularly weird. I think on a good day, I could probably call them just straight up freaks, but like, hey, I'm also referring to myself in that sense, because, you know, I am a Night Lords fan. The fan base of the Night Lords are, off. I'm just gonna play my hand here. So if you have any Night Lords fans, and you want to kind of put them in their place, or at least point out all their deepest flaws, then send them this video. I only shame as I am in fact of their ilk. I too am a weird schizo baby who has a love for the pale stinky bats that do no harm in my eyes. This brings me to kind of talk about the fandom of the Night Lords, just so you get an idea. They're all freaks, as I said. If you are a self-confessed Night Lords fanboy, girl, NB, or what have you, I hope you know that you are a freak and weird, and I wouldn't want it any other way. I am of this kin. I love the Night Lords, and I'll break down a lot of reasons as to why people like them and why I like them, but before we get into that, I just want you to know that I do this with care and love in my heart, but if you're a Night Lords fan and you're watching this video or were sent this video, I want you to sit back, buckle up, get comfortable, and just be prepared to be fucking offended. So the fans of Imperial Fists will see Imperial Fists committing war crimes or doing some kind of grim dark weirdness and be like, oh, such complicated storytelling that they have to do such things in order to be around in the modern setting. And then they likely would go off on a soliloquy about how Dorn would be disappointed in them for the next 20 to 30 minutes. Ultramarines fans tend to be a bit obsessed with elves and Guilliman, but they tend to justify all the Ultramarines' actions as, it was probably for the best interests of the Imperium. Every single chapter in Legion of Space Marines, even warbands, comes with some kind of normal response to them seeing them commit some kind of atrocity. But in response to an unnamed Night Lord committing what can best be described as a war crime without prior precedent that would make God himself weep, most Night Lord fans would respond with something akin to, just leave him alone, he's just doing hot girl shit, or something of a similar mindset that would likely make you question the morals a bit of that individual. I'm guilty of this. I once referred to Talos skinning a bunch of weak psychers to make a warp-based weapon as just another day for the girl poppiest Legion out there, which says more about me than it does about the Legion, the chapter, or, you know, ethics and morals as a whole. Hell, if you know 40k artists who draw exclusively one Legion or Primarch, the ones who draw Night Lords are often, a bit cracked and into some pretty wacky wild shit. Which, no shade, I get it. If you like the Night Lords, you like the weirdness of bloodletting and skinning. But I only shame, once again, because I am too of this ilk. I mean, with the Guilliman artists out there who draw mostly Ultramarines and Reboot Guilliman, you get a bunch of weird gay ship art, but hey, let's not mock the people for their hobbies. A lot of people are big man enjoyers in this fandom, so far be it from me to question and judge. So me poking holes into individuals who feel like they are being personally targeted, this leads me to the obvious question that I scream into my asylum room till the early hours of the morning, and that is, why? It's both simple and complicated, as is with most of these kinds of topics. Basically, the Night Lords are one of the most underdog factions in the setting, which does garner its own kind of appeal. They are beyond difficult to write for, as they tend to have a very convoluted mentality that, if you don't have a good grasp on how to write nuanced approaches to evil, it's very easy for you to write yourself into a corner where Night Lords come off as just mustache-twirling villains, because from a reductionist point of view, no, they kind of are just that, which, okay, we can see it from that perspective, but when you have individuals who understand the morals as to why, it can lead to some very interesting interactions. They are one of the few legions that have been given quite a bit of shit over the years, but the one thing to note is that most of the Legion is still basically the same as they were pre-heresy, because pre-heresy, they were a bunch of literal maniacs back then, and they are still a bunch of maniacs now, but now just with a few more spiky bits and warp-infused shit. This gives them more power to do what they wish, which is nice. There's also the unavoidable fact that the spike in Night Lord's popularity is likely due to the Night Lord's trilogy done by the GOAT Aaron Dembski-Bout, which is super fair, as the Night Lord's trilogy is some of the greatest fiction I have ever read in my entire life. It is a 3-book series with some side material you can read along the way that follows a mostly non-chaos corrupted ex-apothecary by the name of Talos, as he navigates a universe that hates him, while his legion is tearing itself apart from the inside due to internal politics and all that garbage. It is one of the most interpersonal, localized Warhammer stories set across a galaxy-spanning crusade of one fragment of a legion, and I think it deserves almost all of the praise that it gets. Where unlike in a lot of other 40k books, the battles in the Night Lord's trilogy hold so much weight because all of the characters are so well written, and each fight feels like it's life or death because there's no guarantee who's going to survive. Like a fight with a super possessed Chaos Marine in a normal 40k book might seem a bit meh because, oh, the Ultramarines will rip it to pieces and survive, but in this book, where no one is safe and you care for all of the characters, it feels like one of the most climactic fights you could imagine. This book series is so amazing that it is still talked about by other content creators to this day. Like all of the 40k lore tubers tend to pick it as it is a bit of a safe bet to gain some viewers to talk about it whenever they just kind of have a blank spot that they need to fill in, which you don't see for pretty much any other omnibus that's ever been released, like the Wordbearers omnibus or the Soul Drinkers omnibus. Sure, people make videos about them, but they don't talk about them nearly as much as they do the Night Lords. But let's shove all of that aside. Let's boil it down to the pure fact that the aesthetics of the Night Lords is absolutely goddamn crispy. The midnight blue armor, the lightning streaks, the weird obsession with cowardly tactics, the absolute insanity that is anything involving a named character is so nice. I love the idea that the way Night Lords fight is they will willingly run away like cowards from a fight, and then the second you have to sleep, they will come back and bash your head in with a rock. It's so not Space Marine-y, and I love it. And when these guys actually amass in force, it creates some of the most interesting threats in the universe because you have an entire army of cowards bolstered by sheer numbers. There is a book coming up with a Night Lord as the main antagonist. It might be out by now. I have to double check before this video goes live. But the name of the Night Lord's Chaos Champion in that book that is primarily the main antagonist is just the End of Saints. That's not even a name, that's a sentence, but that's the hardest title I've ever heard. The plot of the book is he is the main antagonist going up against Morvan Val. You know, the High Lord of Terra. That's a pretty high-end threat, though honestly they couldn't put this guy against any of the other Lords of Terra, because like, if he went up against Trajan, that would not be so much a fight as it would be Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb, but still, it's gonna be a cool book, and I'm gonna enjoy it, or hate it, I don't know, at this point it's kinda up in the air. I'll make sure to let you all know when it comes out and I finish it. To wrap up everything, the reason the Night Lords are so beloved by many is because they appeal to the underdogs of the world. They appeal to people who like the dark, edgy, schizo, I am in your walls energy that they constantly exude. Though also, they're miserable to paint, I will admit, so that does dissuade a few people. So, I want to say that my reason for liking the Night Lords is the extensive characterization that most of them go through. It's almost insane how well people have to write them in order for them to even appear in a book. Though again, if you see lore snippets and codexes, they just come off as mustache-twirling villains. But there's this idea of fighting against the system that was made explicitly to destroy you, dismantle you. And because of that, it makes it so much more fun to watch them succeed and accomplish goals. The Talos speech of "it's not enough," if you look it up, it's one of the most emotional and impassioned speeches I've ever seen in 40k. It's beautiful. So there's a lot of different reasons why people like the Night Lords, but the fans of the Night Lords are way more fanatical than most other fans. So it could be the characterization, it could be the horror of it could be the edginess. Though hey, you might not like any of this, and instead you're just one of those fans who still thinks about how there's a Stockholm Syndrome pet play subplot in the Primarch novel for Curse, where he abuses some dude named like Steven for several months and then engages in aftercare for his little buddy and refers to this literal 25-year-old man as his pet. And if you do think about that a lot, then like, I get it. It's weird, but I get it. And no, nothing of what I just said was a lie. Go read the Curse novel. That shit has some twists. Like, it starts as Alien with the xenomorph replaced with Curse and then ends with like, yeah, it goes some places. You'll see. You'll find out. This video is going to probably upset a few people. Or maybe not, because I am very much of two minds on the topic of today. The Blood Angels are a chapter I have grown to like more than I did when I first started doing the YouTube thing. But in general, I find I am in such a weird spot right now with this. I think they are a bit underwhelming at the best of times, but I find their successor chapters are significantly more interesting as a whole. So where does that leave us today? What chapter are we discussing? The Lamenters. How do I put this into words that I think would be understood by most of my audience? Okay, so the way I view the Lamenters and the emotional journey involving them, and me, is that they are basically the Gohan of 40k, where there were so many people gassing up Gohan about how Hogan was during the Cell arc and how cool he totally was and how cool he was going to be, and they were kind of forgetting that Gohan is just every part of Goku that most people didn't really like as a whole, and they just added a bunch of elements like him being a bit more controlled and a bit smarter without being as obsessed with fighting. Gohan stans legit made me not like him as a character when I was in my teens and even in my early 20s, which is why it took me so long to be like, hey, that guy's kind of okay. Admittedly, it was because of a lot of video essays on his most recent adventures as well as seeing the most recent Super movie, but you get my point. Now take everything I said about Gohan and just replace it with the Lamenters, and you can kind of understand why I was so averse to even caring about them for the longest time. With the preamble out of the way, let's break it down a bit, who the Lamenters are and their origins, which admittedly is pretty cool, and then go to some relevant pieces of information before we get into my breakdown of things. You know, break it down a smidge into more digestible parts. So what are the Lamenters and what makes them so interesting? It's actually all to do with their creation, which means that's a great spot to start. Basically, every now and then when people in the Imperium need a certain set of tasks to be done, pretty much indefinitely, they start a new founding of Space Marines, where about 10 to 20 new Space Marine chapters are created and sent off on their task. Chapters die off all the time, so they just keep making foundings because they just have to keep within about 1,000 chapters. During M35, a cache of unaltered pure gene seed was found, and thus a new founding was declared. But the catch was the tech priests that found it were going to tamper with it to improve upon the genetic stock that was there. Because fucking with whatever the Emperor did has always gone down well in the history of the 40k and even 30k setting, right? Yeah, I'm just dropping the pretense here. There is a reason why the founding was referred to as the Cursed Founding, which is, I feel, a bit of a misnomer. It's not really cursed, it's just the hubris of a few Mechanicus guys got in the way of actually making a good founding. So why is it considered cursed? Because every chapter that came out of this had something internally, externally, or cosmically wrong with them. Like the Minotaurs, which externally are normal Marines, have sort of an internal issue where they take a lot of glee in burning down civilian hives at the word of a single High Lord or even just a noble from the Imperium. Or you have something like the Firehawks, which if they get a bit too excited in a fight, they actually burst into flames. Albeit these fires don't actually like burn people, they burn chaos entities, which is cool and surprisingly useful. They got excommunicated, which is not cool, but they're around. There are a bunch of other random Marines that got left out of the historical record that we don't know about from the Cursed Founding, as they fell to chaos, and the Imperium tends to want to forget that pretty often. We only truly know about one from the record that fell, and that was the Blood Gorgons, but I digress. The Lamenters were created in this founding, and the task of creating better Blood Angels gene seed had a decent work outline. Like, you ever think about it? Like, how can you improve the Iron Hands gene seed? No clue. There isn't really any outward flaw outside of the cultural stuff involving them wanting to seek perfection, but the Blood Angels, there are a few key flaws to the gene seed that tend to be highlighted. So for one, the Red Thirst, which gives them strength and longevity, as well as makes them kind of vampires, and have this desire to consume blood. Then you have the other obvious trait, which is the Black Rage. This rage comes when they are pushed to such an extreme that they lose themselves to this sort of psychic death echo berserker rage, where they see what the Primarchs saw at the end of their life, which is Horus and Traitor Marines. This usually gives them a huge boost in strength as they're channeling their Primarch, but also causes them to go irreparably insane. So, get rid of those two flaws, and just keep all of the other non-conditional benefits of the Blood Angels, and boom, you're great, right? Right? Yeah, it didn't go well. Well, it seemed like it went well at first, because the Lamenters didn't suffer from those two afflictions for a while. I say a while because eventually cases of the Red Thirst and the Black Rage started to appear in their chapter, which kind of defeats the purpose of, this entire founding, but it happens. The name Lamenters comes from the fact that the chapter is actually affixed with, I guess, a gene seed flaw of its own. It could also just be a cultural thing, as it's kind of hard to parse these kinds of things from each other, but it is this deep-seated melancholy that transcends the normal kind of sadness that you'd expect from a person that lives in the 40k setting. Basically, they feel the grief of the loss of Sanguinius more than the other chapters of the Blood Angels. Where others tend to represent it as rage, these individuals tend to represent it as sadness, this bittersweet view of the loss of such a noble being. There's also, another way you could ascribe a meaning to the name the Lamenters, and that's because of their specific curse that they inherited from the Cursed Founding. Which, in simplest terms, I have no idea how this could possibly happen. The universe just hates them. They are plagued with bad luck and misfortune that, although hasn't wiped them out completely, they are known as being so unlucky that other chapters in need that are in dire straits, calling for help from anybody who will listen, will actively tell the Lamenters not to show up because they know something bad is going to happen if they do. Like, they show up to help with a minor Tyranid invasion on a small planet, and it ends up that within a few days, several massive hive fleets show up, and yeah, you can see where that goes. They show fealty to a battle brother who has been kind and rewarding to them by siding with them during sort of a political discourse, and it turns out that the person they sided with in good faith was Huron Blackheart's pre-evolution. People, for some reason, even without knowing their reputation, are more likely to not give them the benefit of the doubt in any matter. Like, a simple gesture for them is always going to be interpreted as a minor slight. Like when the Ultramarines wanted to reward them during a shared campaign with a gift from their chapter master, Papa Smurf himself, they turned it down as a show of nobility and gratitude, as well as respect. But by the Ultramarines, it was interpreted as a show of disrespect, though apparently they're still on good terms-ish. I was legit surprised to find out that the Lamenters don't have many novels. It's mostly just codex entries, short stories, and little addendums on other books here and there, and it's very odd, because even during the devastation of Baal, they didn't show up, and I feel like that's half because they probably didn't have the Marines to spare, and half because they knew that if they showed up, things would probably get worse for everybody, so they just kind of ducked out because they respect the Blood Angels too much. So, there isn't much to know about them other than that, but they have such a massive fan base, and they were given reinforcements from the Ultima Founding, which is way luckier than you'd expect considering what they normally go through, but it is, and as of yet, it is unknown if they are going to stay cursed because they did receive a fresh supply of gene seed from the Ultima founding, so it might mean that they're less likely to be unlucky, I guess. So with all that out of the way, you kind of get an idea as to their whole gimmick, but I don't think I'm doing justice to why people like them, and it took me honestly a while to find out myself. So let's just get on to my opinion on them and how you should interpret them if you were me. Because basically, with everyone gassing them up, I was a little bit annoyed by the idea, focusing in on them and how they are just unlucky. It just seems like from a narrative perspective, if every single story of theirs is going to end with, and then they all almost died but won a Pyrrhic victory, it's like super repetitive, and I could not really latch onto that, which is why I was always so hesitant to read about them. This idea of repetition in terms of the stories that are being told for a faction of Marines, it annoys me, and it's something that I usually try to avoid. I try to see new stories and learn new things about chapters that have an evolving history that, can be tracked. So when I was doing my research into them, it kind of clashed with a set of movies that I've been watching recently. Much ado about nothing, but I have been kind of setting this new rule for myself, just so that I can engage with media the way that I used to when I was younger, where every week I have to watch 5 movies. Doesn't have to be new movies, doesn't have to be old movies. I have a lot of new movies that I want to get through, but I just want to engage in films like I used to when I was younger. And a movie that I was watching was called The Fifth Seal, a Hungarian film that I'm not even going to begin to pretend that I understood anything without it being explained to me. I just took it completely directly because I'm kind of an idiot, but with the aid of a friend as well as some video essays I was watching, it gave me a perspective that oddly enough aided in me kind of appreciating the Lamenters for what they are. So from a top-down perspective, looking at the narratives of the Lamenters isn't the purpose of them. You have to look at the Lamenters as if they don't exist in a vacuum, which a lot of people tend to hyperfixate on the insular notion that is most Space Marine chapters. You should compare the Lamenters to the rest of Space Marines in their founding, as well as the rest of the Marines in the stable side of the Loyalists as a whole, even the Chaos Marines that have fallen. Why? Because even though they could totally reverse their luck, see glory, and even gain greater acclaim by falling to Chaos and turning traitor, or even just turning renegade and turning against the Imperium, they choose not to. The question posed in the film The Fifth Seal that I kind of watched, that a friend of mine explained to me, is it better to be a tyrant in control of thousands with an iron grip with no conscience or guilt over your actions, or is it better to be a slave with a kind heart and a sound mind, knowing that you do what you can for the betterment of others, even at your own detriment? I think there is nobility in this idea that even the Lamenters know they are completely fucked upon any deployment, but still do it anyway, whether 'tis nobler to suffer the slings and arrows, right? I think that is why I have taken a bit of a shine to them. I like the idea of altruism without reward and even with punishment. I know there is this idea that altruism with reward isn't truly altruism, but much like most things in life, I don't think we should really think about it too much, which is how you should see the Lamenters. They are just cool. They are a good successor of Blood Angels and do require a lot of reading to understand their perspective to truly get why people like them, but like with me, even if it takes a while, I think you'll get there. Covering the Iron Hand's successors is either a treat or absolutely impossible, depending on your circumstances. So this one was tough, sort of, because this entire series is dedicated to people who request chapters to be covered, or just fan favorites in general. So fun fact, I'm not going to name names, but a few YouTubers that I've been talking to behind the scenes have told me that they genuinely think the Iron Lord's successor chapter of Space Marines are actually surprisingly cool, which is weird because they are a bit obscure. I can't help but agree after reading through a few of their short stories as well as just, the general lore that they have. Though I definitely have dunked on their pain scheme a little bit in the past. I mean, come on, it's the Iron Hands wearing red pants. But I will say, they are pretty fun as a chapter, and I do enjoy their scheme to some degree. Even if a percentage of that enjoyment is just ironic, to discuss them, there is actually a little bit to know. Though much like with a lot of other successor chapters of this sort of ilk, you do have that tendency for them to be brought up maybe once in a blue moon, but it's always a delight to see that happen. They have a bit of a fun shtick, which I will get into later, but it's basically they're just incredibly xenophobic. So let's start at the beginning, or at least as close to the beginning with these individuals as we possibly can, and just kind of break it down from there. The Iron Lords are a distinguished chapter that is of an unknown founding, likely to be around M37 or M38. As it's mentioned around M41 that they have a minimum of a 3,000-year service record that can be tracked and traced back, so that kind of narrows it down a little bit. They were created specifically with a hatred of Xenos in mind, as they were to look after a small section of space occupied by some obscure Xeno species so dangerous that a Space Marine chapter needed to be dedicated to their wiping out, and the Iron Lords as a whole-ass chapter is having trouble wiping them out after 3,000 years. This section of space is known as the Grendel Stars, which is a dope-ass name, and the alien species itself is known as the Barghesi. These aliens are allegedly so dangerous that even in the modern day, the Iron Lords went back to protecting the Grendel Stars, even after they had been called to deal with other duties outside of their range that almost decimated the chapter. I'll get into why I think the Barghesi are so dangerous, but it ties back to the biggest thing the Iron Lords have had to contend with for a while now, and that is the invasion of the Tyranids. See, there are several splinter fleets that have actually been stated to several times invade the Grendel Stars specifically to get the Barghesi's genetic code. And in that, it has been stated numerous times already that if that were to happen, that'd be a bad thing. Like, it's stated by several Inquisitors from the Ordo Xenos, many Iron Lords higher ups, and I find that's a very interesting principle. That's a very interesting idea. It's because, well, the Tyranids have gotten a hold of over a million genetic codes, and a million different species have been assimilated into their biomass. Hell, probably billions at this point. And it's kind of wacky to think that the Barghesi are such a tipping point that if the Tyranids get a single one, it's going to be such a tipping point for the entirety of their campaign to destroy and consume the entirety of the Imperium. But I'll get into why I think that is a little bit later. The Iron Lords, in terms of disposition, are very similar to that of their kin with the other Iron Hands successors, which is pretty normal. They tend to have very strong ties to each other, though they are described as being especially unbending. The rules are the rules type beat, so never break them and there won't be a problem. If you do, probably dead. Tyrannical in their approach, though that is likely necessary due to them being so heavily taxed. They are constantly fighting a battle with a Xenos so horrible that it makes even Space Marines have issues with them in a prolonged campaign. But they are contained in the Barghesi, which is interesting. And that containment is actually referred to as the Iron Grip, which is 14 sort of miniature fortress monasteries that are placed around the entirety of the Grendel Stars named Holdfasts. They are key points in the Grendel Stars that the Iron Lords need to take hold of in order to, keep them intact. It's also to monitor if anybody enters or if any Tyranid activity is spotted, and, react as quickly as possible. Essentially, they have an iron grip over the Grendel Stars in this way, which is really cool conceptually, as this concept is represented in their chapter symbol, which is an iron-handed fist gripping the edge of a star. I think it's cute that a lot of chapters take into account what they represent into their iconography. It makes it super, super interesting. They have been called off to several different campaigns to fight other Xenos factions, which makes a hell of a lot of sense. It's like getting Scythes of the Emperor to show up and fight Tyranids. They're naturally just predisposed to be really good at fighting that specific species. But the Iron Lords are part of this specific group of Space Marines I call the Kings of Racism, which are a bunch of chapters that are specifically dedicated to killing anything that isn't human. They have this massive hate boner for every species of Xeno out there, and hell, some abhumans, they get a little bit twitchy if they stand too close to them. Like, another example of this specific list are the Marines Errant. The veterans of the Marines Errant get especially irritated even if they're nearby an Ogren, for fuck's sake. But they get the job done, so I guess it's chill? Side note, fun fact, additionally, a little bit of an addendum, asterisk, they actually have beacons all over the Grendel stars that tell people to run away and do not come here. But a lot of people avoiding the Imperium, such as just renegades and people who have been excommunicated or deemed traitors, end up going there, assuming that it's a sanctuary that's been abandoned, and then they usually get torn apart by whatever the Barg Hesi is, or being shot to pieces by the Iron Lords so that the Barg Hesi don't interact with them, or, Barg Hesi don't steal their tech and sneak out. So with all the basics out of the way, let's go into something that we haven't really discussed at this point, which is, what even is a Barg Hesi? Well, I don't know. I don't think many people do, actually. There are only a few times where the Barg Hesi are even mentioned, and they do not really get much of a description. We get to see the aftermath of a bunch of dead Space Marines, which have been torn to pieces by claws, and I think that makes them super interesting, but it also has a lot of implications that they are a technologically advanced civilization, or at least similar to like the Rakghoul, where they're monstrous beasts, but they have tech that are hyper-specialized to them. So there's a bunch of fun concept art that's also out there to show what the Barg Hesi could look like, and I think that's really cool, but I don't think it's canon. I know I might be wrong, but I have my own kind of headcanon as to what they look like. Capturing them alive is incredibly difficult. There's even a short story about trying to defend a single living Barg Hesi that was captured by a small ship of Iron Lords as they were trying to take it back to one of the holdfasts. And the Tyranids were trying to tear it apart. The Barg Hesi had to be under a mix of stasis and sedation, because apparently both needed to be used, which is insane. So my theory as to why they are dangerous is a bit obtuse and probably incorrect, but why not? It's fun to kind of theory craft about this. We can weed out a few things about them as to why the Tyranids are so obsessed with them, like probably not the fact that they're a technologically advanced civilization, as the Tyranids have definitely consumed leagues of Votann, they have consumed Tau, they have consumed other more advanced civilizations, and so on, and it's never really shown up properly. They can't be super strong in terms of like just physical strength, as Tyranids kind of already have that one on lock, creating kaiju just retroactively all the time and just making them better. They can't be too fast, they can't be just genetically okay at something. It's not like the Tyranids are going after them because they have a better wing structure. I think it's a lot more complicated than that. I don't think that the reason why the Tyranids are so obsessed with getting the Barg Hesi is conventional. Like, it has to be some kind of esoteric nonsense that would make them a lot more of a threat, and I think would synchronize well with how Tyranids operate. My idea is based off of the name that was given to them, the Barg Hesi, so I could be wrong and the name could be descended from something else, but it likely got its name from, and if you've played D&D, you've probably heard this before, the Barghest. The Barghest is in European folklore, excuse me if I'm getting this wrong, it's been a while, and I'm assuming it's English in, origination, or at least somewhere around there. Think of it similar to like a banshee, where it's some kind of spectral dog-like creature that shows up only at night, and if you see it, it means you are either going to die or it is going to kill you within a certain period of time. Typical Psychopomp shit. But I'm actually going to say that the idea they use for the Barg Hesi is actually from D&D, where if you haven't played D&D, the Barghest has a mechanic. This mechanic is if it eats a corpse, it gets significantly larger and significantly stronger. If it eats enough corpses, it becomes a greater Barghest, where its abilities just get heightened more and more. I think that this is kind of what the Barghest does, where it will will consume the flesh of the living or dead, and because of that, it's able to immediately become significantly stronger just by eating something. So if the Tyranids were to get that, that would immediately make them a significantly larger threat, because that would mean they could create Tyranid bioforms that could actively process biomass on the field and become stronger just actively while in a combat scenario, rather than having them die or drag it back to the melting pits and then have the brood cycle continue with stronger Tyranids. They could just actively make things better while they were on the field. Yeah, active evolution while fighting is kind of a dangerous idea, and I don't think there are many Tyranids in history that have this kind of thing in them. I know with things like the Lictor or the Death Leaper can adjust certain bodily processes in order to gain advantages in terms of stealth, but that's not really a big mechanic elsewhere. This is literally just a long shot theory, but if the Barghesi were these weird demon dogs from folklore, it would make sense as to why the Tyranids want them so bad and are willing to sacrifice a lot of biomass to get them. Is this correct? No. I absolutely can guarantee you that if we ever find out what a Barghesi is and learn more about them, that's definitely not what they are, and it's going to be something like, I don't know, they have a faster processing brain or like an innately psychic species that would make the synapse better. But I think it's interesting to think that they could represent that big of a threat that an entire chapter of Space Marines had to be dedicated to just murdering them for over 3,000 years. It's not going to be correct, but I like the idea that there is some Black Library writer out there who is watching this video somehow and sweating bullets because I've cracked his code or some shit. I've been sitting on this for a while, and I just want you to know that this is something I hope you all feel is special. I honestly hope you think this is a beautiful opportunity to find out more about each other. The community of 40K is a beautiful ecosystem, filled with every creature you could ever imagine, from thriving giants to minuscule parasites. You can see the life cycles of a bunch of different fans throughout the universe of 40K. I enjoy conflicting and differing opinions. I love the idea of being able to feel one way about a topic and then have someone tell me that my beliefs on said topic are not correct and also I'm an idiot. Because from their perspective, they're right, and I have to wonder if they are right and see where there's a grain of truth or not. The idea of creation is fun. The idea of creation of such beautiful fan content is also some of the greatest aspects of the 40K community. So with that being said, there is no 11th Legion. We cover shit that is unknown for the 2nd and the 11th. So today, fuck the monetary incentives. To hell with the chicken shit pleasantries. We're talking about the goddamn Angry Marines. Let's fucking go! We're talking about the Angry Marines, which, weirdly enough, are not so much talked about these days as they seem to have been cycled out of the cultural zeitgeist, which makes sense as they are a relic of a bygone era. To put it bluntly, the Angry Marines are the old 40K community's Tulpa. Like, they rose up as a response to what they loved about old 40K. The violence, the anger, the idiocy, the lack of coherent writing, and by God, the stupid weapons. There isn't lore for the Angry Marines. There are simply a bunch of collective fever dreams that became real. I mean, okay, there is lore, but you know, it's not really what matters when discussing the Angry Marines. Like, they are the last remaining sons of the 2nd Legion, they are the final bastion of their Primarch's rage made manifest, and they are also a chapter I do not suggest going to read if you get easily upset by extreme profanity, and I mean extreme profanity. The amount of censoring I'm going to have to do to even have this video be seen by people is insane. But yeah, the Angry Marines are a chapter of melee-obsessed Space Marines who, at any given moment, are filled with a rage so brutal, so extreme, that outside of their armor, they have a passive heat shimmer that is constantly radiating off of them at all times from how simmering their hatred is. They don't have tactics. They don't care for strategy. They care only for killing things they hate by whatever means they have available, which is, okay, they hate most things, so they tried to kill everything. They even tried to kill fire once, which didn't end well. I mean, for the fire. Well, rather, the planet that the fire was attached to, but you get my point. Their entire existence is such an interesting cross-section of the 40k fandom at the time, as it was an encapsulation of what everyone who played 40k thought Space Marines were, amped up to, like, 11. They have some of the most interesting weapons in the setting, with power baseball bats and power steel chairs to bash the enemies of mankind over the head with. They hate chaos, and serve the Emperor, even if Khârn thinks they would be kind of neat to have on their side. Honestly, if I remember correctly, they actually probably hate Khârn the most out of all the Chaos Gods, though it's kind of hard to tell. They think Khârn's okay, which is, I mean, yeah, I get it. They are a violent hate storm of barely coherent Marines that decide their chapter master and captains not by who is the best in combat, but by who is the angriest at any given moment. Or hell, they sometimes just throw caution to the wind and just pick their favorite guy out of a hat. They have an extensive history, fan content, fan art, and wiki pages on fan wikis. I researched them to death. I like to think pretty extensively, actually, but there really isn't much you can say without sounding like you're just going in circles. They are a circle with an angry face drawn in it. Okay, let's do something that's a little bit more structured, because it sounds like I'm jumping around a bit too much. Let's get a little personal here. One of my first experiences with the 40k fan base and 40k as a setting was this comic right here. It's big. Just follow me on this. I used to follow a pretty humble Let's Play channel that has since more or less dissolved, and that was Two Best Friends Play. And one of the side fellows who would show up from time to time was this feller named Plague of Gripes. I still follow Plague, and I love his content even if he does upload only sporadically. His weird introspective content about creativity is one of the reasons I got into making YouTube videos as a whole. But that's besides the point. It turns out that he is, in fact, the creator of one Commissar Ragin' Johnny Fucklaw, who is one of the only commissars to work with a Space Marine chapter because he is too angry to be put in a normal guard regiment. Plague was one of the more prominent figures in the history of the Angry Marines, and he drew this comic years ago, and it's still up on his old DeviantArt page. Now he does some really, interesting things, as he doesn't really seem to cover 40k as much as he used to, but I still follow him as his YouTube channel still puts out some pretty high quality videos if you're more interested in introspective dissections of random topics. I still follow a lot of the old 40k meme guys from back in the day who created a lot of the cultural zeitgeist material pieces from back in the day, you know, like Plague of Gripes, Mr. Calexis, Elephas, etc., etc. These artists still have stuff linked with their old meme royalty shit that they used to pump out. I am getting a bit lost in the weeds here, but this is my point. I love the Angry Marines for what they represent. I think they are a fun fan-made faction that has a lot of community support. There are still probably people who play Angry Marines on the tabletop and model their miniatures to be Angry Marines, and they probably will until the day they leave the hobby or die, whichever comes first, because it's usually death. What is my opinion on the Angry Marines, which is something that probably none of you are thinking? They're alright. Not really my thing, but kind of funny in like a pre-2016 internet kind of humor way. Like, the humor hasn't aged too well, and that's not me saying like how a lot of people tend to get upset with a lot of edgy humor from like the early 2010s. It's more just the jokes that they have back then are just corny. They're predicated on the all caps rage style of communication that they thought was kind of funny, and it can be pretty corny and kind of just not funny, because a lot of the jokes just don't land for me these days. But I do find that there is charm in that. They are obnoxious, they are loud, they exemplify exemplify no good writing tropes, and people still love them for the single gimmick that they mad, and they very mad, which is really damn funny. There is a bunch of meme Marines other than them that I might cover one day, because these things need to be talked about more and more as they get further in the rear view mirror, you know? Preservation, and also, like, the only videos that are around discussing the Angry Marines are not really the best, so I thought I'd cover them in the modern era and throw my 2 cents in so that the modern generation can understand that they're a thing that exists and are kind of fun. Maybe I'll revisit them more in the future and actually give like a really in-depth dissection of them, their cultural background, where they came from, and just like the actual lore of them other than just giving you a bunch of memes strewn about this entire video. They are a meme chapter created by people on 4chan's TG board, and because of that, they have all the trappings of something that fits those criteria, so there isn't really much point of me getting into the nitty-gritty if it's all going to end up being the same thing, right? Hi, I'm Arthur, and this is not a part of the 20-part series I'm currently doing involving fan-favorite successor chapters, but I am covering a successor chapter one particular fan has been requesting for a while now. Like, if you go into the comment section of most of my videos, every day for the last 2 months, there has been a legendary sword. I won't put them on blast, but an individual who has been asking every day for 2 months, or a little over 2 months, has been asking me to cover a specific chapter, and that specific chapter is the Red Scorpions. So this video is dedicated to you. You know who you are, and I see you, as I tend to read most of the comments that come in, or at least glance at the most common ones. I like seeing the people who are active, and thus I do this from time to time. Oh, and also Skaven video or videos soon, as I'm actually super interested in covering them since AOS 4.0 came out. So Skaven guy in the comments, I see you. I goddamn see you. I just might do something weird with it. So yeah, we will be covering the Red Scorpions, a chapter of Space Marines with an uncomfortably long service record tied almost exclusively to Forge World products, which is likely the reason why not a lot of you have probably heard of them. They are the perfect obscure chapter with a lot of wacky lore. But before we get into it, let's divide the video into 3 parts like I like doing. Part 1, the chapter itself, what are they like? Part 2, what have they done? And Part 3, where are they now, and some final thoughts. Make sense? Hell yeah. Let's get into it. Well, but before we do, I want to say, hey, if you aren't subscribed, you should be. I upload a lot, and all of it's pretty high quality. And I'm also trying to selfishly hit 100,000 subscribers by the end of this year. It's a bit of a long shot. We still have about like 4 or 5 months left in the year, so help a bonehead out. Let's see if we can do something weird. Okay? Cool, for real this time. Let's talk about the Red Scorpions, a chapter that can probably consider obsessive-compulsive disorder as a gene flaw, as they have an obsession with gene purity and cleanliness. It's kind of a running meme with me that there is this, like, group of 5 or so Space Marine chapters that I refer to as the Kings of Racism. They are a group of Space Marine chapters not really linked with each other in any way, shape, or form. The only thing binding them together is they have comedic levels of xenophobia that's almost similar in scale to each other. The chapters are the Nova Marines, the Marines Malevolent, the Iron Lords, Mikhail Fabian of the Ultramarines 3rd Company. I know he's not a chapter, he just has the hatred of one full chapter. And probably the most xenophobic of them all, the Red Scorpions. Though I'd say they are tied with the Nova Marines as they both have xenophobia-related gene curses. The Red Scorpions are so xenophobic that the later stages of their Marines' life cycle usually has them be a little bit twitchy around other Space Marines of a different chapter, and sometimes even in their own chapter. They see them as unclean. The Red Scorpions are very strict to adhere to the Codex Astartes, as well as the religious doctrines of the Imperial Creed. And because of this, they buy into the hype of being the angels descended from the Emperor himself. This causes them to have one of the purest, if not the purest, gene seed in the setting. It is so pure that they don't even know who their gene gene sire is from testing. It has absolutely no gene markers of the Primarch. It is like generic gene seed with no brand attached to it, which leads them to be more or less an incredibly stable and reliable chapter, as well as a pure one that has an unhealthy obsession with maintaining its purity, I mind you, but still a very stable chapter nonetheless. They distrust every other branch of the Imperial military and assume that everyone is a traitor just waiting for them to let their guard down for them to strike. Though this being said, they actually are fiercely loyal. They will work with anyone if it is to further the will of the Emperor, no matter who it is. They will just show disgust if it's anything other than like another Space Marine chapter, and even then it's kind of iffy depending on the chapter. They strictly adhere to the Codex Astartes to the point of it almost not being practical. Like, they tend to consult the book at every occurrence, which can slow them down a little bit in the long run, which is interesting. The last two things to understand is that they have an overabundance of apothecaries, which is stated in the Codex Astartes to be very important to have, and it's likely the reason why they have such pure and unmutated gene seed. And their second in command alongside that is also the chief apothecary of the chapter. And the second thing I want to bring up is they have almost perfect delegatory abilities, being able to command and actually lead massive amounts of troops, even if it isn't their own army under their command structure. This will make sense in like, I don't know, like 2 minutes. Give me a sec. So with that all being said, let's get to what they've done. A bit of a brief discussion of their history, as I'm not going to be going too in depth on them because I'm studying topics that they're involved in and I'm not even nearly as deep into it as I want to be. But the big thing is, holy shit, they're a part of goddamn every big battle that's happened in the last couple thousand years. Like the most major ones, the War for Armageddon, the Siege of Vrax, the Badab War. They've been there, and they've been significant forces in all three wars. To focus in on Vrax and the Badab War, they were one of the key winning factors of Vrax before, well, you know, the Grey Knights showed up and did their thing. But even if you exclude Vrax, they were one of the key features of the Loyalist Marines in the Badab War, as they were the head of the delegatory forces in there to control all of the other chapters and military forces and make sure that they were all organized while partaking in the bloody melee and making sure that Huron got deaded at some point. They have such a long-standing and exemplary history of fighting that they genuinely have an unmatched level of effect on the setting that no one knows about. Like, you know the Land Raider Helios? I know it's in Legends now, but you can't play it, but you know it? Yeah, they invented that. They just needed a Land Raider that could do whirlwind things, so they just made a Land Raider with a whirlwind launcher on the top. Kind of crazy, right? But my favorite part of their history is when they got their gene seed stolen by the piratical faction of the Flawless Host, one of my favorite Chaos war bands of all time, and in the process, the Flawless Host had a bit of a strong victory against a small fleet of red scorpions, killing quite a lot of them. The current reigning chapter master decided he was going to dedicate his entire chapter to fuck slamming the Flawless Host against a wall until the drywall cracked, which he did, pulling every single individual company and battle squad out of combat in order to fight the Flawless Host. And the Flawless Host wore vengeance upon them afterwards, of course, because they lost, because it's an entire chapter of Space Marines, and it ended about as well as you'd think. But regardless, let's get into the final section of this video and ask, where are they now? Literally just doing what they normally do and killing heretics and people that don't really look human enough by their standards, at least. There actually isn't much lore to them in the modern day, if my research is correct, and that's because of a few reasons. For one, they are a bit of an obscure chapter, so like most other obscure chapters, they tend to get overlooked. And secondly, you have the main reason, which is they are the Forge World chapter. For those who are new or didn't know, Games Workshop is the main site you can buy Warhammer miniatures from, but it wasn't the only one for a while. Basically, you could go to the resin-only specialist artisanal store known as Forge World and buy overly expensive new kits for games like the Horus Heresy or upgrade kits for 40k, which is where the Red Scorpions kinda laid their head to rest. The Siege of Vrax was very much a Forge World thing, so they had to be included at some point. And they had some pretty fun models and upgrade kits, I will admit. Chest pieces, shoulder pads, weapons, jump packs, and even a Vanguard Veterans kit. But I kind of want to make a small aside, as that's not the thing that drew my eye in the most. When I was but a wee lad and first getting into the hobby, I did this thing where I would go onto the website of Forge World once I figured it out, find a mini for a faction that I was interested in, and then look up their stats on Battlescribe. Yeah, it was really fun, and it was an interesting way of me learning new rules. The first Marines I ever saw that were Loyalist were the Chapter Master miniatures for the Red Scorpions, Khârn, which, yes, I said models, he has too. As his story progresses, he starts in Terminator armor as Khârn, but then you have his second model of him in a Leviathan Siege Dreadnought known as Khârn the Risen, which always stuck with me, mostly because he had a special rule. I cannot remember the exact specific name of it. I couldn't be arsed to look it up, but trust me, it's real. You can look it up yourself. Basically, the loadout of this miniature was that he was a Leviathan Siege Dreadnought, with one arm being a twin-linked assault cannon and the other being a Dreadnought combat claw with a built-in heavy bolter. This ability was something you could do once per game, where in melee you can roll to hit once, grab a single individual model from a unit, and then mag dump the heavy bolter into it while you're grabbing it, doing mortal wounds in 8th edition and something else a little less overwhelming in 7th edition. After that, the heavy bolter couldn't be used for the rest of the game, which I always thought was really cool, and it was a very fluffy touch because he ran out of ammunition blowing up one specific guy. But that's kind of all I got, actually. So I'm cheating, but I want this video to, as I mentioned, be a bit of a companion piece with my Angron video, which was a little bit ago. So if you want to have a bit of a good 1-2 hit punch after finishing this video, go watch that one. But this video is not so much going to be talking about a successor chapter as it's going to be talking about a fan favorite character who's multifaceted, interesting, and incredibly depressing. Someone that I think is incredibly fun to read about, and as I have been seeing him more and more as I slowly but surely worm my way through the Horus Heresy, I just think it's time to finally talk about him. So with all that out of the way, we are discussing Khârn the Betrayer, the Slaughterer, the Butcher, a man, a monster, but most importantly, and above all else, a warrior. Before we get into the video, I just wanted to state that I have been working myself into an inert ash pile. If you don't know, I actually have a second channel. No, I'm not going to promote it in the slightest. I have a strong sense of pride and work ethic, and I want to prove to myself that if I wanted to, I can make another successful YouTube channel from the ground up. Some of you have found it, and good on you. If you post about it in the comments, I will delete them, because I want to keep this a secret until I at least hit 10k or like 20 or so videos on it. Khârn is an interesting sort, as he is the only world eater that Angron ever really respected to a massive degree. Khârn is also a fucking maniac warrior who has the ability to fight the best Space Marines one-on-one, and 9 times out of 10 probably win, unless your name is Sigismund, but we'll get there. Born in what is somewhere between Germany and Russia on Earth, this man was a brutal figure even before the Butcher's nails, as he was known to be like stone, unmoving, unyielding, and you couldn't really erode away his ironclad will. And the thing that made him scary is that, as a warhound, he exemplified everything that they were: a slow march with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. As in the early days of his service, he was a member of the Warhounds, meaning he is probably one of the oldest Marines, as he wasn't recruited during the days of the World Eaters. He was recruited far before that, and he likely participated in the early parts of the Great Crusade. The Warhounds, as a legion, were about stoic assault, resilient and aggressive, able to mow down and rip apart anything they see in complete silence. The Warhounds were famed and for their main tactic being this weird shield wall, where in a long phalanx they would simply slowly walk forward, dispersing into a wider and wider formation as they push the enemy back, never sprinting, but attacking anything that got within a certain radius, like the dogs of war they got their name from. Khârn is that dog. He is that murderer who would rip something to pieces with his bare teeth with a cool face the second he was let off his leash. It is why he was considered one of the most respected, as no matter what he did, he would have a calm demeanor about it. And that's why when he and Angron spoke together, it was as equals, proud warrior to proud warrior. It's why when Khârn, as the first to have the first viable butcher's nails implanted into his brain, it was a bit sad, incredibly sad, to see the slow descent begin in this warrior, as he went from a trained hunting dog to a rabid wolf to some feral rabid beast today. Sure, the nails made him significantly stronger and allowed him to be the best warrior that he always wanted to be, but at the cost of smoothing his brain and making it look like a river stone. Which it did. He was able to speak and have clear thoughts once in a while, but those moments of lucidity became further and further apart. But it was a slow tick down that caused him to be what he is today. So you know who this guy is for one, upon the first outing he had with the Butcher's Nails to invade this planet that had this weird horde army of psychic gestalt consciousness that divided itself up from humans in weird test tube pods controlling thousands of individuals, and he was absolutely slaughtering everything. But it was on this day that one of the most tragic things happened, which is there was a rebellion. There were a lot of world eaters that did not want the Butcher's Nails to be implanted into their brains, so they decided to try and take Angron to task. But instead of Angron going through due process, he just basically said he was going to kill every last one of them. And Khârn ended up killing one of his best friends. And this is something that kind of stuck with him for a long time, but we're not going to get into that just yet. Put a pin in this specifically. It's just that this planet is kind of the site of one of the greatest atrocities that's ever happened to the World Eaters, as it was the first step in the road to damnation. But he is not someone who makes friends easy, to put it bluntly. And it's why his connection with Sigismund and the Black Templars is so important, as Sigismund is one of the most important characters in the setting. A warrior who has almost no equal. Sigismund is the type of warrior that the second he learns a new skill to fight with, you could never beat him using that same skill, as he could always do it better than you. A warrior who sees divinity, and the first of the Imperial Fists to see the Emperor as a god. But he is also Khârn's best friend from another legion, who is objectively just as good as Khârn in combat, if not slightly better in the early days. Fun fact that, everybody kind of knows at this point. Did you know that the reason why Black Templars chain their weapons to their wrists is because Khârn taught Sigismund to do that? Yeah, it's kind of fun. A little tradition is passed down. But these kinds of bond-sharing moments makes it especially sad during the Siege of Terra, when Sigismund was 10 Adderall deep and locked in to the point that he could hear colors and see sounds, and he ended up slicing his way through as many traitors as humanly possible before seeing Khârn, and instead of even acknowledging Khârn, he just kept on fighting, and when Khârn bellowed a challenge, Sigismund didn't even reply. He just locked in further, and then they got to it. The fight was weirdly one-sided, but relatively, of course, because it's Khârn. You're not going to beat him easily. But Khârn was mostly upset that there was no scorn. There was no rage at what was going on. He was just upset that he wasn't getting reprimanded for his betrayal, and that there was no camaraderie or joyous banter like he wanted. It was just cold and merciless, like a machine that was doing its job. Which, after Khârn was killed, it probably left a bit of a scar that lasts in his brain for likely till today, honestly. As Khârn was eventually resurrected by the power of Khorne and the feeling of betrayal. Long story short, one of the World Eater brothers that was on the Siege of Terra found his body weirdly unharmed, even though he was pretty harmed by Sigismund. He ended up taking him to his flagship, which was an old World Eater ship, and storing him away. As he was breathing, his vitals were stable, but he was unconscious. He kept using him as a gambling chip to basically say Khârn will come back and unite the Legion and so on and so forth, but he never truly did. Eventually, there was a plot to kill Khârn on that ship that ended up with, well, them trying to. Yeah. So they ended up trying to kill Khârn, and it ended so poorly because he immediately woke up the second the blade was about like an inch away from his neck. And, well, once he woke up, he ended up killing like 5 Terminators, 8 Space Marines, and a captain of just the World Eaters in unhanded combat. I mean, he was naked, like he just didn't even have any power armor on, so that just goes to show how strong this man is, even after a big nap. And after that, he ended up leading the World Eaters to one of their most well-known conquests today, which is a war effort against the Emperor's Children. Now, the Emperor's Children and the World Eaters staked a claim on this Chaos world that was not being controlled by the Imperium, and neither of them were going to back down from calling it a home base. So they decided to wage war. It was a bloody and long-standing war that lasted for a very long time. But once the winter came on the planet, it was found out that even Astartes' armor could not protect them from the blistering cold, so a ceasefire had to happen. Khârn took exception to this, and because his men weren't fighting, the corn demons at the back of his brain goaded him into doing something that would have effects that ripple through his entire life, which is yeah, he burned them all to death. Every single World Eater that just said, no, we're not going to fight, he picked up a flamethrower and burned them all. And that's why he now has the nickname of the Betrayer, because he's not afraid to burn his own men to death because he just doesn't care. He is the perfect exemplary soldier of Khârn. Khârn does not care from where the blood flows, only that it does. Which goes into my next little major point, kind of the end point of this video. See, a lot of people think that Khârn's body wasn't actually in control by Khârn. It was a demon planted there by Khârn to enact his will made manifest on Earth. Think Fulgrim being possessed by whatever was in the lair blade. I don't think so. I honestly think that that is such a big no-no, and I'll get to why, and there's actually a lot of, well, not a lot of, but a little bit of evidence. Sure, Khârn's brain is as smooth and flawless as a pearl because of the nails, but there is a single moment I want to highlight to really drive home the tragedy here. It is a single page at the end of a single book that is not really remembered that well because I don't see a lot of people talking about it, but it takes place in the modern day where you see what Khârn is doing. He is slaughtering thousands of people on some random planet he vaguely remembers. Something drew him here and even he didn't know. It shows directly from his perspective the lack of lucidity where he will let the nails take hold and just allow him to butcher as he pleases, only coming to every now and then when he's drinking from the bloody stump of someone's severed head and guzzling back blood like some greedy vampire, collecting the skulls from those who fight and screaming his love for the blood god when he finds a statue of another space marine. Now, they didn't encounter space marines on this planet, but for some reason looking at this statue makes his head hurt as he recognizes the features of that statue to be similar to his own. It is a heroic statue talking about the ancients who were on this planet before anyone else. He recognizes the features as someone he once knew, and that's when it hits him. What drew him to this planet? This was the first. The captain he killed in cold-blooded murder at the beginning on that first step on his road to damnation because of the butcher's nails was on this planet, and this statue was of that captain. It was his friend, and he remembered the years of mindless slaughter, and the pain came racing back into his brain, tearing it apart as he was genuinely having a grief-stricken breakdown at what he had become as the nails' control was starting to recede just a little bit, causing insane amounts of pain, before being reminded by one of his warband that they found more soldiers to kill, and like that, Khârn was back to the murderer he will always be. This old Slav is sad. He is a long song that has long since lost its melody, and I think he mirrors what Angron is like on a miniature scale. on a warband scale. I think Khârn is also a badass and has killed an ungodly amount of dudes, which is also really cool. But I think we focus too much on him being a badass, and we should focus more on him being the end result of a life of abuse and horror, to the point where he himself is just a smoothed down stone, a rocky cliff face worn away by time itself, and because of that, he is also one of the most compelling characters in the 40k setting, even if he is just a screaming lunatic with a big axe. Alright, this one, yeah, it's self-indulgent. The idea of the fan-favorite successor is kind of a twofold one. For one, it could be one of you lads, like one of your most requested whatevers that get thrown in the comments, because I do keep an eye out to see what you guys are actually interested in. And for the most part, I'll probably cover it at some point, as long as it's not just a chapter with a single paragraph of lore that can be summed up as, they exist. Or, secondly, they are a chapter that a lot of people outside of the channel like. So, with all that in mind, the Emperor's Spears are, neither of those, and I am putting them there as they are probably my favorite chapter of Space Marines in the entire setting. The only reason why I say probably is because they haven't had much writing ever since their initial launch, so they had a few short stories and one big book written by Aaron Dembski-Bowden. So this is a send-off to me, my layup, my favorite chapter of Space Marines, though I will admit I had a dream about the Castellans of the Rift set to the Doom Eternal soundtrack, and that's been doing something to me lately. But regardless, I am going to be covering the Emperor's Spears, so let's give a breakdown of who they are, where they are, some fun lore snippets, as well as why I like them so much. Before we do, remember to like and comment what chapters you would like to see on this list, as I'm constantly rewriting the list to match demand. The Emperor's Spears are a fun, feral chapter of non-codex compliant Space Marines that descend from Guilliman's lineage. They are based on the feral world of Nemeton in Alara's Vale, and if you've been following this channel for any amount of time, you'd know that I never shut the fuck up about these guys. They were a part of a group of 3 chapters that formed the Adeptus Valari, a group of Space Marines dedicated to protecting Alara's Vale, a section of space that covers an incredibly wide swath in the Imperium Nihilus. These 3 chapters had a symbol that goes to hard as shit, which is the Manticore of the Vale, which is a manticore holding a spear, due to the 3 chapters comprising the Adeptus Valari being the Star Scorpions, the Celestial Lions, and the Emperor's Spears. Unfortunately, due to certain issues, the Scorpions and the Lions are no longer able to assist the Spears, and the Spears have been more or less been left alone in the Vale for quite some time now. Though, honestly, it's not as bad as you'd think. It is pretty bad, but they have received a massive shipment from the Imperium. See, they lived in the Imperium Nihilus, like I said, meaning to get to them is incredibly difficult, but nonetheless, during the Indomitus Crusade, Guilliman launched many different ships from the Torchbearer fleet. The Torchbearer fleet is basically a seeding fleet filled with Primaris veterans who served in the Indomitus Crusade, as well as the technology and information in order to create new Primaris Marines. The goal was to basically reinforce chapters that needed it across the entirety of the Imperium's reach, which also meant the Imperium Nihilus. Unfortunately for the Spears, there were no veterans to give them any kind of support. It was only a ship that was filled with the information and technology in order to make the new Marines as well as the new gear, which was incredibly useful but required a lot of trial and error. It led to an entire generation of Space Marines dying on the table in the creation process simply because of how violent the rejection of the new gene seed organs were. After about 2 or 3 generations of Space Marines, the first Primaris Marine to technically succeed was created, and he's a very important character, but we are not discussing him now. Though, if you are curious about him, I do have an entire video discussing him. You should check it out. It's a video about my favorite character in the entirety of Warhammer. But I'm
getting off track. With Primaris Marine's success rates climbing, the Spears had and have a better chance at surviving the oncoming threats to Alara's Veil, which I think is cool. We never really truly found out how their story ended as a chapter, we just know that they're always in kind of a perpetual dire state. So that's kind of the who the chapter is. Now let's talk about the where. Their home planet of Nemeton and its orbiting forge moon of Bologna is fucking impossibly dense and powerful, with Bologna having one of the most dangerous defense systems in the setting. I'm not joking, they weaponized an entire asteroid debris field that gravitates around the moon and the planet of Nemeton itself, strapping stationary guns as well as small gyro corrective jet thrusters on each rock, so that there are well over 1 million different stationary guns orbiting Nemeton at any given point that can correct their trajectory. If anything that doesn't necessarily need to be there needs to be gone in a quick shot. Because if a single enemy vessel shows up, about an infinite barrage of lasers and stationary guns would be fired their way from this asteroid field, which was why Nemeton is one of the most defended planets in probably the entire setting. Meanwhile, Nemeton is an almost endless shithole of storms and feral cannibal tribes that has a strong spiritual culture involving druidicism, and the tribal practices that, weirdly enough, extend into the culture of the chapter itself. See, the tribes do not look at the Emperor's Spears as godly angels or demigods. They look at them as the spirits of lost children, or some kind of malevolent ghost come to steal from them. It's very, I guess, Celtish or Pictish in its kind of writing, though it's not nearly as dense in its inspiration as you'd expect. They see Space Marines as ghosts that come as a matter of course to steal away the young boys to turn them into soldiers for their weird magic demon war. The Spears reflect this tradition as a matter of necessity as well as a matter of culture, as they have a unique rank in their chapter known as the Druidic Circle, known for having black armor instead of the blue while still maintaining the white helmet. The Druidic Circle comprises the chapter's apothecaries, chaplains, and librarians, though fun fact, every single one of them is trained to be an apothecary as well as being outfitted with an Arthesium gauntlet, meaning librarians and chaplains also have the gauntlet itself. This is a practical reaction as they often engage in war with individuals who seek to prevent the Spears from gaining any ground, so the second an Emperor's Spear drops before a chaplain or an apothecary shows up to gain the gene seed, they will despoil the corpse as quick as possible to prevent a new marine from being generated. But it's also a cultural practice, as it's to feed into the spiritualism of the planet itself, with it being almost a semi-religious role. Living on the planet is cruel, and the planet is often coated in storms and is 90% covered in thick seawater that is likely filled with predators, and with the remaining 5% that isn't covered in water maybe being habitable, and that's where the very tough people carve out an existence for themselves. It's honestly admirable. The cruel nature of where they are from causes the chapter to have developed a particularly interesting culture based around sardonic humor. And I say this without a hint of irony in the slightest. I'm not trying to say this to lead you astray, but these guys are so fucking funny, it's actually uncomfortable. Like, you're not used to, as a reader, thinking that Space Marines have a sense of humor that is actually, like, normal. But these guys laugh at the dumbest shit, and the graves of their fallen brothers are marked with a joke to cut the bitter cynicism that they live every day. Like in the book that we get most of this information from, The Spears of the Emperor, there is a scene where the main characters are walking through what is essentially a hall of memories to discover a bunch of plaques and grave memorial sites for individual Marines of note. And there is one that has a recovered helmet on it with a massive bolt shell hole directly in the forehead, and the inscription on that says, "Here lies Davith, who was told to advance with caution and keep his head down. He was a warrior to sail the stars with, but it must be said, when he died, the Arakani didn't lose a great thinker. Rest well, you stubborn bastard." That is just actually funny, and I think that's why I enjoy the Emperor's Spears. I've covered the who and the where, but not the why, which is why this is a good transition into why I think that's such a good thing. Why do I hold them in such a high regard, and why do I talk about them so much? It's because they represent to me my favorite part of 40k. I am probably in the minority here, as I speak with a lot of individuals in the community, like just other YouTubers that I'm friends with behind the scenes. And a lot of people love the grand sweeping scale of 40k, the badass battles and the edgy whatevers. But for me, I like 40k on the small scale, the humans. Not so much good character writing, but good character writing that can only exist in this particular setting. What do I mean? Well, a good character is one thing. Take someone like Dracula. Dracula was a fun character, but you can put him in almost any setting and it would kind of make sense. Dracula in modern day and Dracula 2000, Dracula in space there's probably a few of them. And then you even have films like Dracula versus Batman. They all make sense, but say you take a character like Nathaniel Garrow from the Horus Heresy, could he fit in any other setting? Not really. Not without completely rewriting a bunch of his story, but you could still take the core concept of what he is as a character and place them in the setting. The reason I like 40k is this image right here. This is Captain Titus, specifically from Space Marine 2. You probably recognize this character, as that game is amazing and a lot of people like it. This expression alone is one of the reasons why I love the setting of 40k, because he doesn't look happy. He doesn't look like the noble angel of death coming to save the little tiny guys on the planet. He looks resolved. He looks like he has grim resignation painted into his very soul. The service studs in his forehead showing that he has served for over 200 years. I love this image as it has the energy of a tool realizing he's a tool and he has no choice but to ride out what he's been doing until his own death. There are snippets of that throughout the entirety of the setting itself. There are other clips that I've seen before that kind of encapsulate this energy, but I think that that's kind of why I like the setting. These characters that are stuck doing the same thing because they have to. They are the best person for this job, but they just want to rest. Like that little trivia snippet that Gilliman secretly wishes he could just be some kind of low-end farmer in the middle of nowhere for the rest of his life. I like that because that's only really sad because it's Gilliman and you know the burden that he has to be placed upon. And I think the depressing murk that is the grim darkness of the 41st millennia gives you this certain perspective that you can't see in other settings. So I think exploiting that and using it for all it's worth is such a good idea. I think the badass parts of 40k is really cool, and there's a certain religious fervor that bubbles up in the pit of my heart whenever I see Black Templars doing goddamn near anything. But I find the depressing aspects, the moments that only make sense in the context of 40k, are the parts that draw me to it, which is why moments like this, where a Space Marine has a joke written on his tombstone, is just special because it just shows an understanding of the setting that it's not all just grim dark pee pee poo poo, but it's in context of the grim dark pee pee poo poo. There are people who can still make jokes about it because humor is relative to the people that it's around. It doesn't matter what generation or era you go to, there are going to be jokes being made about the people that are around them, the darkness that's around them. And I find that the Emperor's Spears embody these moments. It's why I love them so much. I think that they are such a unique and fun chapter that I think deserves more writing, but if it's not done by Aaron Dembski-Bowden, I genuinely don't want it. I think he encapsulates the interpersonal character writing of 40k in such a way that makes me love the setting, and the fact that he is not going to be writing for the Black Library forever is going to upset me to no end, but regardless of what happens, I am going to follow whatever writing he does afterwards till I goddamn die. With that being said, I want to say that this is probably the final time I mention the Spears of the Emperor. I adore them, but I have discussed more or less everything about them I possibly can throughout this channel. I bring them up a lot because they are my favorite. I like them. I like them probably more than the Night Lords, but very, very scantily close. I think they are one of the most relatable chapters, and I think if I was a Space Marine and I had to do the little "what flavor of ice cream are you" quiz, and it had every single Space Marine chapter, I would probably be an Emperor's Spear because I relate to them on such a weirdly somber level. And I think that's why I wanted to discuss them here, and that's why I superseded every single person asking for a different chapter of Space Marines for the Ultramarine successor. But yeah, that's the final nail in the coffin. I think I'm done bringing them up because I think that we've basically discussed everything about them. So part 14 in order means the Sons of Mortarion, and don't the Sons of Mortarion have a fucking hard time about pretty much everything? They are a weirdly unlucky sort. Even their Fall to Chaos wasn't really their fault. I mean, they do smell incredibly bad, which to some of you freaks out there is a bonus, but outside of that, a lot of the Death Guard are actually just really nice people who wanted to work for the Emperor. An uncomfortably large portion of their force were cut from them during that whole Istvan thing, which is unfortunate because the few remaining loyalists we have left were actually pretty cool. Nathaniel Garrow and his small company of survivors on the Eisenstein are actually a good example as to what I'm talking about. Hell, even if you go back to people like Necrosius, who was an apothecary that was trying to cure Nurgle's rot while he was being affected by it, slowly killing him. He's still an interesting character, which is really fun to think about. So there is, like with the Emperor's Children, a lot of potential to tell a story involving the possible loyalist successors of the Death Guard because they aren't inherently evil like the Night Lords. But we aren't talking about a pocket of Marines that slipped by and decided, nah, we're gonna be loyalist in secret now. We are talking about my favorite goddamn founding in the setting, the 21st Founding, the Cursed Founding. See, the Cursed Founding is one of those lore tidbits in 40k that I always thought was really cool. It was the formation of a bunch of Space Marine chapters that ended up with something being wrong with every single one of them. I want to cover the 21st Founding a little bit more, but to give you a bit of a brief overview, it was a founding that was based upon the principle that a bunch of fresh and untouched gene seed reserves were found by the Mechanicus. So they decided it was time to try and make some perfect Space Marines. All good, right? They tinkered with the genetics of it and tried to make new chapters that didn't have the same flaws as the base 20 legions. You know, Blood Angels without the Red Thirst or Black Rage, Raven Guard without the Sable Brand, and so on and so forth. But because the Mechanicum, even way back when they were called the Mechanicum, couldn't do this, the modern day, well, modern as of M36, but the modern Mechanicus has a snowball's chance in hell of figuring it out. So the chapters that came out of the 21st Founding were likely considered the most f***ed up of every chapter in 40k history. It was actually kind of awesome how f***ed up they were. It's like seeing a battle-born pug. It's kind of awesome. The reason why is because most of them were actually a lot more distinct and memorable just because of how weird they were, like the Minotaurs, the Firehawks, and the topic of today, the Sons of Antaeus, which even in universe, people who see the Sons of Antaeus look at them and go, yeah, this shit's totally Death Guard related. So, who are the Sons of Antaeus? Why are they so famous? Well, there isn't much to know about them, but they are incredibly distinct as far as Space Marine chapters go. Not in the fact that they have a lot of incredibly well-known lore and a bunch of cool stories, but by the fact that, on average, their Marines are, from what I can see, about a full 2 or 3 feet taller than most normal Space Marines, making them in the writing for the tallest and largest Space Marines in the setting. Yeah, something went wrong with their creation process, and I likely would assume it was the Os Modula, because that's usually what causes bigger Space Marines, and it made their bones and muscles overdeveloped to a ludicrous degree, making them giant Space Marines that are also especially resilient. So resilient that people see them weathering damage that would kill a normal Space Marine, and they go, ah, so these are Death Guard successors. Regardless, these individuals wear armor that is very unadorned, similar to the plain gray armor of what the Legion pre-Primarch of the Death Guard looked like. But the thing about them that
points to Mortarion is their incredibly stoic demeanor as well as their incredible resiliency. Now, their tactics are also very similar to that of the original Death Guard, foot-slogging Marines who focus on ground-based attrition tactics, more so than what a normal Space Marine does. You know, shock and awe. The Sons of Antaeus are also incredibly secretive and tend to hide their origins, their layouts, and don't even really speak that much, which is both intimidating and mysterious at the same time. Think like the Carcharodons, but a couple feet taller and also likely very smelly. The mental image of these guys running in to absolutely decimate the forces of their enemies is really fun when you think about how gigantic they are, even by Space Marine standards. So they have similar mentality, similar tactics, and similar aesthetics to that of the Death Guard and Mortarion. So are they related? Yeah, probably. It is stated in lore that there is an unearthly amount of damage that they can soak up, and there are a few other major connecting threads, especially with the Gene Seed reserves being stated that there is a high possibility that there was Traitor Gene Seed in there. But there isn't really a 100% way to confirm this, so at minimum, I like to think that they are a hybridized version of Death Guard with something else, but at most, I'm pretty sure they're kind of like the Iron Warriors with the Minotaurs, where there's a lot of connections and it's kind of obvious. But the definitive answer to the question of, are the Sons of Antaeus Loyalist Death Guard, is me shrugging my shoulders and going, yeah, probably, but even if they aren't, I'm gonna personally believe they are no matter what. Which brings us to the end of the video, and yeah, if you look down you'll see that we have a boatload more to go through in terms of watch time. Congrats, nerds, I've tricked you. I'm making this are these guys actually Loyalist Traitors special? No, don't go away, sit down. We're gonna be watching some fun videos about weird Space Marine chapters you guys probably don't even know about. So sit down, we're gonna be talking about the Loyalist Alpha Legion we bought off of Wish. You know what's weird? The fact that of all the people who scream out that there is a link between a chapter and Traitor Gene Seed of some sort, there's always this kind of predilection to choose the usual suspects, but no one ever talks about the weird chapters that could exist from the least suspecting gene seeds. So let's talk about one, like the Alpha Legion. Though their colors are a bit reversed from whitish silver and turquoise to black and red, the Black Vipers are an Ultima founding chapter of Space Marines who have a certain air of mystery to them that I think is unmistakably Alpha Legion. Like the majority of the chapters that came out of the Ultima founding, there isn't much to know about them yet. But the Black Vipers are a Salamander successor chapter who have a weird relationship with their parent legion, obviously. As in, when the Salamanders send a representative to meet them to induct them into the Prometheum cult right proper, they end up going, missing. They are likely black-bagged and sent directly into the nearest fucking star. But the thing with the Black Vipers is that the info we know about them is that they are deliberately obfuscating their lore or information, basically anything that we need to know about them. It is stated in the scant lore dumps we have about them that they are incredibly secretive and lie all the time about the records of war and service. We do know they come from the Ultima founding, but another thing we know is that for some reason, whenever they are in an area, Belisarius Call or his agents aren't really that far away, which reeks of Call trying to either keep an eye on them, or they could be like Alpha Primus and just serve Call like good little lapdogs. I find their secretive nature, their willingness to make people disappear, and their obsession with serpent iconography is kind of suspicious, though I do think it is interesting that these are potentially an Alpha Legion successor that Call used to represent that he could use Traitor Gene Seed to make Loyalist chapters, as I have the suspicion that all of the traitors had one representation throughout the entirety of the Ultima line to prove to Guilliman before Guilliman said absolutely goddamn not. So let's get into another example of these, as I think the Black Vipers are one of the best examples, but another really, really good one is, okay, you guys have probably heard of these guys. They are kind of popular. But, for those who haven't, the Covenant of Fire is a successor chapter of the Word Bearers made in the Ultima founding. There's no way they are not of the Word bearer's stock. It's just so goddamn obvious. Yes, I am evoking my God-given right to stick my fingers in my ears and go la 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 la. I'm not listening in regards to my own fan theories, but it still holds true. So says I. But the first thing to note here is that their chapter badge is quite literally the same thing as the pre-heresy word bearers, and I feel like this is either the mother of all oversights in their design philosophy, or it's kind of just putting a little wink and a nod to the chapter. They have this obsession with collecting religious scriptures and historical documents regarding the Imperium, as well as finding anything that would be considered heretical to the Imperial Creed and burning it, which is pretty close to the original iconoclast that the word bearers were, right? Their armor is not exactly like the original word bearers, and they actually say in their lore that they're successors of the Salamanders, which, if I had a nickel for every Salamander's successor that was likely generated to cover up the genetic misdeeds of Belisarius Cawl, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that that happened twice. Apparently, unlike the Black Vipers, the Covenant of Fire was pretty damn quick to incorporate all the knowledge of the Prometheum cult into their chapter, which does make me squint a little bit. I think it is interesting because Loyalist word bearers are already a pretty fun idea at base, since they were kind of a not so combat effective legion at base. They were talkers. So finding overly talkative Marines with a religious slant to them is probably going to be easy, right? You'd fucking think, because that is a bit of a specific thing. But in an era of long speeches and religious fervor, it's not exactly easy to parse through the chaff. It's kind of like finding a needle in a haystack if the haystack was also just made of needles of varying colors. But regardless, I think this is all going to tie into my main point for this video, however meandering that it is. And that is that Loyalist Traitors are really cool. And I don't think I need to tell you that because most people can agree. They have a lot of potential for really cool storytelling, and it's why I am constantly keeping my eye out for potential dudes who could potentially be successor chapters. There is a lot of wiggle room for it. And it is probably due to GW having that design philosophy from back in the days still instilled in them, where everything can be canon if nothing is confirmed. So f*** it, the Minotaurs, they're a Night Lord successor now. I'm calling it. I decree this. They're based off of the Atramentar. I don't give a shit. You could literally debate me on this. I will bullshit my way to victory like you wouldn't believe. I have a larger deck stacked against you than you could ever imagine. But that's the point of 40k in a sense. You could bullshit your way in and out of most situations. And I think that's the beauty of it. I find the creative aspects of the hobby are the best part of it. And yeah, it has been all but confirmed that in the creation of the Ultima Founding, the gene seed strains that were cultivated and used were hybridized to some degree. The base template of each legion was modified with the best traits from each other legion, though it was confirmed that the most stable traits were kept, mostly using Rogel Dorn's gene seed in order to stabilize the most dangerous ones, though this doesn't mean that other stable gene seeds weren't used in order to improve upon pre-existing designs, like Perturabo being weirdly hardy and his men being especially resilient. Why not try to incorporate their genetic sequences for their Osmodula to make the gene seeds for other chapters significantly stronger? Or maybe try to incorporate the poison and toxin resistance that's inherent to the Death Guard's gene seed from their banks into the organs of these Marines as well. It could also be said for the dozens of other gene seed organ modifications that could possibly occur. Hell, why not take the adrenaline and the bloodthirst of the Blood Angels and put that into the Belisarian Furnace when that activates, which, if you don't know, that's a small organ on the heart of a Space Marine, specifically a Primaris Marine, that activates when they're near death, that causes them to go into a hyper-adrenalinated, which is not a word, state that keeps them alive and helps them push through. Could you imagine that maybe they took some of whatever the Black Rage is and put it in there just to add that little extra oomph? I feel like that would make a lot of sense. We do know that Guilliman has said no to Traitor Gene Seed being used, but Belisarius Cawl is also an asshole who will not listen to Guilliman, even if he was demanded to. So he totally did to make the best Space Marines possible. But the part I want to think about is that the Primaris gene seed does have a degree of degeneration, which allows the base template structures that were used to create it start to shine through. So the Blood Angels are falling to the Black Rage again, even though the Primaris gene seed had that minimized. The Space Wolves are starting to get a little bit more feral and a little bit more rowdy over time. And I think because of that, we will see more Space Marines falling to their weird genetic abnormalities. Will it take time? Yes, but I think it's going to be fun to see, and fun to find out who is who, because this would mean that if someone were afflicted with, say, the Luna Wolves, or, say, the Sons of Horus, same chapter, there was this weird genetic abnormality that, for some reason, the Sons of Horus eventually, over time, would start to look like Horus, almost eerily so, to the point where other chapters, other legions, and so on, thought it was actually kind of creepy how all the Marines looked like Horus. Or, say, with the Night Lords, you could see the degeneration that comes alongside the processing of their gene seed that would cause the innate psychic capabilities of Khârs to manifest for future sight and so on and so forth. There's an endless myriad of options here, and I like the idea that it only takes time for these things to come out. Like, I don't know how that degeneration would happen for the Alpha Legion in the case of the Black Vipers, or, I don't know, with the Sons of the Phoenix, other than if you took off their helmets and they're all white-haired and beautiful, but I don't know, it seems like it could be kind of cool. I do like the idea that it comes out that there are traitor loyalists now, or Loyalist Traitor, whichever one makes the most sense. I like the idea that there is, that, and there's one of that for like the Luna Wolves, and you have the entire universe just shoot them a side eye like they're about to explode and start some shit if we don't do something about it, That's just kind of what I want. This entire video was more kind of just me theory crafting and promoting a few chapters that I just didn't really have the ability to make a whole video on, because if you go on the wiki pages and you go on any of the lore documents, there's like maybe one entry for each of these guys, and I think the Sons of Antaeus was my foot in the door to cover a few chapters that kind of have a similar theme to them. I know that the Sons of Antaeus may or may not have actually been confirmed to not be Death Guard, but you know what? Fuck you. I think it's hybridized. I don't care. You can't prove me wrong. I mean, you probably totally could, because I'm not that hard to disprove. You really just need to have a basic knowledge of the setting and be fine. Hi, I'm Arthur, and this is part 15 in a 20-part series I am doing covering fan favorite, important, or just plain cool successor chapters in order of the legions, giving more of an in-depth knowledge of them as well as my opinions. Do you need to have seen the other parts to understand this one? No, but if you don't, I'll release an Arthur my Dune Scuttler into your house, and it's going to do absolutely nothing except stick to your ceiling and stare at you the whole time. And if you don't subscribe, well, then, Mr. President, I regret to inform you that there has been a second bug. Veiled threats aside, let's get into the 15th Legion, the 15th chapter, and the reason why I can't talk about Magnus in live streams anymore. Because I may or may not have taken things a bit too far in taking the piss out of him in several different settings. Well, I totally did. I think there was even a restraining order involved at some point, but whatever. So today we are going to be covering probably the most important successor of the Thousand Sons, though mostly we are going to be covering the Chaos Lord and leader of that group, Ahriman. Which means, yes, we are going to be covering the Prodigal Sons, and their misdeeds, where they started, where they formed, and where they came from, as well as where they're going. They are one of those warband/chapters that exists with an express purpose in mind. That purpose is usually to just accomplish some especially arcane task, and in this case, quite literally. During the early days of the Great Crusade, there was quite a lot of interesting characters popping up that would live on to the modern day, and Azek Ahriman, which I have on many times referred to as Achek Ahriman, but whatever, was one of them. Born on Terra, like most of the coolest Marines, Ahriman and his brother Ormuzd, which is in fact a name, lived pretty decent lives growing up and were inducted into the initial Legion of the Thousand Sons. These men grew to be some of the more capable members, but the problem with the Thousand Sons and their entire shtick kind of manifested early on. You see, there is this thing called the Flesh Change. Don't know if you've heard of it. I know a lot of people refer to it as basically them exploding into Chaos Spawn, and outwardly, that is exactly what it is. Personally, I like to think more it's just rampant mutation brought about by the radiations that psychic energies produce, which, I mean, I guess that might be just exactly what a chaos spawn is, but in my mind there is a distinction. Regardless, Ahriman lost his brother due to the flesh change, and at this kind of young age, it definitely scarred him more or less for life. He is very much the type to not let things go, if you couldn't fucking tell. At this point, the Emperor thought about putting the Thousand Sons down, but saw good in them, so he let them bear this change for as long as necessary until a cure could be found. Ahriman was kind of leading the charge to fix it, but never really found something until his dad showed up. Magnus the Red showed up and blah blah blah, got tricked by Tzeentch, sacrificed an eye, and allegedly cured the flesh change, which he totally didn't. You know the song and dance at this point if you know anything about the Thousand Sons, and if you don't, well, I did cover Magnus in a Magnus dedicated video, so you should go watch that if you want to know specifically what happened. Now, the reason why I'm not doing that is because this is an Ahriman video and how Ahriman developed. So Ahriman, now mostly freed up from researching the flesh change and how to fix it, decided to dedicate his life to being the best damn sorcerer in the Thousand Sons, which he damn well became outside of Magnus. He became one of the best in the universe, to be completely fair when it comes to being psychic, and not without a little deserved arrogance, I mind you. That being said, he was relatively level-headed as far as him and his stature would go. He was a noble soul, but I think what is one of the most common traits in the Sons of Magnus definitely manifested in him, and that is just being incredibly naive. He makes horrible friends, I should note, and it kind of goes to show that he's a little bit too trusting of anybody. So, for one, he served with the Wordbearers for a stint during the Great Crusade to learn their lore, their stories, their religion, so on and so forth. He, in fact, became good friends with one Erebus, which, well, I guess he could have been friends with Erebus, but there was no goddamn chance that Erebus was friends with him, because Erebus is the worst person and doesn't like really anyone. But regardless, he ended up also befriending a Space Wolf rune priest by the name of Othair Weirdmake, which would inevitably be the downfall of his entire legion, because he decided to share secrets that he totally shouldn't have with this rune priest, because this kind of would lead to the Council of Nicaea happening, which sucks. What do I mean? Well, while serving on campaign with Weirdmake, he would share the struggles of his brothers and speak psyker to psyker with the Space Wolf, seemingly forming a bit of a kinship with them over their shared plight of being psychically inclined in a universe that kind of hates that. But the thing you gotta remember about the Space Wolves as well, that is that of the hierarchy of their trust starts and ends with the Emperor, with second place being Leman Russ, meaning if you are doing something the Emperor wouldn't approve of, they will not keep secrets unless Leman is involved, and even then, it really just depends on the situation. Regardless, because of this, it ended with the rampant overuse of psychic powers being reported to the Emperor and basically causing the Council of Nicaea to judge the Thousand Sons and Magnus of their crimes. But we did kind of skip things here. We're going a little bit at a breakneck pace, so let's slow things down a bit. How bad really was it? Like, how bad truly was it to justify them literally being brought to court over it? Well, for one, I think it's important to categorize things into three groups: the good, the bad, and the unnecessary. All three categories see a lot of misuses, and I'll go over and explain that. And for two, some of these weigh a little bit more than others, and also Magnus was kind of a dick at his trial, so it ended up, a lot of the trial was spurred on by the attitude that the Thousand Sons had, which was intense arrogance and thinking that they were better than everyone else because they were Space Marines that were almost always psychically inclined. So let's get into those three categories. So for the good, this is the category of them using the psychic abilities to benefit the world around them in more or less an objectively good way. So for one, their homeworld, Prospero, had these psychic parasites called the Psychnuin, which I think is how you say that would burrow into the brains of people who were psychically gifted and lay eggs there to create more. They were basically just giant mosquitoes that really, really sucked. With the help of Magnus, they were removed. Alongside that, Prospero was able to prosper and become a utopia. Disease was no longer a thing you had to worry about there, and the reason being is because they would basically circumvent the natural order of the universe to fix anything. Oh, this disease has no known cure because its cellular structure is so simplified that you can't really do much to it. Well, I'm just going to use psychic surgery to make sure that its cell walls rupture and its nucleus becomes inert so that your immune system can fight it off naturally. Got cancer? Okay, I'll just kill all the cancerous cells in your body. Broken bones? I'll mend them. You look ugly? Alright, well, we can fix that. It got to the point where most physical problems could be solved. These are objectively good. Like, saving lives and extending human lifespans is incredibly important for the survival of humankind, as well as just a kindness you do for other individuals. Now, did they overuse it? You bet your ass they did, because they totally use that shit to solve colds and just sore throats. I would imagine there's no real facts to prove this that I know of, but yeah, alongside that, they would also use their psychic abilities to solve warfare-based problems. What do I mean? Well, you're not only fighting a space marine, you're fighting a space marine that can shoot lightning out of his palms and vaporize pretty much anybody in the area. This is good, but with how psychic abilities work, with the flaring of emotions causing them to become significantly more extreme, it could cause the usage or overusage on the battlefield to become significantly more of a danger, but we'll get into more of that later. This usage on the battlefield would resolve conflicts a lot quicker because, well, when you see a guy who's an about 10 tons of fantasy metals and ceramics carrying bolt guns that can shoot at you with psychic ammo that could cause you to die and then go to hell immediately, and they're also shooting lightning out of their palms, and some of them are just summoning giant birds made of fire because it's funny. Yeah, it's very disheartening. It would make battles end a lot quicker than you'd expect, because I mean, imagine fighting an entire army of Jedi in plate steel. It's just not really fun to think about, right? So with all that being covered, let's get into the bad and then the unnecessary. The bad is pretty obvious stuff, like say you have them using their psychic powers for manipulation. One of the big ones Magnus has kind of pulled in the past was he would seemingly manipulate the emotions and minds of those he was talking to in order to bring their worlds into compliance during the Great Crusade. This is actually kind of horrifying to me, I guess. See, for me, one of my biggest fears is actually having my perceptions and emotions manipulated by others, which is a very specific fear to have at the level of intensity that I do have. So, you know, the idea of psychically or just through being manipulated, yeah, I know, it's a bit of a weird fear. I guess I just read one too many Harlan Ellison stories back in the day. Regardless, that is one. Another one is the obvious one of them tampering with psychic powers a bit too much, looking for forbidden knowledge and then using their knowledge to absorb further knowledge that should likely have stayed forbidden. Now, this one only became retroactively horrible once you realize that, yeah, no, the superstitions of each planet they went to were probably founded upon logic that made a lot of sense, but they would always downplay everything as being enlightened men. Thus, they would desecrate these holy areas to these people and kind of destroy their culture in a sense. But even then, at minimum, it was just them bullying cultures into compliance just so that they can have their whims be scratched. There is a story of Magnus going through an entire burning sunstorm that was going to bake the entire ozone of a planet just so that he could go to a library to steal one book, and it ended up with the deaths of a bunch of his marines during some kind of insurrectionist forced uprising. But yeah, with that all being said, lastly, let's get to the weird and unnecessary shit that I think, honestly, it's kind of more offensive than the bad stuff, because like with the bad stuff, there was at least a justification behind it. It's the quickest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's how they saw it. If psychic powers got the job done quick enough, it doesn't matter if morally speaking it's kind of fucked. But regardless, the unnecessary stuff is just them using their powers for stuff that they didn't really need to, such as reading books faster or getting rid of minor ailments like I mentioned before, which could easily just be fought out and take a sick day maybe. Using their powers to amplify the power sources of their generators on their backpacks for their power armor, even though you don't really need to do that. Having psychic bullets when bolt gun shells are just as effective. Powering automata that specifically only get powered through psychic abilities when we already have versions of that. Like, there's this automata that they would use. It's a version of a castellan axe, and it was specifically for the Thousand Sons, and it was specifically controlled by another psyker when we already had cortico implants that could control automata that would be implanted into specific types of tech marines. It's adding extra layers just so that they could use their psychic abilities more, and sure, it could be marginally more efficient, but it was just unnecessary. You could just do it the same way, and I get it, it's their main gimmick, but them overusing their psychic abilities was kind of the crux of this whole argument, which they were. They were using it for entertainment as well, and to speedrun things, like I mentioned before. They were going through books as fast as possible, absorbing them psychically rather than reading them at pace. Now, some Marines would do that, but they would scan through things and take away the base knowledge, which I do think robs them of a certain aspect to the reading process. Like, for me, it's kind of become a ritual to read books physically. I know that reading digitally is more efficient, but I'm going through Berserk right now, which, by the way, if you haven't read Berserk, read Berserk, but if you're like below the age of 18, one, you shouldn't be watching this video, but if you're above the age of 18, yeah, Berserk's a bit of its own thing. You should probably go in with viewer discretion in mind, but yeah, I don't read digitally where it should be easier. There isn't really any bookstore nearby where I can actually purchase the books. I have to order them from Amazon, which takes longer than it should for my rural area, but the physical process of opening the book, getting through it, and actually like reading it, I feel like it activates me more in terms of my neurons, and that's kind of what I feel would be better for the Thousand Sons. Sure, getting the knowledge is one thing, but I think respecting the process of actually reading the books is important. Maybe I'm just being pedantic and being hoity-toity on my high horse, but I don't know. I feel like more disciplined legions take the time to finish it. You know, the destination isn't the key aspect of a journey, it's the journey. I'm kind of standing on principle here, but yeah, I think half of the experience is just experiencing it. But regardless, with the Thousand Sons, they had an issue of cutting corners by using their psychic gifts as much as possible. Did it make it easier? Yes, but I still think you lose something just by cutting those excess portions off. Making a psychic demon to press the button rather than you doing it yourself, just, you know, it just sounds boring. It just sounds like they're cutting out necessary steps that make it more rewarding in the long term, I guess. So with all that being said, the Council of Nicaea happened, and Magnus was found guilty. Thousand Sons were censored for their neglect and overuse of psychic abilities, and told that they should not do that, and all the librarius in the various legions were being disbanded for the time being. So did the Thousand Sons slow down? God, no. They just assumed the Imperium would come around at some point. There is a lot that kind of happened in between then and now, but in general, the Thousand Sons did a lot of things they probably shouldn't have. Magnus destroyed the Webway project the Emperor was building. Ahriman experienced both twink death and ego death at the same time, which I've heard is not exactly a healthy mix. Eventually, we get to a few events that need to be stated to understand truly the depths of Ahriman's character, and that is the burning of Prospero and the Rubric. The burning of Prospero is a huge topic, something that once I've completely finished my research into the various examples of what happened and what it led to, because I'm still not done the Horus Heresy, I want to cover this event at length. But I cannot stress how much that the burning of Prospero was a turning point in the event that is the Horus Heresy. See, the Istvan atrocities, like for Istvan 3 and Istvan 5, were their own events that were kind of the major offset turning points to indicate that there was a war going on, but something changed after the burning of Prospero. Things became bitter and mean. It's like when you look at World War I after the first couple years, there was just a certain turning point where there was absolutely nothing but malice between both sides. So the event is known for Magnus not fully understanding the error of his ways, but wishing to be punished. It was more performative than it was actually in the seek of penance. So he let the wolves burn his world to the ground, sacrificing billions, but in the end, not being able to commit to his own death and cowardly selling his soul to Tzeentch to save his life. Meanwhile, Ahriman and the other Thousand Sons had to pay for it, because they were not alerted to the plan and just had to fight as best they could. But this is when Tzeentch's plan kicked into action. The flesh change came back in full force, and the Thousand Sons across the battlefield, while fighting the Space Wolves, were exploding into meat monsters, which, although could be considered effective in a combat scenario, were not exactly a desirable outcome. This led to the destruction of the peaceful culture of Prospero, and led to the fall of the Thousand Sons. To say Ahriman Ahriman became what he is now after this is the best way to describe his character. See, the build-up was there. He was a creative problem solver that had his main problem taken away. Hell, even had a vineyard where he would make some of the best wine in the Imperium. This was his solution to what he would do when this whole war malarkey was done. He solved problems wherever he could go, but outside of that, he wanted to fix the flesh change. And he never really got a chance to because Magnus did. So with the flesh change happening, he decided to steal one of the books Magnus said no one could ever use or see, and he enacted this ritual. This was the Rubric, and it kind of worked. He basically cured the flesh change and replaced it with something that is arguably worse. See, in the Thousand Sons, not all of his brothers were what you would consider psychic, but all of them were at minimum psychically sensitive. The Rubric essentially took the most powerful, capable, and stable psychers in the Legion, funneled the unstable powers of the warp from the other brothers that were not into them, and it turned the least stable, least powerful, and least psychic of them into dust automatons. Their souls, or at least the withered husks that you could call a soul, were still clinging to their armor, having their psychic abilities mostly stripped out of them, and the remaining sorcerers that had survived the Rubric ritual became more powerful as a result. Ahriman was fucking destroyed. There is a difference between survival and living. Sure, the remaining battle brothers would never be affected by the flesh change again, but they would never truly live as a man should live. They were barely thinking, obsessive, and could barely communicate anything above basic responses. They were 100% under the command of the now supercharged Chaos Sorcerers of the Thousand Sons. They made them an effective fighting force, which to some was awesome. They had little golems that they could control and fire bolters from, like giant action figures you could control with your thoughts. But to people who weren't stark raving mad, you had Ahriman reacted, which was, to say the phrase absolutely devastated is a bit of an understatement. He vowed to find a way to reverse the Rubric, cure the flesh change, and bring his brothers back. There were some shenanigans along the way, like him killing Magnus's foster dad, Amon, and stealing his warband for his own, as well as collecting a bunch of equipment, spaceships, and other members of the Thousand Sons and bringing them into his fold under the same purpose. This is what collectively turned into what would eventually become the Prodigal Sons, Ahriman's warband. And they are a warband whose goal and intentions are not immediately evil or even really that bad, but along the way you see how ruthless they are at trying to accomplish their goal. They will scour worlds, kill trillions, and do some pretty horrid chaos rituals if it means getting closer to their goal. Ahriman actually made enemies with more or less every Eldar faction out there due to him wanting to break into the Black Library, which is kind of a big no-no, as this is the domain of one of the last Eldar gods out there, and also the stronghold of one of the objectively strongest factions in the game, at least conceptually, the Harlequins. He, if memory serves me correctly, broke into the library for a grand total of like 50 seconds, ended up stealing a kind of important book about how to break into the Eldar webway, and then just sort of f***ed off back to where he came before Kegarak could really rip him to shreds. This has kind of made him a target for basically all the Harlequins out there, as well as most of the other Eldar. No one really messes with the funny clowns and lives, if you catch my drift. Speaking of, in the most recent iterations of his lore, he was part of a plan to scour and f*** with the Space Wolves, because Marines don't really seem to ever let things go, and it kind of worked, I guess, bringing the planet of the Sorcerers into real space, which is the home base of the Thousand Sons, if you didn't know. Though Fenris is a little bit shittier than it usually is because of this invasion, it's doing okay at the moment. Last I checked, the big funny one that happened was he decided to make an enemy out of a pretty recently formed branch of the Eldar, the Ynnari, which are the remnants of a bunch of different factions of Eldar that were birthed from the destruction of Bealtan's craft world. It's complicated. I'll cover the Ynnari when the Eldar become popular, which I guess means never, but whatever, it's besides the point. So this situation is kind of one of the few Ynnari W's in the history of the setting where, out of what I assume is just spite, malice, and sufficient annoyance, Yvraine, the leader of the Ynnari, or at least one of the three, just casually reversed the Rubric on a few of the Marines mid-combat, much to everyone's confusion, especially the Rubric Marines who just suddenly came back online as far as sentience goes for the first time in 10,000 years. This ended with them almost immediately dying, causing Ahriman to not only go into a bout of existential dread, but also pure rage at the Ynnari, as they prove that you could in fact reverse the Rubric, but it requires magic so esoteric that even he doesn't have much of a chance of understanding it at current times. But that's kind of the last update we have on him lore-wise to my research. I do feel like I missed out on a few things, but this is mostly just an idea to understand who Ahriman is. He's a person dedicated to the salvation of his brothers, and he has kind of this one-minded determination to get this job done. Now, I'm going to kind of cut away from my research and give my opinion on Ahriman, which is, it's an opinion, and that is that I just don't care. No, for real, I just genuinely do not care. I can gas him and his warband up as much as possible, tell you the lore, give you his feats, his warband's accomplishments, talk about everything I could possibly involving him, and to be 100% with you, I just do not care for the life of me. I do not know what it is with me and Tzeentch, but me and him, have such an unhealthy relationship with each other. I find most factions that worship Tzeentch, or at least related to them, are literally the most hit or miss shit in the setting. No joke, I genuinely either love them in concept and execution for no discernible reason, or I think they are so bland and boring that I just can't grow attached to them. The Scourged, a warband of Tzeentch cursed Marines that can always tell when someone's telling the truth or a lie, based. Horrors of Tzeentch, both pink, blue, and incandescent, based. Lords of Change, cringe. Zangors, I sleep. And for some reason, the Prodigal Sons and Ezek Ahriman, I feel nothing. I do not feel any level of compulsion to enjoy their story in the slightest. I just feel it so dull. Like, I can recognize that they are pretty cool and have some fun elements to them, like that time that Ahriman, pre-Tzeentch, stopped a crashing starship with nothing but his psychic might, albeit with a little bit of help from his brothers, but it was pretty damn cool. Reminded me of that one scene from The Force Unleashed. If you know, you know. But whenever I think about the Prodigal Sons and Ahriman, you know what kind of aura this gives? The same aura as the fucking Grey Knights. I don't know why, but the Grey Knights occupy a blank in my brain, where if ever they show up, I feel no joy, I feel no sorrow. I just recognize that there are going to be a lot of dead Grey Knights soon to power scale some big bad chaos guy. Same goes to the Thousand Sons. I think they are just such a lame threat. It's one of the reasons why I switched off about halfway through Space Marine 2 and I just couldn't really find the motivation to finish the game. I think a good reason as to why is that with the Horus Heresy, it is retroactively trying to make the lore of modern 40k get a bit of a refresh. So what do I mean? I mean that you have the Chaos cults and you have the Chaos Legions and you have all the factions that are said to have existed because of the heresy. And that's cool, but those factions existed before the Horus Heresy was written above game, and the Horus Heresy was written as a means to give an explanation of the damnation, that rhymed, whatever, of those specific Marine legions. Some of it makes sense, like with the Death Guard, they were stinky and kind of sucked from the beginning. With the World Eaters, well, the Butcher's Nails, they did that. But with the Thousand Sons, they are literally just pretty cool wizards. It became a plot point that in order for Magnus as an evil demon to be considered possible, they had to literally remove the goodness from him in canon. I mean, he literally had his kindness and compassion removed and merged with another Thousand Son that was frozen mid-flesh change, and the dude that popped out ended up, weirdly enough, becoming the guy that started the Grey Knights. Full circle. Weird. But regardless, it just seems like such a mismatch where you're trying to relate to these evil space wizards, but they're just too powerful. They are too powerful, yet somehow almost never get anything done. I'm certain, one for one, the Lamenters have more grand victories than that of the goddamn Thousand Sons in the modern 40k setting. Do I have the wins versus losses statistics to back that up? No, I'm making a bold-faced claim and hoping no one calls me on it, but I have a feeling that most of you kind of feel the same way. And not to be that power scaling comparison-based guy, but if, say, the Prodigal Sons and the Lamenters were paired off for a fight, who do you think is going to decimate the other? Say what you want about Malakim Foros and his skills as the chapter master, I'm pretty sure Ahriman and his thousands of Marines will probably win. They are just such a dull faction because nothing really happens. Even when things happen, nothing really happens. Hell, Vashdor the Archiphane, you know, that chaos demigod that was important for a total of 5 minutes, he basically accomplished a more impressive version of summoning the planet of the sorcerers all by himself. Wormwood was weird, and he's only been canon for maybe a few years at most. I suppose I'm just bored and frustrated with them, with him, with Ahriman. I think there would be more hype behind these individuals if there was more of an understanding of his psychology. Maybe I just don't see the vision, and his relationship with his Primarch is actually interesting, but it isn't the most interesting of the heralds from what I see. Hell, I find Lucius the Eternal more entertaining, and that stain on the face of the earth has troubles not making me spasm whenever he's brought up in conversation casually. This is gonna be weird, because I'm gonna try and cover successor, at least in spirit, to the Sons of Horus, and there aren't really many to pick from, because most of them have already gotten eaten up by the Black Legion, and the ones that exist separate from them are usually just one-sentence background characters that show up to give Abaddon just kind of a boost in authority when he beats them to death. Regardless, the storied history of the Sons of Horus does have a lot of angles to pull from to make a video. So who am I covering today? Well, okay, there isn't really an easy way for me to talk about the Shadow Wolves. It's them, by the way. They are such a weird, obscure, and odd chapter that I can't help but feel that they require a bunch of context to get into. So that's kind of what I'm going to discuss, and then I'm going to go into a bit of a theory piece after this. I want to discuss who the Shadow Wolves are, why are they so unique, and what sets them apart from most, if not all, of their chapters. It's actually kind of a weird meta-narrative thing, but we'll get there, don't worry. So, this might sound like it has nothing to do with what I want to talk about today, but you're gonna have to trust me. During the story Hell's Reach, written by Baron Dembski Bowden, 1,000 praises upon his name, there is some of the best writing I have ever seen in any Warhammer fiction, or just fiction in general. Which, to be completely fair, it is ADB. The man knows how to write compelling characters. But regardless, there are a lot of one-off mentions to random events across the setting every now and then that are pretty organic to the setting. It's something he does in order to imply the heritage and history of 40k. It makes the setting feel a bit more lived in and real, as they're referencing events that are integral to the setting. So with that being said, he does that so that when you're reading a book, you know that it is a 40k book and not just some random sci-fi. But one of the references made in the book was to a chapter of Space Marines of Dorn's lineage that were wiped out. But for some reason, Grimaldus held quite the fascination and admiration for them. He spoke of them dying heroically as a chapter, and specifically bringing reverence to the fact that even as they died, it was their most fervent desire to make sure their banner was held high as long as one Marine was still alive for their chapter. And thus was actually what happened. In the end, the last Marine died, being torn apart by Tyranids as he held his chapter banner high above his head, an act of defiance that the late arriving Black Templars, Grimaldus included, found to be such an act of heroism and bravery that it inspired Grimaldus far later into his life. So, who was this mighty it's the Shadow Wolves. I'm not gonna bait you. I feel like I'm being a bit too pedantic as is without getting straight to my point, but I don't know, I gotta be long-winded anyway. I feel like it would be especially disingenuous if I led you along like that. Though, to be fair, I think it would be kind of funny if I did a bit of a beat switch midway and was like, oh yeah, it was actually the Carcharodons. The title of this is a complete lie, and then just made this into the Carcharodons video. Yeah, I don't know.
That's coming, by the way. Don't worry. But yeah, the Shadow Wolves are a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists, with a pretty well-respected reputation, if not a lot of lore behind them. They are a chapter of warrior priests, leaning more to the warrior side of that title than priest, and have a lot of that good old Dorny goodness in them. So let's break them down a little bit more and discuss their unique relationship with the Sons of Horus at the end. Coming from the legacy of Dorn, you'd expect it, but it's still good to say the Shadow Wolves excel in the world of sieging and fortifications, as well as being exceptionally stoic in the face of poor odds. Though to be completely on the level with you, after reading quite a lot of 40k books and quite a lot of Horus Heresy books, when someone says from the lineage of Dorn, it usually has this sort of stigma attached to it, a bit of an albatross ringing around the necks of every single Marine in that chapter, and that is that these f***ing people don't know when to give up. And I don't mean that as like a good thing. I mean, even in the face of 100% certainty that they will lose, they will never admit defeat, and it usually leads to some successors, if not a lot of successors, of the Imperial Fists, instead of packing up shop, regrouping somewhere else, and then mounting a counteroffensive years down the line, they just end up getting wiped out. Name any book with an Imperial Fist chapter homeworld that gets raided by orcs. You know, Rin's World, that entire book series about the beast rising. You know, it happens a lot. But to continue, the Shadow Wolves are especially bound by the Codex Astartes, which is a bit weird for people who are part of the Imperial Fist lineage, as they usually use that for toilet paper, making each of their companies flexible while adhering to the doctrines of the Funny Spaceman book. They have a certain ferocity to them in combat that, although not matching something like a Blood Angel or a Space Wolf, does seem to be a bit up there. Kind of on par with the Black Templars, if not a little bit more beastly, which is why they get their names, the Shadow Wolves. I guess the way to look at them is think the Black Templars if they took a little bit too much pre-workout before the gym. They are especially good melee combatants, thus why the Black Templars had such a reverence for them, as they had a very similar fighting style. We don't truly know where their founding was, but allegedly it was incredibly early on in the history of chapters, as they are stated to have numerous holy relics from the ages of the Great Crusade as well as the Heresy, so probably somewhere around the 3rd to the 5th founding, if I were to hazard a guess. It's really cool to see that. I like early founding chapters because they usually have such a long heritage to them. Though I will say, the majority of what I just said can just be summed up as they're basically just okay at everything with a bit of a melee slant, and also believe the Emperor is a god while following the Codex Astartes. Now, that describes well over 300 other Space Marine chapters. Most of them are from the Imperial Fists, but I'm just laying the groundwork out here because there's something interesting that we're going to switch to later. The defining moment of the Shadow Wolves was that they were absolutely massacred to a man by the Tyranids. A splinter fleet came and began to consume the planet their fortress monastery was located in. They, much like every other Space Marine chapter, fought with the zeal and intensity of a cornered animal, though due to them being Imperial Fists, they, didn't realize that leaving could have been an option early on, but whatever, man. They were eventually aided by the Black Templars, which is usually the thing you want to hear because the Black Templars are basically a mini legion of 5,000 plus Marines that can show up and swarm most issues like a pack of angry ants, if the angry ants in question were a bunch of Space Marines in relic power armor and power weapons. But unfortunately, due to the Shadow Wolves' likely reluctance to admit they needed help and the Black Templars showing up late, the Shadow Wolves were basically wiped off the face of the setting. It is said that they fought until their armor was shredded, until their bolters were empty, and until their bodies were broken, but they never let their banners drop. A key feature of their chapter's belief, by the way, is survival above all else. Thus why they were protecting their chapter's monastery, as there wasn't really any way to establish more Marines, as their gene seed had been stored there. Grimaldus, having seen all this sacrifice, was moved by their plight. A very survivalist mentality chapter, sacrificing themselves for the future of their chapter with honor and courage and with curses and litanies on their lips, which is something that he always sought to emulate himself. Fighting for the symbol of your chapter until the bitter end. But with all this out of the way, we have covered the majority of their lore, if not all of it, and a bunch of other little details that are kind of important to them. But I will say, the one that is the most important to me, and the reason why I've always wanted to cover the Shadow Wolves, is the one that we have yet to cover, and I want to go a little bit in depth with this. They are an incredibly unique chapter for the fact that their origins are above the 40k setting. They are a chapter of Marines that were actually created by Aaron Dembski Bowden's wife. Much like all of us could probably relate, getting your significant other into Warhammer is not the easiest thing you could ever do, but ADB's significant other had got into Warhammer by reading the Horus Heresy novels, and was 3 books in, as the story goes, then really fell in love with the Luna Wolves, kind of disliking where they ended up becoming the Sons of Horus. She just didn't like it, so they ended up working together and they made a successor chapter called the Shadow Wolves that occupied a similar niche combat-wise and aesthetic-wise to the Sons of Horus, pre-Sons of Horus. And ADB, leveraging his position as a writer for the Black Library, made them a canon chapter in the 40k universe. I do have a lot more to elaborate here, but there is a little break that I want to put in here, just a little tiny intermission as I want to discuss something and kind of bring a question to you guys that you can ponder on for a little bit. But please, just follow me on this. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm putting this as a little bit of an aside to comment on something ADB has done, while also making it so I can reasonably add the Night Lords tag onto this video. Gotta check that box. But I just wanted to add that Aaron Dembski bowed in 1,000 praises to his name has kind of ruined Night Lords for fans. I know that every single person who talks about the Night Lords in any degree of reverence is actually speaking from the perspective of someone who has read the Omnibus. So my question to all of you is, do you honestly think you know the Night Lords? The Night Lords are such a varied faction that I think is represented quite often as mustache-twirling villains, though I should also note, I have not read much of their stuff in the Horus Heresy yet, so maybe it's different then, but I've read a lot of their more modern books, and it all is kind of the same except for the trilogy. I'm doing this so that I can understand this kind of perspective. Curse is interesting, but I think that people forget that there is a lot of very modern interpretations of the Night Lords. Now, the closest we've ever gotten to the ADB style of things is the Death of Saints, and in that book with Morven Fall. But regardless, there is this kind of gaping black hole that I think a lot of people forget. This is literally just a topic that's been floating around my head, and I have no idea how to make it into its own video other than just this little aside here, because I don't want to stretch out this one sentence to just one 10-minute video. I just want to put this in here because we're kind of on the topic. There is a few editions of them that I've been reading in Carcharodon's book recently, and I think that it makes a lot of sense that they're just mustache-twirling villain cowards. They all kind of act the same, and the only reason why I have to bring this up is because the 10th company fellas from the trilogy are just a bunch of non-chaos worshipping wackadoos. But aside from that, I propose a secondary question to you all. Do you think the Night Lords would be as popular if ADB didn't make the trilogy? Or do you think people would still be weird about it on Twitter and Tumblr regardless? Let me know in the comments. Okay, midsection comment, baits, video break or whatever over. Let's get back to the Shadow Wolves, shall we? Okay, back off my intermission shit again. Let's talk about a topic I think needs to be brought up more often than it actually is, which is like never at all. And that is how much power the authors of the Black Library have, and how almost none of them use it in a way that I find interesting. Yeah, look at me, some random nobody YouTuber online talking about people who can actually contribute to society in a meaningful way, and telling them how to do their jobs better. I'll make sure not to trip near any of the ledges on my high tower, but when I say this, I speak from a place of potential and stuff I like seeing, so it's a lot more selfish than just me being pretentious. So, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because at the end of the day, they are making the material I am dissecting for all of you, so if they didn't do their job in any way, shape, or form, I wouldn't be able to do mine. So, I have the utmost reverence for all of them, even Matt Ward, especially Matt Ward. Can't forget Matt Ward. Regardless, let's talk about perspectives in writing. I think I've mentioned this before, but I like the whole idea of the Black Library, a cast of writers writing in the same continuity with the same level of authority, though Guy Haley usually gets contracted for the majority of the mainstay plot lines, but I digress. Like an example I brought up is Graham McNeil's baby, Uriel Ventress, and how Uriel has appeared in a few books written by Guy Haley. Now, I have heard criticisms of both authors, and I do prefer McNeil's writings over Haley, but that's just my own preferences. So, is the Uriel Ventress they are making the same character? Does that character have the same sway on the narrative in the hands of one author than it does the other? The answer is no. A common factor a lot of people forget when it comes to writing is design intent, which is probably not the correct
phrase for it, but it's the one that I use. But for what I'm talking about is an old idea when it comes to screenplays. It's that at the absolute maximum, only 50% of what you put down on a page for a character is going to be a part of the interpretation of the viewer or reader in question, because readers will always put in their own biases, their own interpretations, and they will see what they want to see. Does that make either interpretation incorrect? No. But I think therein lies why I am so fascinated by the Shadow Wolves. They are a creation made as a gift to a significant other in the real world that was put into the world of 40k. I think it's actually kind of low-key beautiful that it exists, because in the long run, with the Ultima founding and possibly some other founding after that, there is the possibility that a someone somewhere that isn't Aaron Dembski Bowden is going to write a book about the Shadow Wolves. It's a low chance, very low, as the chapter was wiped out, it likely in an attempt to future-proof the chapter from this happening, but there is still a chance, and I feel the context of them being created as a gift for a loved one will change. But even further, imagine, if you will, that this new version of the Shadow Wolves is presented to someone who in 20 or 30 years becomes an author at the Black Library, and the Shadow Wolves are their favorite chapter. They then diverge from the tree, growing upwards a little further, spanning out. I like this as an idea, though I do know that there are certain written elements that you cannot touch without James Workshop's permission. And sometimes there is a bunch of red tape personally between authors to not touch specific characters as they are that specific author's creation. They kind of hang up this do not touch sign. I think that that's kind of what happened with the wolves, but I could be wrong. That would be just me speculating. I'm just interested in their evolution, or at least their potential evolution. A more obvious way to look at what I'm saying is the man who invented the Space Marine. No, not Rick Priestley, Robert E. Heinlein, the author behind one of the low-key most influential pieces of contemporary sci-fi in history, Starship Troopers. Yeah, the movie with the screaming people shooting at the giant bugs. See, in the books, things were quite different, and I'm not going to go too much into it, but Space Marines and what was likely one of the first, if not the first instance of powered armor were shown there, with the reference in the film of the Marines in the film being called apes, being an actual reference to the bulky Marauder power armor suits that they had back in the book. They resembled giant metal-clad gorillas with guns all over them. These suits of power armor were a lot like the Space Marines from 40k, and thus the inspiration for what Space Marines were in the original printing of the books. That's why when Rick Priestley decided to make Space Marines a thing in his fun little rogue trader game, he decided to take the inspiration from the ones that were in Starship Troopers. So with that, let's push it a little further and say that Rick Priestley's idea of what a Space Marine is different from the interpretation that was in Starship Troopers. But even further than that, who's in charge of the modern identity of the Space Marine? It's not Rick Priestley, I would assume. No, his creation has taken on a life of its own, with numerous authors being inspired to discuss and extrapolate on their own ideas. I think even on the small scale, if someone out there decides to make a Shadow Wolves army for themselves on the tabletop, they themselves might not have the context that the army's canonness was based on a gift, and they just chose it because a purple dark wolf aesthetic, which is cool. I think your own takeaway from this idea drift thing that happens is important, because the evolution of ideas once they are in the hands of other people is a concept we see a lot in 40k, as it is a continuity that continues even after an author has passed on from either the Black Library or this mortal shell. I like the idea of new people taking and expanding on old ideas. I know that at some point we will ship of Theseus ourselves, but in a writing continuity, especially with the Black Library and especially with the 40k setting, I don't know if it's fully as grim a fate as the parable of the ship itself would dictate. Now, I know that I posited this earlier, but Black Library authors have a lot of power to do something interesting, and that idea is, well, propose an idea half complete, but tag in another author later down the line to finish it. Now, if an author has a full vision for the story, like say the Night Lord's trilogy with Aaron Dembski Bowden, to drag him back into this conversation, kicking and screaming, then stick with it. But what if we did something on a smaller scale to the Horus Heresy, where the story continued in continuity, but with different authors handling the same characters? Then, perhaps something like the Shadow Wolves, or maybe something like Lethe from the Morven Fall books, could have a more expanded story, but in the hands of someone else who might have a different vision. Or perhaps more Carcharodon stuff from their duology. The best example of what I mean is the Clone of Fulgrim. I think it would be so cool if someone was allowed to actually add something to it. Like a new author was allowed to take the Clone of Fulgrim and put something weird into the mix. I know it would screw up the setting quite a lot, but I think that the best ideas are the collaborative ones between great authors. Like, could you imagine if you had the grand scale world building of a setting that was created by Guy Haley, populated by characters written by Aaron Dembski-Bowden? Though I suppose I'm getting lost in the weeds here. I think the Shadow Wolves as a chapter are a bit interesting on a conceptual level, but a little bit bland. I wanted to kind of pose these ideas to you guys so that I can see what you think about the idea of idea drift and these concepts of them being shifted and changed over time as a different lens is put on them. I think it's super interesting, and I think that we should pass off work from one author to another, kind of like All Might passing off his quirk to one person at a time. It all depends on the basis that every single author in the Black Library is competent enough to continue a story and not fuck it up. But a Black Library author fucking up? When's that ever happened? That's never, not once, not ever. Name me a no, don't bring up Nick Kime. Don't, no, okay. So the 17th Legion is obviously the Word Bearers, and I gotta say, Chaos in 40k has probably one of the most deserved reputations in all of fiction. Even above game in the world of, us, there is this kind of greater understanding that, yeah, in 40k, I guess there is no 100% good guy, but if there is a bad guy, it's probably 90% of Chaos worshippers. Chaos worship as a whole and Chaos is often misunderstood. There is a lot of stuff you hear people talking about in regards to it in the lore sphere, but I'm here to basically give you all the honest to God truth of, well, everything involving it. I'm going to tell you what it is like to worship all of the Chaos gods one by one, and I mean you, a person, a human being, not some random space marine, just you with whatever talents you have going for you. I'm going to show you the best, the worst, the most common outcomes, and then in the end I'm going to tell you that in fact there is real life Chaos worshippers out there, people who practice something referred to as chaos magic, and you'd be surprised how much it intersects with the 40k sphere. And it's been going on for about over 100 years now, something like that, but I can't just spill the beans right now. I have to bait the hook properly. And before any of you enlightened sorts ask, yes, it's going to involve Crowley and the like, but we shall get there. Before we get into some esoteric conversations about some random bullshit, firstly, hi, I'm sick. I've been sick for like 2 weeks now. You could probably hear it in my voice. I'm straining quite a lot to talk right now. It sucks. But, you know, the show must go on. Okay, with that out of the way, let's get into it right proper and discuss the basics of worshipping Chaos and the gods of Chaos. More specifically, Undivided, or just Chaos as a concept. The basic thing to understand about why someone would worship Chaos is because they want something. Chaos is inherently a selfish concept, and you need to be selfish to get it to work. Chaos is one of those things that is kind of an effort in equals results out type of deal. Basically, if you wanted something so badly that you're willing to commit horrid atrocities in order to accomplish it, congrats, then you did it. You're going to get blessings from some ethereal eldritch abomination. You are now going to get the thing. And depending on who you got it from, there are going to be conditions and side effects, but in general, yeah. So, Chaos Undivided is one of the more risky forms of chaos worship, but also one of the most beneficial, because each of the gods in their own right is pretty unpredictable, and in order to worship the idea of chaos as a whole, you need to satisfy all four gods. Alongside that, you have to be careful, as each god has a god that they hate inversely. Nurgle hates Tzeentch, Khârn hates Slaanesh, so on and so forth. So say you cut a man's head off for Khârn to praise them for your devastation, and that was part of your 4-part ritual. But you enjoyed the process of murdering them a bit too much rather than just the satisfaction of defeating someone in combat and spreading blood everywhere. Well, congrats, Khârn thinks you're gross and turns you into a slime puddle. Same with Tzeentch and Nurgle. Say you inflict a magical curse on someone that causes them to rot away. But the rot itself is more the focus of the spell rather than the magic itself. Well, you just used psychic abilities that Tzeentch would have given you, but desecrated it with Nurgle gunk. Tzeentch now hates you, and you'll find out once we cover Tzeentch worship specifically. That's the worst one. That's the worst one to hate you. Of all the Chaos Gods, if you get on Tzeentch's bad side, that's the one that's going to probably lead you to the worst fate imaginable. Maybe second worst being Nurgle. So with Chaos Worship, you look at the symbol of the 8-pointed star, and you have to embody this. Going in every direction possible. You can't represent disease specifically, more so corruption. You can't represent sorcery specifically, more so ambition and the seeking of knowledge. You can't represent wanton bloodshed and the collection of skulls, more prowess in combat and the occasional skull icon. You can't represent excess, more a desire for power and greed to be better than everyone else. These are the main core concepts of being a Chaos Undivided worshipper. With you being in the middle of all that, it can be difficult outside of prayer to the four gods, and that's kind of it. But with Undivided, you have the benefits of all the boons you want before all four Chaos Gods, without having to commit so much that you see many of the major negatives that come with worshipping a god entirely. You get stronger, faster, more resilient, and also psychically charged. And if you're lucky, handy from a cute demon head under the table, and hopefully not the crab claw hand. But you know, beggars can't be choosers in the end, especially if you're a Chaos Worshiper. You quite literally are a beggar. Regardless, there is the most to gain with Undivided, but probably the easiest to fuck up and die forever and be tortured forever, because as a human you are likely just a slave to some space marine out there. Regardless, Chaos Worship of this variety is a lot of work because you have to embody four concepts, but if you appease them perfectly, well, I don't really have to state this, but the Undivided Chaos Champions are usually the strongest of all the Chaos Champions, unless they are more specific champions that are further down the path of worshipping their specific god. Next is the most obvious of the bunch, and probably the easiest to understand, Khârn. Khârn worship is pretty simple. Essentially, picture this. You are a single person, a regular Joe Schmo. Someone who is going through it. Their village, cut off from the Imperium on a backwoods planet in the middle of nowhere, is being raided by the Dark Eldar, and Space Marines won't pick up the goddamn phone. You don't really like this, obviously. So, you hear a voice in your sleep that if you kill one of the Dark Eldar during their next visit with a hatchet during their next time seeing you, then you will be gifted with a great level of strength to save your village. Pretty simple stuff, right? You believe it wholeheartedly to some degree, especially when the next time you see an Eldar, you're splitting wood with your hatchet. Things seem to just kind of line up that way. So, you embed that fucking knife here directly in the forehead just because he taunts you. So, you bury the hatchet in the center of his head, and once you've pulled it out, suddenly a rush of power fills you. Your muscles become more dense, you feel faster, you feel knowledge of combat fill your brain. The deal was made. You are not strong enough to take down an entire army, but you are basically double the man you once were. The voice appears to you once more in your dream. It will give you more power if you organize a small group of a few people and kill 5 Eldar, but also you have to mount their heads on pikes this time. So you follow through with it, organize a small mob, and boom, you gain strength, stature, and speed, while also for some reason growing a foot taller. Weird. Now you can hear the voice even when you aren't dreaming, and it tells you this grand unanimous thing. Kill 20 Dark Eldar, strip their skin and meat, and then bleach their bones, wearing them like a cloak to show that you are devoted to this path of saving your planet. And through these totems that you create, you're able to channel the power of this deity that you've been communicating with. And upon doing so, you become stronger than anyone who has ever lived on your planet, able to guide armies. And it's a pretty easy choice. You want to save your home, right? Your family is there, but this is when you notice people are following in your stead, praying to the markings that you have carved into your walls, and you follow suit. Soon, red demons appear, and an all-out demon war has erupted on your backwoods planet, where the Dark Eldar are now confused and also scared because of this debacle. But your entire society also kind of devolves into one based entirely around violence and bloodshed. So, my dear friends, This is how Khârn worship is like. It is the most effort in, results out of all the Chaos Gods. As long as you do a pretty simple to understand task, Khârn will basically give you greater and greater powers based on the level of bloodshed that you pull out. Now, Khârn gives you the whole strength, knowledge of combat, bravery, and followers, because it's not just orcs that have the whole I follow the biggest guy mentality. So you as a Khârn worshiper exert your will over people by letting the blood flow. And even in your death, Khârn is appeased, because Khârn cares not from where the blood flows, only that it does. Honestly, Khârn, weirdly enough, is the god that would be the most trustworthy to work with, as Khârn actually despises backstabbers and deal breakers. Now, if by backstabbing you trillions would have their skulls thrown into a pyre, rather than you causing a couple hundred, yeah, Khârn might bat an eye, but they will turn their head and just punish the person who backstabbed you a little bit. But Khârn prefers direct combat, no stealth, just straightforward ride at dawn level tactics. As long as you follow those guides, you are gonna probably be fine. So yeah, Khârn is simple, and I think we should respect that more. Let's break into the next god, shall we? Slaanesh worship is one of those things that has the coom brains coming out of the woodworks to discuss how it actually works, and what comes with it, or rather, who does. But in general, Slaanesh worship is one of those things I think a lot of people underestimate. See, when people think about Slaaneshi worship, they think it's all high fives and rainbows, but realistically it's not. See, Slaanesh is an often underutilized by GW thing, because GW a few years back wanted to enact this sort of initiative to do this push to make the universe of 40k and all of its properties all things to all people, which is never good. Basically, they were trying to make Warhammer resonate with all audiences of all ages, and that works only insofar as you don't mention, well, anything really. The setting is grimdark. Grimdark as a title means something, likely not for children. Now, there is grimdark kids literature out there, don't get it twisted, but this is not it. Having read the Warhammer for Kids books that they released a little while back, it was incredibly tough to navigate that series without mentioning the darker elements of 40k, which, should I note, are pretty damn present even in that series. Which, by the way, shout out to my lead editor, Alice. I bring her up because, God send she may be, her favorite faction is Slaanesh, and Slaaneshi accessories, so the Emperor's Children and so on. But here is where I have to cover Slaanesh in a way that I think makes more sense than wanton debauchery, because, well, that is not Slaanesh. Slaanesh is excess and sensation, not pleasure, not salvation, not joy, sensation. It is a reprieve from boredom, and they often represent the worshippers of Slaanesh as just maniacs. But nah, sure, the low-end worshippers look like that, and maybe the Marines, because they're kind of weird like that, but I think that Slaanesh has the potential to be reimagined into something that is incredibly sinister. See, they were born from the Eldar's desire for their boredom to be slaked, and thus they are a god that feeds on any kind of extreme sensory stimulation, both good and bad. Slaanesh loves pain and pleasure. The key concept here is this kind of philosophical idea created by a rather interesting individual, and this idea is called limit experiences, which is the idea where the body can sometimes reach a point of experience for sensation or just visualization that is beyond the point of safety, and where coming back to reality safe, you have some kind of shift in your internal chemistry or your thought process in a way that is permanent. You are a completely different person because of this change in your idea of the limits. Think near-death experiences or the extreme end of the BDSM scene, where pain and pleasure often intermingle. I like this idea that someone will seek the extremes of one end of the horseshoe or the other, but they don't really care which one they end up with. They seek the extremes of either end, which is why Slaanesh is probably the god I fear most, as I am the type of person who prides himself on a more reserved approach to life. I try to remain modest in how I live, but the idea of entities, demonic in origin, who will pressure you into experiences that are more dangerous and more extreme is terrifying to me. One of the best examples I can give of what I mean of how I see Slaaneshi worship is the most recent Hellraiser movie, the remake. Which, by the way, the movie is, although not perfect, I fucking loved it. It's kind of amazing. Go watch it, but not if you're squeamish. Yeah. Regardless, there is this idea that with each configuration of the little magic lament configuration puzzle box, you are given a new gift: power, money, wealth, sensation, but you will always come back for more once you start. The idea of enough is a myth. People begin to fall for these limit experiences in the movie and lose themselves to experiences that they would never be able to replicate in life, no matter how hard they try. Thus, they rely on these holy demons, the Cenobites, to provide for them their next steps. The flaying of flesh, the removal of nerves, the modification of the human body is a key concept here, because pleasure and pain at a certain level become joined as one. The limits are indivisible, and there is no greater horror than to lose your concept of self once you have passed over the limits of what you can handle. I think about Slaanesh a lot in these terms. Not the, yeah, let's fuck it. No, not that. But in, like, there's this one scene in the film which I cannot show because this video would get struck down in like an instant, but it's this quote where the Hell Priest simply says that heaven is boring as there is simply a dull note, melodic and unchanging. There is no music in that, which is a horrifying line, but yeah, Slaanesh is pretty terrifying, but worship would basically just consist of you committing greater and greater vices until the only thing that would wake up your long dead nervous system would be limit experiences, which is dangerous. But I have talked too much about Slaanesh. Let's move on to Nurgle, shall we? Nurgle, weirdly enough, is kind of the hardest to define in terms of worship, and the nature of all the Chaos gods. They kind of gain power through the expression of desire, but Nurgle is kind of in a league of their own. They are the primordial god of the bunch. They are ones that existed before pretty much the idea of sentience. As before Tzeentch, Slaanesh, and potentially even Khârn, there was one presiding emotion that existed through all sentient creatures, and that was fear, specifically of death. It is one of the most unavoidable things. That which lives shall one day not. And with that, there is a fear. Now, in the modern day of 40k, that is represented by the many different fears that coalesce around that. Nurgle represents fear, depression, despair, and death. But Nurgle, weirdly enough, revolves around the emotions that kind of come after those as well, like hope, renewal, desire for rebirth, and so on. How someone falls to Nurgle is usually from a place of despair, where they seek salvation, that unending note from either sickness or a disease. That is where Nurgle promises to remove the negatives of the disease, remove them from pain, while keeping them alive indefinitely. Only that they can spread the disease to others is that's the main condition. This disease might be your own unique blend of pneumonia and diarrhea, but what happens is Nurgle will often offer them the same thing if you infect someone. The removal of this pain in order to give yourself a bit of a reprieve, while offering greater blessings and longevity as long as you spread the sickness in his name. Gaining more diseases and more corruption is what Nurgle does. There's a quote about immortality from The Lord of the Rings, where Bilbo talks about how his life has been extended unnaturally by the One Ring. It doesn't so much make his life longer, more just spreads out what longevity he had. The way he describes it is it's not enough butter spread over too much toast. That is the kind of existence Nurgle offers. You are going to be a withered husk of something that is kept alive through very unnatural processes. It is stated in the book The Lords of Silence that you will develop new symptoms that will inconvenience you at first, but eventually you will see the purpose of them. Like, you may feel massive, weird, lumpy fat deposits growing around the base of your neck that make it hard for you to breathe, but soon enough your neck will sprout small colonies of bee-like creatures that you'll be able to control with your mind. Is it gross? Yes, undoubtedly, but it is something that Nurgle would in fact do. Also, yes, to defy these creeds would likely lead you to a punishment that is kinda up there, usually mindless sludge, mulch for the rebirth of someone else's personal growth, which, from what I have seen in the 7 Deadly Frames that is the early days of Warhammer Plus's catalog of animations, that is incredibly painful from what I've seen. But yeah, with Nurgle, you have quite a lot of benefits. Aesthetics are not one of them. You're just going to look gross as all hell, and usually really fat. Though Nurgle does have a sense of humor. Like that one time Nurgle made a great unclean one that was really, really skinny, just to kind of see if he could do it, and he did. He also had a great unclean one that was called Famine. That one was really, really fat because he had a sense of humor, I guess. But who knows? Regardless, we have one more god to go before I get to my end points. So let's hit up Tzeentch before we get into another existential rant about disease. Okay, Tzeentch worship sucks. I've made no bones about it, but Tzeentch also kinda sucks. So I'm gonna try to portray that as much as possible when I discuss what it's like to be a cultist of Tzeentch, and how it can be just random, I guess. No matter what kind of effort you put in, Tzeentch on a whim could just give you nothing or everything and then take it all away or give you more. It's kind of all over the place. Like sometimes for a meme, Tzeentch will prop up some random dude that just started on his journey to worship the sorcerer god. And it can be quite random for pretty much everything you have to do. Plans within plans and all that. But that is something I've never really liked. People who like Tzeentch a lot tend to talk about how it's all in Tzeentch's plan, but there is one thing they often neglect, and that is the idea that at some point, no matter what you plan or do, you will not be able to win. Why do you think Kairos Fate Weaver, being able to see the future with 100% clarity and the past with 100% recollection, sometimes loses just in a straight-up melee brawl? Because sometimes the person you are going up against puts you in a position where no matter what options you have, even if you can see the future, you can't counter them. Sure, you can be a big brain, the biggest brain, have the biggest think in the universe, but if it means you're going up against someone who will put you into a position where you're basically locked up and can't move in the slightest, it doesn't matter if theoretically you could probably break the chains if you tried hard enough, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. Regardless, worshipping Tzeentch is all about ambition, sorcery, and sacrifice. Tzeentch loves seeing people accomplish goals, but loves it more when they show they are going to do whatever it takes to allow Tzeentch to further their own goals. Usually, people who worship the Great Changer have a minor patron, a demon who has a plan for them. They will give you power in exchange for you furthering their own plans. You know, Tzeentch's thing is planning. I remember in a book, legit cannot remember the place right now, I don't know why, I feel like it was something I read recently. But in this book, there was a Night Lord who was a Tzeentchian sorcerer, and their whole gimmick was they had some greater demon who was allowing them to do all of these increased magical ability trick whatevers in favor of this sorcerer backing up what this Tzeentch demon wanted and furthering their own plans and goals. This is kind of what Tzeentch worship is. As long as you further the plans of Tzeentch, you will be given greater and greater power. But if you go back against those plans, well, congrats, you're pretty much fucked up for the rest of your life. The end goal was basically just to get the demon into real space by having them possess some super psychic child or whatever. But yeah, this kind of leads me to discuss the pitfalls of chaos worship. See, with Khârn, if you fuck up worshipping them, Khârn usually curses you to bleed forever, or just lights you on fire, or just outright kills you. With Slaanesh, fucking up worship is usually going to lead you into the same position as worshipping them normally, you just enjoy it less. Nurgle, but with Tzeentch, literally anything could happen. It's like the random bullshit punishments you saw from the Nightosphere in Adventure Time. You might be turned into a book, you may be turned into the I have no mouth and I must scream depression blob. There really is no guessing. Like, there is a severity, obviously, but sometimes, for a lark, Tzeentch will do the worst punishment imaginable for a minor infraction. But breaking your covenant with Tzeentch is usually just, you broke up one of its schemes, and that's usually going to lend itself to like the worst punishment imaginable. Regardless, with that being said, Tzeentch is horrid. I hate the idea of worshipping them, as for someone so smart, they sure are fucking stupid, but whatever, man. Regardless, I'm going to go into the final part of this video now and talk about real-life chaos magic and the real-world applications of it. Okay, so this is something I've never really seen anybody bring up, which is kind of insane because, like, chaos sorcery in 40k, as well as fantasy, was obviously inspired by real-life chaos magic, down to the symbols to represent them being the same, the 8-pointed star, as well as basic underpinning concepts behind both of them. Now, my more religious and spiritual viewers, don't worry, I'm not propagating Satanism or any kind of devil worship. Chaos magic is more of a sideshow attraction. It's not real, it's something that I find interesting, because I've always been interested in the occult, mainly just because I like to understand the psychology and philosophy behind it. But ostensibly, chaos magic, the precursors to it, were invented by several individuals that had their philosophical ideologies kind of melded together. The name that you're going to recognize is Aleister Crowley, who was essentially practicing proto-chaos magic back in the 1920s. Now, Aleister Crowley is... that's a topic for another day, but he's kind of just his own thing. He's a rabbit hole, but there was a bunch of other individuals that, through their applications of strength of willpower and other, this led to the formation of what is known as contemporary chaos magic in the mid to late 1970s. Now, the key concepts of chaos magic were kind of touched upon in the early 20th century by Crowley, but saying he is responsible isn't entirely true, so I did bait the hook a little bit weirdly, because chaos magic came about as just a bunch of philosophers and actual magical believing whack jobs deciding that they wanted to do something. The idea behind it is believing in something so much that it actively becomes real. And I don't mean wanting something so much that it happens. I mean, the whole premise of chaos magic and the whole point of the 8-pointed star is that your belief can change at any moment, but you have to 100% believe it. It's kind of bordering on psychosis, but you have to essentially enter different ritualistic states of being known as gnosis, and gnosis will allow you to essentially adjust what your belief paradigm with the world is. Now, there is a lot of conditioning and a lot of terms that I'm not going to go over because this is a 40k channel. I'm not here to discuss occult symbology and magical practices. I don't know what the algorithm would even do with this video if I did that, but when it comes to chaos magic, the basic summation is if you believe something with 100% intent on it being real, as well as commit to certain actions that manifest the energy for something like that to happen, i.e. like the creation of a sigil, which is just a bunch of symbols combined together that represent the thing that you want to happen and believe to happen in reality. The burning of that sigil. There's also a lot of really weird practices involving masturbation. I don't know, man. It's very weird. Look into it at your own discretion, but all of those together allow you to manifest what you wish to happen into reality. I'm summing it up in like such a short way, and maybe if you guys are interested, I'll make a whole video about it because it is something I've always been kind of interested in, the occult and so on. I've known the idea of real-world chaos magic as well as the magic of the left-hand path for quite some time. I myself am not a magical wackadoo, but I do enjoy the idea of the occult and the macabre. I involve myself in researching a lot of things outside of 40k. It's a weird thing that not a lot of people know, that like my main hobby to participate is not actually 40k. I just like reading. Reading is kind of my thing. I do a lot of 40k and I do a lot of wargaming, but it's not my main thing. So I usually go through a lot of podcasts that involve macabre topics. Also, shout out to last podcast on the left. You guys are forever my goats. I really got to get back into watching you guys. They're also a good resource if you guys want to learn more about the left-hand path and chaos magic, as it is something that they covered extensively in one of their series. Regardless, is any of it real? Are there tangible, actual benefits to the weird chaos magic rituals that you can do? No, probably not. I don't know, man. I don't really think magic exists. I just think it's kind of cute and kitsch. It's just, I don't know, it's a fun conversation topic peddled by weirdos who don't know how to accomplish long-term goals. So they make weird magic golems in their mind while masturbating in order to feel like they have control over their lives. But like, you know, at least you guys learned something. Also, kind of a weird thing here, those little golem things that I mentioned, yeah, those have a name and it's servitor. I'm not even joking. If you look it up, they're these weird mental construct tulpa whatevers that chaos magicians make called servitors, and they're meant to accomplish minor tasks like defend your house or some shit. It's kind of weird. I like to think that 40k and the people who originally made it stole the name and then just did not incorporate the concept into the setting. I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but yeah, it is kind of cool when I was researching it that I'm like, huh, servitors. Neat. But with all that out of the way, let's wrap this up. With chaos worship, both real and fictional, there is always a cost. In 40k, it's your soul, your physical well-being, and likely your dignity, while in the real world, it's likely just your dignity. To dedicate yourself to something you wholeheartedly believe in is a fun concept, especially with 40k, because the gods are tangible and will literally give you gifts. It is one of those weird things I love about the setting, where no, for real, if you actually do the thing, there is no vague promise of an afterlife. The gods will actually just give you the hot demon lady if you raid some village in their name. Personally, if I were to fall to a god, and, you know, if I had a gun to my head and I had to sign my name onto a contract, it'd probably be Khârn worship. I'm too straightforward and tend to be a bit strict in my morals, so backstabbing and abuse is not really something that I'm into. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I legit just couldn't think of a topic to talk about in regards to the Salamanders' successors. I guess I could just talk about the most random chapters they have, like the Dragon Warriors or some shit, but I think it would be just cooler to talk about something in the spirit of the Salamanders rather than force myself to talk about something that's uninteresting. So, you like flamers, kids? Yeah, I bet you do. It's almost a universal constant that two laws apply. One, flamethrowers are always cool, and two, flamethrowers in video games are always ass. So, thankfully, I'm going to just be talking about them in the context of 40k lore, because I legit think the flamethrowers of this setting are some of the coolest representations of it in media. Now, is that a very specific set of criteria for me to base upon? You know, coolest flamethrower in fictitious media? Yeah. I kind of want to figure out what the best torrent-based flame weapon in this game is. With very little limitations, I am excluding chemical throwers, though some acid spewers I will keep in because they basically are functionally the same thing, but acid spit doesn't really fit that criteria just because it burns and has a short range. And the reason why I'm putting in some acid spewers is because I'm biased towards that one scene from Starship Troopers where that guy gets his ass melted by the weird butt mortar bugs that shot it out, and I wanted to put Tyranids on the list, so there is that. But let's try to lay down some ground rules here. 1. Flamethrowers, or flamers, are a short-range chemical projection device that sprays liquid fuel of some sort towards an enemy. The fuel is ignited by a pilot light, or some kind of other flame, and then coats an enemy. These are usually used to scare people, remove people from cover, or just make an area that is hostile for people to stand in so that you can clear ground a little easier. 2. The most common fuel in the setting is promethium, and it can get a little bit confusing if I don't specify what promethium is, because promethium is actually a generic term. The generic term, like how we use gas for things like petrol, diesel, and I don't know, anything that involves locomotion. We just call it gas, even though it's different shit per thing. So it can be a bit confusing, but in general, in the context of flamers, promethium is essentially just referring to napalm. So yeah. And lastly, I'm going in order of 3 different chunks: the Imperium, the Chaos, and the Aliens, covering the majority of the flamers therein. Also, lastly, no one-offs. So unfortunately, stuff like the Hellfire Extremists that Watch Captain Artemis uses can't be discussed. Only the most generic stuff you see on the battlefield. Okay, cool. Okay, let's hop in. All right, let's get Space Marines out of the way. I'm not gonna hit all of them, just the most notable ones. Like, starting off, the Humble Astartes Flamer is just an enhanced version of the standard Flamer. Large replaceable canister at the base, enhanced distance from the standard, large replaceable canister at the base where a magazine would go on a normal gun, and usually the guy holding it is a lot scarier than the weapon itself, which would tell you something. It is a flamethrower that you have seen likely 100 if not 1,000 times on the tabletop, usually on assault squads, and usually really fucking useful. The Humble Space Marine Flamer has been the cure to whatever ails you the enemy has for about 40 years now, and if whatever ails you is the sin of your enemies, congrats, you're now able to turn them into an inert pile of regretful ash on the ground, which, leads to less sin in the area, I guess. Coming in a smaller variant known as a hand flamer, you could probably guess what it does. It's basically just the same thing as a regular flamer, but with the components brought down to a smaller level. The range is shorter, the distance in which the flames can spread is shorter, and the canister is only good for about 2 or 3 spurts before it's done. It's a good side weapon if you want to scare the living shit out of people in a melee, but other than that, it's usually just better to carry a regular flamer. Next is the Big Mammoth Jamma, the heavy flamer. It is, simply put, everything in a flamer, but better. 2 barrels to jet out more promethium, as well as wider barrels to really open up the options for war crimes here. This usually requires an extended access to fuel, so for most of the Imperium, they use these as vehicle-mounted weapons so that the fuel canisters can be held inside an armored chassis, but for Space Marines who are able to put up a little bit more defense and plan out their assault a little more, the Devastators tend to have them on their backs,
and Terminators, which are incredibly armored, tend to have specialized canisters mounted on the sides of the weapons themselves, although containing less fuel as a byproduct. It can reach temperatures of up to 900 degrees Celsius, which no, I'm not converting into freedom units. I just know it better in Celsius, so good for you. Before we clear out the regular Space Marine junk, I just want to shout out an offshoot, the Pyre Blaster. Basically the Primaris Flamer that came out, I think, at the start of 10th edition. Started with the Black Templars Primaris Crusader squads, but then eventually found a little bit later in the Infernus squads more commonly. The main difference is accuracy and range. It's basically firing fuel through a more concentrated hose, so there's less of a dispersed gout of flame and more of a lengthier, thinner stream that lights things on fire from a distance. It was used to clear out forests and burn away Tyranid bioforms so they couldn't be recycled. There's a heavy version, the heavy Pyre Blaster. You could probably already guess what that one is if you listened to the last 5 minutes of this audio. Speaking of the heavy version, now we have the biggest and the baddest version of the Flamer for pretty much all of the Imperium outside of stuff that's mounted on like Titans. The Flamestorm Cannon. See, where the heavy Flamer could be mounted on a vehicle but used by Space Marines, the Flamestorm Cannon is so powerful that it needs to be mounted on Space Marine vehicles, most commonly mounted on Land Raiders because of the amount of energy and just resources it needs to eat up in order to be used properly. Also, shout out to the Ball Predator, who is a smaller tank that can have one of these things mounted on its side. Basically, a Flamestorm Cannon is like if you duct taped 3 heavy flamers together. It has more range, more heat, and uses so much fuel that you'd think you were watching that one scene from Terminator 2 with Sarah Connor on the playground fence if you were watching someone get hit by it. It is an awesome weapon, though is very rare due to, well, if the fuel tanks that hold its fuel get ruptured or nicked in the slightest, it usually explodes into a small mushroom cloud and kills the entire crew, which is kind of shitty because, Space Marines and whatever, but also they're incredibly expensive and rare to make, just because the materials required. So let's cover the rest of the Imperium now, shall we? So the Imperial Guard has more or less the same level of tech that the Space Marines have, just lesser, with flamers that are smaller, heavy flamers that are roughly the same size, though are usually used with heavy weapon teams, or they're mounted on vehicles, and even some ranking members of the Imperial Guard are able to carry around hand flamers, which is, I don't know, seems like a bit of a tricky surprise to throw at an orc who thought he was going to get into a fair fight. But I shall note that there are a few interesting additions, like the Inferno Cannon and the Heavy Inferno Cannon. These weapons are actually so deadly and so horrible that they can only be equipped on vehicles, though also Inferno Cannons can be outfitted on dreadnoughts from time to time for Space Marines. The cannons in question fire with a specialized flame projector that, instead of sustained bursts that fire from like a pump action, it's more they get rocketed out violently through a pneumatic tube, firing a massive powerful burst of flame and napalm in a short direction. It's slower than a bullet, but faster than a flamethrower. Basically, it trades sustained fire for a massive cloud of flame directly flying towards a specific location. With that being stated, its range is now a rather staggering 150 yards, which is a big fucking yikes, but fun fact, this weapon is also used by Titans. Funner fact, it's stated that to use this weapon, you basically need to be a pyromaniac who has a weird obsession with burning people to death. Though, it also filters out people through training, due to part of the training requiring you to learn how to be a bit more discreet with the weapon, because if you fire it while moving the vehicle, it will actually melt the front half of the vehicle due to the backdraft of the flames that get caught a little bit in the wind and the heat still lagging behind it, which has led to a fair number of deaths. I will now touch upon the Sisters of Battle only briefly, as they don't have much different in terms of flamers as much as they just have an obsession with flamers. Yeah, they really like burning people to death. It's kind of their thing, with a bunch of different units specialized in flamer usages, but the thing is they tend to just use the standard Astartes war gear, just slightly scaled down. Not nearly as scaled down as the Imperial Guard, but you catch what I mean. So they have flamers, heavy flamers, and the thing that I wanted to bring up that was specific to them is the Immolator tank, which with a name like that, you could probably imagine what it does, but it's pretty damn fun. It is a specialized rhino chassied flamer tank that is fixated on one thing and one thing only, burning, except for those few times in the past where you could equip it with heavy bolters as well as multi-meltas. It has 2 twin-linked heavy flamers on each side, which basically means 4 heavy flamers, 2 to a side. Though this isn't really much different from something like a bunch of Space Marines with heavy flamers. The Immolator does it with a lot more pizzazz. Sauce is important, don't you know? Okay, lads. Let's do the lightning round, because basically we're going to be discussing a bunch of one-offs that are kind of just the only flamer unit in an entire faction for the Imperium, or we're going to be grouping ones together that really don't have much lore, so there isn't much to discuss. So, which Seeker Flamer? Basically the same thing as a regular flamer, but Psychers hate it just a little bit more, used by the Sisters of Silence, and probably just uses the blessed promethium fuel that they talk about every now and then. Infernus Firepike, basically just a slightly longer ranged heavy flamer, used by an older pattern of Terminator the Custodes have. There is literally no lore about it other than it exists, and it has tabletop representation. The Mechanicus? Weird. Literally all their flamers are under the category of, I guess it just exists. The Incendine Combustor, God, that's weirdly hard to say. The Incendine Combustor is a holy artifact flamer that is ultra blessed by Martian priests and is outfitted to Castellan robots, so it's basically just a super heavy flamer. The Phosphor Torches are used by flying dudes who like burning shit to death, and that's all we know about how they work. And the Cerberus Sulfur Hounds are cybernetically enhanced super horses fed on a diet of flammable food that allows them to breathe fire that is then further augmented by weird flame nozzles attached to their mouth. What? That actually just sounds fake. It's not? Okay. The last flamer I wanted to cover before moving on to Chaos is the Incinerator, which is literally just a heavy flamer, but the Promethium they use is triple blessed, like maybe quadruple blessed sometimes. Like so blessed it actually hurts demons made of fire by covering them in different fire, which is cool. It's used by Grey Knights and members of the Ordo Malleus, so there is that. Functionally the same thing, just creates psi flames instead of regular fire, which is also just regular fire, but psi, I guess. Okay, Chaos Flamies, let's go. Chaos is one of those categories of lore where, in general, the mortals of Chaos have access to about 90% of the same shit the Imperium has, with a little bit of ooky spooky hocus pocus added on top. We shall get to the hocus pocus, but for the majority of Chaos, just assume Space Marines are, like, equipped with both flamers, heavy flamers, and hand flamers, alongside the standard weird shit. So, with the basics out of the way, let's cover the weird shit, starting with the Balefire weapons. Balefire is kind of weird. It's like typically 70% technology and 30% magic. This magic is used to produce essentially limitless fuel for the flamer's fire. So Balefire projectors are usually demonic in origin, but usually used on demon machines rather than just 100% demons. And the flames are basically just more concentrated and rather powerful in comparison to the normal size. It's complicated, but we don't know much other than the fact that they're fire that's also really, really hot. For example, the most common one you're probably going to recognize is simply put the Bale Flamer of the lovable and lavish Helldrake. The Helldrake is literally just a dragon. It looks like a pterodactyl, but it also breathes fire. It's this kind of anti-flying vehicle monstrosity that is really, really good at taking down jets and planes because it can A, fly incredibly fast, and B, well, it has the maneuverability of a bird, so it has that fun thing that jets don't have, which is they can stop midair and then redirect itself however it sees fit. It's pretty dangerous, and also it has flying melee weapons, so there's that. But the thing is the Bale Flamer that is built into its mouth, though it can also be replaced with a rotary autocannon. But yeah, it breathes fire, and it's Bale Flame, whichever the difference that is between regular fire. I believe Hellstalkers can have them too, which is a mount so obscure that I think they only gave one miniature that, and it was the Lord Discordant, which the Lord Discordant can only come on a Hellstalker, which is weird to make that distinction. There is a bunch of weird shit that you could talk about with the Bale Flamers, but there's only one other weapon that I think is included in this category, and that is the Balefire Pike. I literally think it's
is only usable by mortals, and that's the only thing we need to know about it, because I could not find damn near anything about this weapon. It's on one miniature, and that's the Cultist Firebrand. It's a cool looking weapon. It's just a very long flamer, but I'm assuming it's also just a bale flamer, which, I don't know, man. The last category of weapons in the Chaos Mortal side of Chaos is the inversion of the bale flamer, where it's 70% weird magical bullshit and 30% technology, which is kind of cool. The Warp Flamer is a weapon that is used exclusively by the Thousand Sons in the modern day, and it is basically just pure Tzeentchian bullshit. Essentially, it spews out a bunch of mixed up Tzeentch fire. So, what is Tzeentch fire? Well, it's complicated. Some of it burns. Some of it freezes, some of it actually causes mutations, but most of it just does random bullshit whenever it hits you. But the Warp Flamers are kind of just more focused on burning you to death and usually charring your soul. So in a gout of blue and sometimes pink flame, it'll basically encapsulate you, melt through your armor, and then kill you pretty much instantly. It's less complicated than regular Tzeentchian flame. It comes in a hand flamer version and a heavy flamer version, and you could probably guess what they do in comparison to the rest of the versions that are held by a singular marine. It's just a small version for your hand and a large version for when you want to melt the side of a tank. So let's switch over to demons now. And I have to be at least a little bit disappointed here, as, well, most of the Chaos Gods don't really have flamethrowers, which you could probably guess already which one has them, and has them in abundance, I mind you, but I was legit surprised to find out that Khârn didn't really have any contemporary version outside of, like, maybe one guy that screams really loud and it's also kind of hot. I guess the more you think about it, the more you realize that Khârn doesn't really get any blood from a charred corpse, so there is that. Khârn tends to use flaming weapons rather than, you know, flamethrowers, you know, the burning swords, the burning axes, and I guess the skull cannon, which is pretty fun to be honest. So let's talk about the Flames of Tzeentch and why they are hilarious. Usually being spouted out by the Flamers of Tzeentch. The Flames of Tzeentch usually come in two colors, pink and blue. Is there a difference? Not really that I could find. I mean, on the tabletop, the blue Flames of Tzeentch are used as more of an anti-tank weapon, while the pink Flames of Tzeentch are used as an anti-infantry, but literally in lore there is almost no distinction made from what I could find. Flamers of Tzeentch and Exalted Flamers tend to spew these things out, and the funniest part is it's actually considered unstable wild magic. If you are hit by them, literally anything, and I mean anything, can happen. It's listed several possible ideas of what could happen. Like, what if it just suddenly destroys all inorganic material on you, so all metals and your fake leather jacket just disappears and you're naked and more or less unscathed. Sometimes you can be showered in a whole blast of grape juice rather than just being covered in fire, and then sometimes you just turn into an inert pile of ash on the ground. It's kind of a crapshoot, and the funniest part is that flamers usually tend to travel in packs, so you're never getting hit with just one of these effects, which, again, you're rolling the dice, but you're usually getting blasted with 5 different status effects, each doing their own things all at the same time, and for the most part, they end up kind of fucking you up, especially if you get any of the mutation-based effects, because you're not going to come out looking fun. You have Exalted Flamers, too, who are flamers that have, for some reason, achieved a level of sapience to them, and they're able to make their own decisions, as well as lead small war bands. They can blast you with multiple gouts of flame at will, which usually means they are up close and pretty horrible to deal with at the same time. I love the idea of spinning the fucking wheel of random probability whenever you get blasted with the pastel goth fire stream. It's really damn funny, but that leads me into a weird spot where I want to bring up something no one really ever mentions. A lot of Tzeentch stuff is based around corrupted wizard archetypes. We already kind of know this, it just kind of comes with the brand, which is cool. I like evil wizards. Sounds fun. The weirdest part is flamers are just evil wizard robes, and no one ever brings that up. They literally hop and fly around like they are animated robes. It's even mentioned in lore that they look kind of goofy. They shoot fire out of the hand stumps, where the little weird beardy man would have his hands poking out to shoot their own magic spells, and the top where the head is supposed to be just looks like the opening of a robe or a hood. It's so weird, and I've never seen anyone bring it up. I just wanted to bitch about this for a second because I feel like it's such a funny little trivia tidbit. I don't know if it was intentional, but if you look at the original Flamer of Tzeentch, like the model from first edition, you can kind of see it, right? Lastly, I wanted to shout out sort of something that's not really a flamer. I just really like it. It's the Soul Burner. Soul Burners were something I used in 8th edition with some Forge World stuff I used in tournaments, and they were just really fun. They were used on Chaos Decimators, which is also a really fun model. They were the inverse of a regular flamer, where in the normal game, you didn't have to roll to hit with flamers, you just went to wound because, I mean, it's a wall of fire. If you're within range, you do hit. But with the Soul Burners, it actually was the opposite. All you had to do was hit them, and no matter how tough they were, it would always wound. It just skipped the wound process. It was really cute. But they were basically just long-range ballistic projectile weapons that exploded into fire when they landed. Not exactly a flamethrower, but it sounded pretty cool, so I just wanted to bring it up, I guess. I don't know, man. Let's cover the Xenos Flamers now, and then crown a winner, shall we? The last category I want to discuss is likely the most out of nowhere one, because with Chaos there is a degree of sameness that comes with every single flamethrower they have. As you could guess, most of the Chaos stuff is stolen from Imperial tech, and modifying it with a little bit of magical bullshit from now and then. So with all that in mind, I kind of want to talk about the aliens, and the aliens themselves kind of follow a similar universal constant, and that is the phrase fire bad, as fire is in fact very bad. It is quite literally the baddest it could be. With all that being said, the mechanisms at which most flamers function across alien kind is pretty similar, but also pretty different depending on the one you get to. Although following the basic idea of shooting a small cloud of fire. I am going to be stretching the definition of flamer a little bit for some of these, but I think it'd be kind of funny just to include some stuff that isn't truly a flamer, but it does fit the bill pretty much to a T. So yeah, let's get into it. Starting with the orcs, because I think when people think about aliens that like flame weapons, the orcs usually come to mind pretty quickly, and for good reason. Orcs are simple creatures with simple motives and goals. They desire fire most days, and desire the ability to burn the living shit out of everything they damn well see. They like killing, cooking, shooting, and fighting. Simple as. Can kind of relate to them on that sort of field. So the simplest way to see the orcs is their flamers are incredibly simplified versions of what a flamethrower could be. Usually just a fuel tank with a tube and a fire at the end of it to light the fuel that comes out. Literally just that. But in general, the orcs do have some weird additions to it. See, the fuel they use, while also being promethium, is actually different. See, the leader of any Burna group is a mech, and the mech of that Burna group tends to mix gasoline, you know, the promethium, with squig oil and a bunch of other random shit that they find. This is called the Burna brew, and they end up using that instead of regular promethium, unlike the Imperium. Now, is squig oil going to make it better? Yes, I think. Probably. I don't know. But regardless, the Burna is usually equipped with a lot of the most interesting things that an orc can be. So fun fact, the Burna that uses the Burna, which is the name of the thing, Burnas are wielded by Burna boys, but it's usually just shorted to Burnas. But yeah, trust me, doing the research for this has been all over the place. So if it sounds like I'm easily confused by the topic at hand, it's probably because I am. But the Burna itself, like the flamethrower, can also be an arc welder if focused enough, which I think is a byproduct of the squig oil, methinks. It's only usable in close range, but it is kind of an interesting idea. Orcs that use Burnas as their main weapon are often pyromaniacs, which is, you know, pretty common with flame weapons, you'd assume. But yeah, Burnas amass in small groups that are led by a mech who mixes their gas for them. It's pretty simple. These Burna squads are usually bought from the GW store, and that is why they have a mech inside the unit. Pretty simple, right? So shout out to an offshoot Burna weapon known as the Splash Burna. It is not really a flamer, but it kind of is. Basically, when a mech gets a hold of a Space Marine plasma gun, it can mix it with an Orc Burna. This usually leads to a creation that is not a combi weapon, but a flamethrower that doesn't spew burning liquid fuel. Instead, it sprays plasma gas. Kind of like that old plasma incinerator that Dark Angel's Interruptors used to use, but, you know, proper orky. The obvious next step up for the Orc Burna is the Orc Scorcha, which is basically just the heavy flamer equivalent. Not much to know other than it's usually mounted on the side of a vehicle or on one of their Death Dread Walker mechs, which kind of implies that it probably burns hot enough that regular orcs can't use it without dying most times. Onto one that is kind of a cliff note, but I do like them in principle, which is the Tau. Yeah, the Tau have flamers, right? It's kind of weird that such a civilized race would be using such barbaric weapons as flamers, but, you know, in general, it makes a lot of sense. I guess it does shake down to the same principle with all these factions, and that principle is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And from the dawn of man, we have always been under the idea that as it stands, fire, again, bad. So, with the Tau trying to take over small pockets of the universe, fire has been an effective tool for a lot of their campaigns. There's literally so little noteworthy about the Tau Flamer that the only thing that I can really come up with is that it exists, but the most interesting aspect of it is that it's wielded by Vespids sometimes. I like the idea of Vespids using this because Vespids are a needlepoint strike. They're a flying, incredibly fast-moving unit that can get in and get out, so they're usually equipped with pulse rifles or neutron blasters, which is their own thing. But giving them a bunch of flamers is super interesting because they could do pinpoint infrastructure damage to burn down buildings and shouldn't get out in no time flat. I just think it's kind of interesting. Okay, so let's go on to something that might actually be a contender for the best flamer of the whole bunch. The Eldar are weird. They do have access to flamers, but outside of them just existing, we don't know too much. But the one I want to highlight is the Dragon's Breath Flamer, which is a name that has been already used at least once or maybe twice in 40k. Vulcan kind of had those in his army during the heresy, but you know what? There's so much overlap of names that it doesn't really matter if we bring up all the points, but regardless, dragon copyright or not, the fire dragons are an aspect warrior of the Eldar that I think is kind of neat. I like all of the aspect warriors. The fire dragons are essentially the pyromaniacs, and also kind of just regular maniacs in general. They literally have so much hate in their heart that nothing less than dust is all that should remain from when they encounter a foe. It's kind of cool, and they are equipped with the right weapons for the job. Fusion guns, fire pikes, melta-bombs, and of course, the Dragon's Breath Flamer. Each is a heavy flamer equivalent for the Eldar, which is a heavy flamer equivalent for the Eldar, but it goes a little bit further than that. Sort of. I'm going to be extrapolating here because there isn't really much to know about it, but it does have a soul stone on the side, which does imply something, either a power source or maybe there's a ghost in it. But the infinite malice of a dead fire dragon powering the damn thing is kind of my headcanon here. Like, they do this shit with swords, like the witch blades that have dead psyker souls in them that rip your ghost out whenever they so much as touch you. I like the idea of the flamer being so powerful that it doesn't just burns you, it burns you in a way that causes actual damage to the reality of the world around you. Just because it's like weird psychic fire that's not actually psychic fire. It's burning you in a way that defies physics because it can get so hot due to that idea of infinite energy being applied. This is going to sound a little weird, but the way that I always imagined it, and I just like talking about this specific thing, is you guys ever watch the X-Files? Yeah, I love that shit. It was part of my editing rotation last year when I was just putting on mindless background content while I was working. But as someone who has at least a little bit of a scientifically inclined background, they sometimes just spout mindless gibberish that makes me laugh. I don't remember the crux of it, but basically it was about invisible aliens that were just showing up because zero budget at the time, and these aliens could burn you with psychic plasma fire or some bullshit. But I remember an entire army platoon that had been affected as this invisible alien had attacked them, and it cut to a room that had a bunch of generic military men clutching their tummies in pain and making groaning noises being tended to doctors. Dana Scully, the scientific skeptic of the show, looks at their partner, Fox Mulder, and says, without a hint of irony, these men have 5th and 6th degree burns. Which, as someone who knows a little bit of biology as well as a little bit of trauma anatomy, that is not a thing. The scale goes to 4. Like, 4th degree burns is like you get chucked into a volcano level hot. Like, it's so hot that your nerve endings get flash fried and you don't feel anything. Like, if you dip your hand in something that will give you a 4th degree burn, you suddenly just have no hand anymore. It's just a charred stump. So I always wondered what a fucking 5th and 6th degree burn was. Like, did they get burned so bad people who had memories of them started to feel it, like feel a little pain? When I think of that episode, I think of this flamer because it's kind of in the same vein. A flame so supernaturally hot because of weird elf magic that it transcends the known laws of biology and physiology, which makes a lot of sense when you think about the Eldar. Speaking of, let's get into like the last set of flamers and then, you know, cover it up. Tyranids, now, weirdly enough, they don't really have a lot of flame weapons because, well, flame is kind of antithetical to what Tyranids want. If something is hit with fire, it usually gets reduced. The proteins get denatured and it becomes less useful because it's been a burnt husk. So Tyranids burning things doesn't really work. So a lot of what I'm talking about here is cheating a little bit. One of them is the only one that's really stretching it, and the other one is just kind of weird. So the one that's stretching it is the psychoclastic flow of anti-psychic ash that comes from the psychophage. Psychophages are a universal anti-psychic Tyranid bioform that recently emerged from the splinter fleets. See, most Tyranids are by default kind of anti-psychic due to the shadow and the warp, but with some psychers being so powerful that they actually damaged the hive mind recently, and some demonic forces being so powerful that they supersede the shadow and the warp, it was time that the Tyranids made a weapon to deal with it. The psychophage, a Tyranid wood chipper. I'm not kidding. It drags psychers into its mouth, kicking and screaming, and then mulches them into burning hot ash and spews it out towards individuals. This psychoclastic flow causes less harm to the physical body and more your soul, because I mean, what does a Tyranid need with a soul? So if it can rip your soul out and kill you instantly without damaging your biomass in the slightest, I mean, that's a good thing. It is also apparently especially damaging to psychers who have trouble dealing with it and redirecting it. I like to think of it how a volcano can have a gray eruption of nothing but ash. This is kind of like that. It's similar to like a spewing ash cloud of superheated particles. It's kind of nice. The last flamer I wanted to talk about is probably the reason why I made this video, because I always thought it was cool, and that is the Pyrovore's Flame Spurt. I love this dude, and to my poor editor Alice, I'm so sorry. Yes, there is a disparate amount of art of them as they have gotten an update recently, but prior to this current update, they looked like a gorilla lizard bug with a dick coming out of their back. Now they are a spider with a flame cannon, but at the same time, these two arts are probably both canon because Tyranids are Tyranids. But Pyrovores are cool. They have always been cool. They are essentially sent in by the hive mind to deal with the pesky biomass in a very pre-digestive way. These things are supposed to be external stomachs that go around and melt things with fire, acid, plasma, whatevers. They have an acidic bite and explode into fire and stomach acid whenever they are killed, which, you know, allows everything around them to be, you know, consumed a little bit easier. The fun part is that the flame spurt on top of the bug itself actually has a separate brain and functions 100% independently of the bug. The bug eats the spurts. Because of that, this weird fire spewer can aim independently of whatever the bug is doing. They just supply each other with the necessary nutrients for it, and it is weirdly brilliant. And comically enough, it's actually implied that the brain in the spurt was actually more intelligent than the bug itself, which is kind of funny. But yeah, the gunk it shoots out is basically non-burning hyperacidic napalm that sticks to you and melts you down into consumable sludge. It's basically just pre-digestive juices. So with all that out of the way, let's break it all down. Let's discuss what exactly the best flamer is. I do have my favorites, but to narrow it down a little bit, I think the potential best flamer out of every single thing that we've discussed is probably pretty obvious. So let's give a top three really quickly now that we've covered pretty much every category. Number 3, Dragon's Breath Flamer. Number 2, Pyrovore's Flame Spurt. And number 1, you probably saw this coming, but the pink and blue flames of Siege. They are literally so dangerous that there is no response other than like turning into an indiscernible lump of meat on the ground. In all of my comment sections for likely the last 6 months now, there has been one simple question, something so invasive that honestly I put in more time just to get my research done on them than most of my other videos. This singular question has been haunting my dreams for long enough, and it's time to answer the simple question of when space sharks. Well, my little gremlos, it is time for space sharks. I'm going to break down their lore, give my opinions, a few weird stories from my past, and then also discuss some oddities about them. And yes, we will be discussing him at length. Regardless, I want you all to sit back, relax, and try to enjoy this video. It's going to be a long one, and in general, with all the reading I had to do for a single Space Marine chapter, it goddamn better well be a long video. The Carcharodons, the Space Sharks, the Pale Hunters, the weirdest chapter, and likely the most fan-favorite non-standard chapter in the setting. The reason they're just weird. Not in like a eccentric kind of way, more so in they break a lot of the cardinal rules that Space Marines tend to follow, but for some reason they do it in such a cool way that no one really cares that much. Like, they are aggressively melee focused in terms of a chapter and devout to the Emperor, but they are also incredibly silent in how they go about it. They have the discipline of a stealthy chapter, but the execution of the Black Templars if they merge with the Flesh Terrors, and that's the best way to see them. They're an especially violent monster of a chapter. But what are the basics of what we know about them? Well, the short end of it, they are basically one of the weirder chapters in that they are a predation fleet, where they essentially migrate around the sector in a bully fleet of ships in different numbers, depending on the difficulty of the location that they're in, which, by the way, they're in the Outer Dark, which is pretty bad, and usually the fighting ends up being against Tyranids, I mind you, but not being afraid to take up arms against damn near anything else that's in there as well. They kind of just get around a lot. They do technically have a homeworld, but it's complicated. Once we get into their history, and especially the Badab War, we will talk about that, but for now we're just going to be covering the basics of what you need to know to understand the chapter from a top-down current perspective. Like, the stuff you need to understand just to kind of get by. So, in as simplest terms as humanly possible, the Carcharodons Astra, the Space Sharks, they are the ultimate make-do with what we have chapter of Marines, pretty much in the history of this universe. With almost no access to resources, they are probably one of the most resourceful chapters around. They abstain from contemporary resources as a means of penance for a crime we don't fully understand, but I could take a few guesses. In order to restock on serfs, chapter candidates, weapons, armor, and just basic supplies, they partake in two almost ritualistic set of rites, something that they say is their God-given right, but it's more they just use that as an excuse for people not to question the 7 to 8 foot tall men that show up covered in gore, and that is the Gray Tithes and the Red Tithes. They're pretty fucking radical names, but the Gray Tithe is where they hunt down archaeotech wherever they go, stealing it from any planet they can find, and they use this archaeotech as a bartering chip with the tech priests of Mars in order to secure new war gear through a pact that is officially sealed under the name of the "You Pay Me" decree of M34. Though, due to this being a bit limited in scope, the chapter is often pretty protective of old war gear, and they are also usually down to the wire with the shittiest patterns of power armor they could get their hands on, mismatched and very heavily augmented in order to work, with none of their suits of power armor being 100% working all the time, usually being equipped with Mark V Heresy plate, which is, if you don't know much about it, it's kind of the worst one. I think it does provide them with a cool look, and it does lead to them having some weird-ass weapon and armor mashups. Like, their Relic Terminator armors are described as being pretty damn decorated, but still being mismatched, caked in scars and battle damage that has only been loosely repaired. The First Company veterans, that usually wear them, by the way, are known as the Red Brethren. It doesn't really mean that they're actually red or have any red decorations. It's actually kind of funny because they end up going into the battlefield clean as a whistle and then leaving so thoroughly caked in gore and viscera that you'd think at first sight, just from the color alone, that they're a Blood Angel successor. But yeah, all their gear is more or less ancient by default, but also alongside that you have the Red Tithe I mentioned, which is the more discussed about tithe, as there is a book written about it. It's the tithe that they conduct when they basically just need to abduct a small world's population without telling anyone. They get bodies, and that's all that matters. Serfs, potential battle brothers, servants, and so on, so forth. It's pretty neat. They usually raid places that are far out of Imperial aid, so that when they do it, they don't have to worry about an Inquisitor showing up, and if they do, it'll happen later. In the book Red Tithe, that's basically the entire principle of the plot, albeit there is a bit more at stake, like an untainted psyker, but you know, we get there later. Regardless, these two means of stealing to sell and stealing people can be considered morally reprehensible, and, well, you're right, but in a very Night Lord's way of going about this, the ends do justify the means here, as they are damn good at their job. They're one of the most important tools to fight off the horrors of the Outer Dark, and because of that, they kind of just need to do what they do. They have strict codes of honor, but the honor itself doesn't really extend to humanity, more just a respect to their own disciplines and doctrines that are almost 100% in their chapter. So if you're not in their chapter, they don't really give a shit shit about you. And hell, unless you're a fully blooded battle brother, you are probably going to barely even be recognized as a living entity that breathes. And that comes down to the fact that, like, if you are not tough enough to become a fully blooded battle brother, you are not really going to be cut out for this, because you're going to be put through scenarios that are going to likely test you. It's actually a common practice in the chapter that if you are a scout or a member of the scout company, until you have fully blooded yourself in several different campaigns, meaning killed several people, monsters, or what have you during a campaign, you are not even allowed a name. You are given a designation. That is it, a numbered code with sigils and symbols to represent who you are. The second you cross this kind of threshold to be considered a tough enough dude that you could potentially be a worthwhile battle brother, you are given what is referred to as a void name, which is your new name that's inherent to the chapter's culture. So these names are written in High Gothic, and it's kind of interesting to mention the High Gothic part of things because the entirety of the chapter doesn't speak Low Gothic, and they barely speak regular High Gothic. They speak an archaic form of High Gothic, and for those of you who don't know, the best way to see High Gothic and Low Gothic, the difference is that Low Gothic is basically like speaking English. It is a butchered language that is simplistic and easy to understand, while High Gothic is like speaking Latin. It's the root of a lot of different languages, and it's not as easy to understand, but the Carcharodons speak an ancient dialect of High Gothic, and it's said to be such a formal way of speaking that when people actually try and speak with them, it's described as they're speaking like they're narrating an instructions manual from some ancient text. It kind of gives them a more mechanical feel in nature to how they act and speak. So people who speak with them, even if they speak High Gothic, sometimes have trouble understanding them just because of how old it is. The reason this is very interesting, though, as with most of 40k, is it's kind of unconfirmed why. I'll give you my reason why. I know why, but it's later. We'll cover it in the history. I'm just trying to keep these sections divided. I'm baiting the hook, I know. But if there's one thing I'm good at, it's being pedantic and faffing about so much that people start to get frustrated. And, yeah, outside of the basics of their tithes and lifestyles, the Space Sharks' combat tactics are probably one of the reasons people think they're so cool. They are just so incredibly violent. It's actually described as being close in scale to the more unhinged members of the Blood Angel successors in just how absolutely violent it is. They crash on people like a tsunami and shred them to pieces like some kind of oceanic predator. They decorate their weapons and armor with different fish accoutrements similar to that of like a shark or some other underwater fish predator. Though usually it is the, shark motif because, GW has to be on the nose about damn near everything. This goes all the way down to their close ranged weapons where, say, their chain axes and chain swords, which is what they're preferred, are often modified that they do not have the hook-bladed teeth, like the mica dragon teeth that the standard chain swords have. They actually customize them to be a serrated edge that is more pointed and triangular in shape. It's similar to that of a shark's tooth, obviously, which is fucking awesome. They prefer to attack similar to that of a great ocean predator. They swim in, take a chunk out, and then if it grievously injures them, they go in for the kill. But if they see that they don't have an immediate advantage, they back away and then adjust in order to strike again. It's this sort of strike and fade technique that's taken to almost the most violent possible conclusion. It's very much shock troop tactics, but especially more violent and gruesome. They do so while being completely silent, by the way. There is no chanting battle hymns. There is simply the silence of the void as they come in like sharks and then just strike. They are an incredibly disciplined force of Marines as well, being able to control themselves due to a genetic curse known as the blindness that affects almost every single one of their members, which isn't the only genetic curse. Their bodies over time get covered in scales. Their eyes turn black like that of a doll's. Weirdly enough, people draw them along with shark teeth. This is kind of a misnomer. The shark teeth isn't actually a mutation that they undergo. It's more of a cultural thing. They actually sharpen their teeth and carve them down so that they have the point, sometimes even getting their entire jaws replaced with metal chompers to be closer to their, DeviantArt fish sona. So, with the basics of the chapter out of the way, let's switch gears a bit and touch upon history, the blindness, and where they started, or at least the most widely recognized location of where they started. And, speaking of, where did they start? As far as history goes for the Carcharodons, we don't know too much. the thing you all need to understand is that 2/3 of their lore is pretty much wrapped up in any supplement involving the Badab War, as well as any Imperial Armory book, which on either side of that spectrum is basically just an especially large codex entry with very weird tidbits of lore. And I will say, I love codex entries. They're really fun ways to get a brief idea of what something is in the lore, but they're there to gas up whatever they're talking about, which, yeah, it's cool, but it's not really a good source of unbiased information. No. So the other third of the info that we have is in the disparate novels we have about the various different adventures with the Carcharodons, which is both more than you'd expect, still less than you'd hope. It gives us a bit of a framework to understand them a little bit more. And from their perspective, they are penitents who were sent into exile thousands of years ago. They assume they were from the Sentinel founding, which I'm just going to tell you is just a fucking wrong. That's just incorrect, at least from my perspective, though looking it up online, a lot of people seem to have the same opinion of me when it comes to that specific conclusion. Their origins tie into a very weird theory that they are somehow related to the Night Lords, which is fucking bullshit, wacky malarkey, though I get where it comes from. See, it's a common trope in the Horus heresy that Corvus Corax and the Night Haunter were often compared, especially on the side of their legion, as they both kind of represent very similar ideas in how to prosecute wars. See, the Raven Guard use a form of fear tactic when they engage in wars with others, while the Night Lords are, basically doing the same thing, just a little bit more gusto involved in causing fear and pain. Both like stealth, both like jump packs, both do melee, both seem to enjoy their jobs, with the Night Lords enjoying it enough to make us all a little bit uncomfortable if they start talking about it. So, it's pretty obvious people tend to compare them, which is why when people say that the Carcharodon Astra are Night Lord stock, it's because they do the whole ultra-violence thing like them, more so than the stealthy thing like the Raven Guard. But I'm sorry to dispel this myth, but that's bullshit and a poopy bad thing. These boys are 100% Raven Guard. Hell, the theory that they are partially made from the gene seed of world eaters makes more sense to me, to be honest. But yeah, the reason why they are so violent is often overlooked, and it's a gene seed curse that the Raven Guard suffer. Not many people talk about it because it's not nearly as glamorous as the other ones, but comically enough, the Raven Guard have a very similar curse to that of the Blood Angels, where their Marines will, if pushed too far in a combat scenario, or sometimes just for no reasons, just go berserk. It's a lot more sullen than the Black Rage and a little bit more stable, but the Sable brand causes their gene seed to become hyper-processed. Their skin turns almost luminescent white to match Corvus Corax, their eyes turn black as pitch if they weren't already, and an urge to do nothing but kill fills them in as efficient and meaningful a way as possible. They are a bit more coherent than those who fall to the Black Rage, like I was saying, but these individuals mercilessly slaughter who they deem as any enemy, which more often than not is a lot of people. Unlike the Black Rage, they can come back from the Sable brand through many different methods. It was practiced during the Horus Heresy, or at least pre-Horus Heresy, how to make it go away, and there was like mixed success, so they just allowed you to choose whichever one worked for you. Meditation, seclusion, or just full-on engaging in your most brutal urges brought about by the Sable brand. I don't know, whatever works, man. Though it is often taught to individuals who are afflicted with the Sable brand to weaponize it. Thus, the Shadow Killers were born, but that's a topic for another day. They may not be a regular man anymore. They have kind of fallen to the base urges, but they can still be of use to the chapter just because of how much more violent they can be. So they also are encouraged to use a mixture of discipline and combat so that they're able to basically harness these urges while they're trying to get them out. Make the battle lust work for the chapter rather than have them be a liability like a lot of the Death Company would be for the Blood Angels. Now, I'm going to say this, and I don't mean to sound like I'm saying I told you so, but that sounds a little bit familiar, doesn't it? You know, intense battle lust and extreme discipline. Okay, I'll just say it in simpler terms that even the babies at the back can understand. The Carcharodon Astra are, if flesh terrors, but Raven Guard. They were fostering the genetic curse of the Sable brand to the point where almost every single individual member of the Carcharodons manifest their version of it. Though with the Carcharodons, it's actually referred to as the blindness, where they are just always angry all the time. With this out of the way, where did the Carcharodons actually come from, and why do they have such a weird coping mechanism to deal with this, and why do they call it the blindness? It's unconfirmed, but it's unconfirmed in the way a lot of things in 40k are, like with the Soul Drinkers, how most people don't really even consider them an Imperial Fist successor, even though it's like almost 100% been confirmed in lore, just not stated out directly. Long story short, there's just a flag that they found, and the flag had a thing, like the Champion of Blades test, where all of the greatest fighters in all of the Imperial Fist chapters show up, fight, and it's usually the Black Templar guy that walks away with the black sword. Yeah, that, and they found a Soul Drinker guy on the banner from like thousands of years ago, so it just basically confirmed that they're an Imperial Fist successor. But it didn't specifically say that that was a Soul Drinker, so it could totally have not have been. That's not how that works, but like, okay, but like, when I say the Carcharodons were a chapter of Marines that were totally formed of the exiled Terran Marines that were considered to be too mean, it basically checks off all the boxes that you need to for this to be canon, because, you know, competitive disregard for human life, theft of people, keeping slaves, shit that, although isn't current era Raven Guard, was very much pre-Corax era Raven Guard, with them being especially impressive, and they constantly talk about being exiled by someone they hold in great reverence. It almost feels like they've deified Corax and feel like they need to earn his respect back, but I don't know. Basically, literally what the Raven Guard would be if Corax didn't teach them how to harness the Sable brand the way that they normally do in the Raven Guard now. Instead, just kind of left them to figure it out, which they didn't. They just let it show up and somehow harnessed it as a weapon. So since they were exiled, they formed their own incredibly unique chapter culture around it, fostered their own mutations and such. It's one of the easiest to intuit chapter origins, to be completely honest. But regardless, this has led them to a long history of nomadic and horrid violence perpetrated against the likes of, well, damn near anything that exists in the Outer Dark. But also, the thing that kinda got them into the mainstream eye was the Badab War. Yeah, we're gonna kinda talk about that a little bit. It was a bit of a big deal. I want to do a Badab video at some point. It's just there's so many disparate sources to kind of put together to understand it, but regardless, they were one of the chapters that was on the Loyalist side during that conflict. Though mostly operating independently from the rest of the Marines, they did kind of still focus on that singular purpose of killing every last traitor that they possibly could. Though I would be remiss to not mention their, for some reason, especially horrendously no good zero karma hatred of the Mantis Warriors, which were a successor of the Marauders, which are a successor of the White Scars. Yeah, it's complicated. So the Mantis Warriors had sworn an honor debt to the Astro Claws, and for a little bit thought they were doing the right thing. That was until the fucking sharks showed up and started twisting heads off like they were Snapple caps and yanking arms off like they were rip starting a lawnmower. Yeah, precision stealth chapter with guerrilla tactics is not gonna really do much against the pace of the fucking unga bunga I play Saul bad guy level tactics that the Carcharodons were gonna do. Like, for real, the Mantis Warriors would be setting up sniper positions, and there would always just be a single Carcharodon about 20 feet away seeing the execution prompt from a God of War game hovering above their head. It's fucking bloodbath, man. It was horrendous. With much of the chapter of the Mantis Warriors being wiped out, and after they surrendered, reasonably, I believe, is, you know, they don't want to die and get wiped out. They did admit that they were wrong and didn't wish to die with the Astral Claws as they saw what they were turning into. So they admitted that, went on a penance crusade, which they survived somehow, which you never really hear about that. And then, as another part of their penance, they had to give up their homeworld of Uthaka to the Carcharodons for recruitment and whatnot, which is what I mentioned earlier when I said that the Carcharodons do have a bit of a weird world that they can draw from, but from what I can tell, they still prefer to be a nomad predation who's a what's it, so they tend to sail the stars and do horrible big nasty whatevers for wherever they go. Also, I'm just gonna say it, the Space Sharks and the Carcharodons are probably the same chapter. If you didn't know, the original printing of the chapters of the Badab War to tell you how to paint different chapters chapters, there was a chapter that looked almost identical to the Carcharodons, with albeit a different but comedic logo, and they were just called the Space Sharks. And yeah, they're just the Carcharodons, which, okay, Carcharodon Astra literally translates to Space Sharks. GW just retconned the logo to make it a little bit more respectable. It's not that hard to understand. So with the basics of their history out of the way, and me bitching a little bit about the Mantis Warriors along the way, let's cover some of the cultural basics of their chapter and wrap this up by talking about him. Soon enough, he is the last thing we need to bring up. I just need to bait the hook here, you know, a bit more, because the capital H, him, is one of the coolest fucking Space Marines in the entire setting, period. So, if you know, you know, but we will be getting there. Patience. The culture of the Carcharodons under a microscope is pretty interesting, as their entire shtick kind of revolves around one singular concept and its derivatives, which is silence. They are predators who prefer the silence of the void above all else, and because of this, it leads them to base all of their actions around the idea of being quiet. Sure, they are overly aggressive and tend to use weapons that make a lot of noise, more so than, like, you know, the other options available to them, but they themselves tend to put a lot of stock in ritualistic meditation that leads to personal silence. And it also comes with long days of contemplation. The sort of silence that is found inside of them can be kind of seen as the same silence that is found in the Sisters of Silence. My god, that's a lot of sibilants. They actively have to find that sort of void inside them, this spot where they hear, see, and feel nothing. This numbness is used to still their bloodlust caused by the blindness, their weird genetic curse. They have long periods of meditation caused by their cryosleep. It also allows them to develop their minds, which is cool. I do put a lot of stock into meditation myself, as meditation is one of those things where you kind of need to disconnect from the world around you and focus on, like, particular topics that you need to think of for yourself rather than have the background noise of daily life kind of pollute your thoughts in that way. I think it's really important. I think the chapter's obsession with silence is probably the way they found to conquer the Sable brand, without Corvus Corax being around, obviously. And to some degree, it worked. But it works in the same way the Flesh Terrors deciding to say fuck it and just let the Black Rage do its thing kind of worked for them. It works, but only kind of. These individuals are the only chapter I can think of that I can consider mindful berserkers. They are savage brutes, but are deeply aware of their every action. Only the freshest of the Battle Brothers are in less control of this sort of battle lust that they have, and thus why they're not even given names until they can prove that they are able to control themselves properly. This is a chapter that sees rage showing itself as an incredible weakness. When it comes to combat and, you know, murdering other enemies, it has to be dealt with the same way you would a task that you're not exactly excited for. Compassionless efficiency. Like a predator hunting for food in the endless depths of the ocean, they aren't angry at what they have to do, they simply kill and eat in order to survive. Which is why their chapter master, certified wide load Tyberos, is one of the coolest chapter masters in the goddamn setting. Yeah, it's time we start talking about the he now. Tyberos is held in such a mythical status in the Warhammer community, and for good fucking reason. This dude standing a little taller than your standard Primaris Marine as a firstborn is pretty big. Now, I know that there's a common myth that they use dreadnought plating to reinforce his Terminator armor, but that's never really been confirmed. But regardless, his special relic Terminator armor is actually pretty damn intimidating when you see it due to its sheer size. Tyberos goes by the title The Red Wake for a reason, and that's because of so many factors that listing them off would take so while, so let's skim a few off the top and, you know, lightning round this shit. 1. By weight class. Without armor, he is probably the largest Space Marine in the setting right now. Although, maybe not the tallest, he does have a weird amount of heft and width to him by a large margin. 2. His Terminator armor is heavily modified. It seems to be almost 100% custom built for him due to his size and shape, and thus makes the armor incredibly rare in and of its own right, but it's also made from archaeotech and just a bunch of random plates that seem to no longer be able to be produced anymore. So his Terminator armor, in theory, is stronger than the strongest pattern of Terminator armor that was ever produced, like Saturnine power armor. 3. His weapons, Hunger and Slake, kind of overkill, TBH. They are a double stack, Power Fist, Lightning Claws, and Chain Fists all wrapped into 2 hands. They are quite literally the most fucking over-the-top weapons I've seen in the history of this setting. This dude literally found a way to make a practical approach of Zahando from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4 in melee. It's fucking insane. Considering how large this boy is, he could just swipe his hand in your general direction and then there'd just be a smear and some sludge on the ground where you were. 4. He actually somehow finds a way to be stealthy. It probably has to do with that whole wraith slipping, shadow bender, whatever ability that comes with being a member of the Raven Guard, being able to slip in and out of perception psychically, but the idea of what is essentially a super heavy tank showing up out of nowhere, and honestly, with how big this dude is and how resilient he is, he should not be, number 5, weirdly fast he is. He doesn't really need to do much. He just needs to just appear in the middle of a melee and then run in a straight line at anyone he doesn't like until they are dead. He could just Superman fight people, walking through them until they explode. He's one of the best examples of the chapter's distilled image. It goes without saying, but the symbology here is pretty evident. The people without names, the Scout Marines, the 10th Company of the Carcharodons, can be seen as minnows. These sharks without names that don't really do much of the fighting, and they're not really that frightening. The fully blooded Battle Brothers are obviously the larger sharks, like great whites. They are large, terrifying predators that, regardless of who you are, they are seen as immensely scary, even by the standards of the large space marine chapters out there. They are a horrible threat, and are basically singular in how dangerous they are due to the whole mindfulness and berserkerness of them. But Tyberos is in a league of his own. Thus, if you could consider him as a predator or a shark of some sorts, you'd have to become something primordial, a leviathan, or probably in this case, a megalodon, a species of marine that doesn't really exist anymore. He's just different. I know that people say that his claws are likely old Primarch weapons, but I don't know, maybe. I don't see it. I don't know if it's ever been confirmed anywhere. I might have missed it. You know, I have to read books a couple times before I absorb all the info, so like, could be that. I think the part about Tyberos that I hold in the highest degree of reverence is a highly specific qualifier I should note, but no matter how injured, no matter how many of his battle brothers have died, he will only ever speak in a whisper loud enough to be picked up by his suit's vox. As the top of the food chain, the apex predator exemplifies the key concept I mentioned before: silence, but also control. He probably is immensely affected by the genetic issues that plague the space sharks, but he refuses to yield to them. He is so in control of himself, he is almost Primarch tier, I would say, in terms of combat effectiveness. I honestly would pay to see him fight other chapter masters in like a battle royale, specifically Asterion Malak, but that is wishful thinking. Fellas, in a discussion of what is considered a fan favorite chapter, there is a lot of conjecture in terms of options. Though there are quite a few I would consider quite popular, I think it's sometimes best to go back in time and start from our roots. A lot of people get into 40k at different eras of time. Sometimes they get into it when there are new editions, like with 8th edition. Sometimes they get into the game with the rise of a popular video game like Space Marine. In today's discussion, we will be talking more the latter than the former, and that is involving Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War. It kicks so much ass, it's actually embarrassing to see how far the franchise has fallen. It's crazy to note how bad the more recent games are in that specific series, or even the side games are, but if you want my feelings, just a quick lightning round here. Number 1, love it. Number 2, liked it. Number 3 is incredibly boring. As for side media, Warhammer Mark of Chaos is so stupid it's actually physically painful, but it's also really, really fun. And then Warhammer Age of Sigmar, Realms of Ruin, was so mishandled that I feel that the person responsible for its release, when it had at least another year of development necessary for it to have content that would be, constituting a game, should be tried at The Hague for how they butchered what could have been a very fun game. But regardless, the contribution to 40k 40k as a piece of media that Dawn of War added to the universe of 40k is, in no hyperbole, probably one of the most significant events to happen next to like the release of Space Marine 2 and maybe the release of 40k 8th edition. So, having recently replayed the game for fun, I realized something. What the f*** is this? This is not Alpha Legion, but apparently it is Alpha Legion, but also, when you play the game, they do the most meme Alpha Legion-y shit I've ever seen, but also they do a lot of shit that just completely interferes and goes against what is the pre-established canon of 40k, goes against the whole rules of the setting, and the entire game as a whole is just bizarre when you look at it from the lens that these are supposed to be Alpha Legion after we have the context of, well, you know, about a decade more time to understand what the Alpha Legion are. So, I wanted to make a video to cap off this series doing something a little bit different, discuss a game that I'm quite passionate about and quite enjoy a lot, and give a brief plot synopsis, discuss the modern lore of the Alpha Legion, and then give a reason as to why they are so fucking bizarre. There is one-off things in this game that I don't think have ever been mentioned in any other section of 40k media, ever. You're gonna watch this video and rethink about Dawn of War being something that was either horribly mismanaged, rushed out, and they didn't have time to correct the lore, or you're going to adjust your sunglasses by pushing them up by the bridge and then popping your collar a little bit, and just simply saying, by God, the Alpha Legion has done it again. So, we're going to do just a quick dive into the modern lore of the Alpha Legion, so as to set the stage, then we're going to do a plot synopsis and go from there. So before we discuss anything to do with the Dawn of War games, let's do a brief refresher on the Alpha Legion, especially in the modern setting. So the Alpha Legion, for the uninitiated, were a traitor legion during the Horus Heresy, who may, or may not, have basically just done what they wanted instead of doing what the traitor or the loyalist sides wanted. There is a lot more to it than that, and I feel like me going at it from that reductionist standpoint does reduce it down a bit too much, but that's kind of the easiest way to see it. They sided with the traitors and did a lot of actions that led to the loyalists being bolstered and even having their resolves more or less steeled for the oncoming assault that's going to happen, which for some reason, coincidentally, the Alpha Legion did not contribute in the fight for Terra. So it is a bit odd, and it did give them a bit of a reputation for being kind of playing both sides against the middle. I personally have the feeling that they are neither as 100% foolproof as people think they are, nor are they as adept at succeeding as people think they are. So I think in a lot of these instances, it was literally just them being a little bit stupid and just subterfuge not actually mattering. But I am also, like, at least 30% sure it was potentially a ruse to fool the traitors that they were actually just idiots. I'm not 100% certain. The only thing we don't have is a reason for them doing what they did. One thing that we do know is that, to some degree, that one of their Primarchs is probably dead, and their other Primarch has either assumed the mantle of Alfarius, or they are also dead as well, and there is no Primarch left for the Alpha Legion. It's a bit complicated. The Alpha Legion does have a tendency during the Horus Heresy, and earlier than that, to refer to themselves as Alfarius in order to confuse other people in Marines, just because, you know, their Primarchs are pretty short, though this isn't 100% of the time, as much as, you know, the fan base would like you to assume. Now, the Alpha Legion in Dawn of War, none of them refer to themselves as Alfarius, which is really, really funny, but much like other traitors in 40k, when you destroy the command structure of what they had pre-heresy, they tend to trickle down into small war groups, which just tends to happen with these kinds of things. And you had people who were previously praetors, captains, centurions, or whatever weird-ass snake-themed rank that the Alpha Legion tended to give their commanding officers, staking their claim as leader of a small fiefdom and then being like, hey, I am the bestest that there ever was, and I'm the coolest snake that ever lived, so therefore I now own this specific warband of people. And, you know, if you start glowing and shooting snakes out of your hands like Spider-Man, but from a fucked up universe where he shoots snakes out of his wrists instead of webbing. I had a joke here, but I lost it. I'm sorry. I genuinely, my train of thought just crashed midway there. But regardless, if you see these warbands pop up, it's because a Centurion staked their claim and now owns just a group of 100 to 1,000 Marines, and they're just going around doing raiding shit. But with the Alpha Legion, it's a lot weirder. They don't go around doing things without reason, and there is a theory that there really isn't any actual warbands, just warbands pretending to be warbands, as they are all acting as one big legion still, but accomplishing independent
stated goals. See, when the Alpha Legion shows up and it's not from their perspective in the story, you tend to see some shit that makes you really, really goddamn paranoid. I would like to remind you that there was a moment in a very recent storyline that the Alpha Legion massacred an entire town of wannabe priests and an ecclesiarchical training facility, leaving only one priest alive after seeing him and simply saying, nah, that's the guy. This guy would later go on to inherit a portion of the Emperor's spirit and save Roboute Guilliman's life from Mortarion during one of the most important battles in the Imperium's history, which, yeah, I can guarantee you the Alpha Legion saw this shit coming. They have a thing for seeing the future, and that's also incredibly suspicious that no one brings that up for some reason, but it's not like I haven't brought this up about like 20,000 times on this channel, but regardless, I think that the Alpha Legion in the modern lore is often overstated but underestimated, while also being overestimated at the same time. Subterfuge from the perspective of a Space Marine is impressive, yes, but you also have to realize that Space Marines are a lot smarter than most people give them credit. A Space Marine can think as good as any other Space Marine, and I can guarantee you an Alpha Legionnaire is not the smartest Space Marine that's out there. Other Space Marines can outthink them, and even still, they can be thwarted. Everybody is fallible. All humans are fallible, and to some degree, Space Marines are human. So you can't trick a Space Marine 100% of the time, but that being said, the Alpha Legion does operate on another level. Another way to understand their chapter, or their warband, or their legion, or whatever they are, because they could be loyalist, or they could be heretics in any way whatsoever, they're weird, is to note that they do operate in small sleeper cells a lot of time, with singular Marines or maybe small pods of Marines recruiting humans and even brainwashing loyalist Marines to operate under code words that would activate them to perform a specific task. Now, sometimes they will take loyalist guardsmen and then just brainwash them and usually brand them with the tattoo of a serpent in order to show their allegiance to anybody who would attack them. But individually, this is a very important tactic because it allows them to spread out their influence more so than just having garrisons of Marines. They could just slowly infect and have these pinpoint strikes from Marines that would just detonate, or pinpoint strikes from guardsmen that could just set off explosive charges at the utterance of a phrase. This is why the Alpha Legion are seen as a bit of a meme and seen as a bit of an odd Space Marine chapter, as they don't really operate like any other Space Marine. They operate as sort of a loose-handed, poisonous strike. They don't bleed you out quickly. They don't go for the throat. They simply inject you with the slowest time release poison possible. Though one of the phrases that a lot of people tend to use with them is they're going to bleed you dry. It will take a long time, but they will bleed you dry. In a long-term engagement, they are probably the most annoying Space Marine chapter or warband or legion to go against, just because you never know who they are. See my Alfarius video to understand why they're also one of the scariest chapters to go up against. Regardless, this is kind of all the basics you need to know. They are an espionage, they are an infiltration, and they are a weird subterfuge style of chapter that tends to get the job done in ways that normal Space Marines usually wouldn't. So now that you have a basic understanding of them, we can go into a brief plot synopsis of Dawn of War. Dawn of War 1's story is pretty simple, but very well executed. I think one of the reasons why it's so popular is because its story, although again pretty basic, is just very well done. It's a little hokey, and there's maybe 5 voice actors amongst the entire cast, and all of them are playing multiple characters. I do have a fun little aside involving Sindri that is very unique to me specifically, but we'll get there. I promise. We will get there. But I'm just going to try and sum up the entire plot of this game in like 10 to 15 minutes, so be patient with me. The story of Dawn of War is literally the most bread and butter GW thing I've ever heard, and probably all of you have ever heard ever, where they basically just attempt to get every available and popular faction involved in the tabletop game to promote sales involved in the game's story to some degree. And in the first version of Dawn of War, you have the standards, Space Marines, Imperial Guard, Eldar, Orcs, and Chaos Space Marines. The plot is simple. On the planet of Tartarus, the Blood Raven Space Marine chapter was called in order to support support the local guardsman regiment in order to reclaim the planet from a massive orc war that had sort of just snowballed out of control. Think Armageddon, but they're probably not winning this one, actually. Your focal point is an individual by the name of Gabriel Angelos, a stoic, stern, and steely-voiced Marine who is the captain of the Third Company. Fresh off of ordering an exterminatus on his original homeworld of Cyrene, he is haunted by the ghosts of his past, and also just really doesn't like orcs. So, he is here to kick ass, take names, and so on, accompanied by a small army, as well as his best friend and battle brother, Isidore, a librarian from the chapter. The orcs, led by... No, this can't be real. I refuse to believe that is the name of this fucking man. You're fucking with me, right? Huh. Led by war boss Orcamungus, who is intending to get into the biggest scrap of his entire life, as well as his entire army's life. See, that's the main plot of the first third of the game. Just that, where Space Marines fixate on shooting as many greenskins as humanly possible, but there is something horrible under the skin, and it turns out the Alpha Legion that I mentioned before, is specifically a very chaos-y version of the Alpha Legion, are on Tartarus and have in fact bribed the orc war boss, Orcamungus, I'm not getting over that, with as many weapons and pieces of armor as they can stomach to distract the Space Marines, the Guard, and so on and so forth, while the Chaos Space Marines look for a very powerful Chaos artifact. Led by the Chaos Lord Bale and his sidekick, a Chaos Sorcerer by the name of Sindri Mir, who are both voiced by the same guy, who, by the way, is also the voice of Dinobot from Transformers Beast Wars and Grumpy Bear from Care Bears. Now, isn't that just fucking wild? But yeah, Scott McNeil has a lot of conversations with himself in this game, as he is kind of responsible for maybe a third of the voices in this game, but whatever. Once the veil of secrecy about what's actually going on is dropped, and the Space Marines find out that the orcs are just a distraction, the Eldar show up. Who the f*** cares? You find out that there is an intensely powerful demon artifact on this planet. Who would have thought? Tartarus, a prison for something terribly evil? Crazy. The Alpha Legion are trying to get it for some reason. Eventually, as the plot progresses through trials and tribulations, an Inquisitor shows up, mysteriously, I mind you, to tell them that there is a warp storm about to consume this entire planet and leave them basically stranded here for over 100 years. So, everyone needs to leave, and soon. But we are not here to be pussies. We gotta deal with whatever demon artifact known as the Maledictum is before we head out. Thus is the Space Marine Code. Oh, by the way, your brother, Isidore, yeah, he gets corrupted by Sindri, the Chaos Sorcerer, who pretty much since minute one of Isidore hitting the planet's surface was just getting whispered in the ear to betray the Blood Ravens in order to use the Maledictum to fight for the Emperor and totally not get corrupted by Chaos. Totally. Sindri and Lord Bale perform rituals unknown, but here is where shit gets weird. Sindri eventually turns his back on Lord Bale, having him get killed by the Blood Ravens, but he then proceeds to chant chaos ritual magic spells for Khârn, the Blood God. A sorcerer is chanting a Khârn magical psychic ritual for Khârn, the Blood God. Okay, that is to be discussed, but basically there is a Chaos Greater Demon of Khârn stuck inside the Maledictum that Sindri, who is apparently pledged to Khârn, maybe, probably Chaos Undivided, but it's very weird that he chose Khârn this one time, wants to break open for favor, fortune, and what have you, which is also very interesting to think about. Sindri is basically the final antagonist as he kills Isidore, after Isidore does some honestly pretty cool monologuing about how the gods recognize his strength because he's a very powerful, I don't know. Isidore, dead, killed by Gabriel, very sad. Sindri pleased Khârn so much and absorbed so much power from the Maledictum, that's also just a magic chaos rock, that he became a demon prince, which is odd. I'm like 90% certain Khârn hates Psychers, but whatever, let's ignore that for now. With the combined might of Gabriel Angelos, captain of the Third Company, the Imperial Guard, some inquisitorial help, with the Inquisitor giving Gabriel a magic demon hammer by the name of Godsplitter, which is an awesome name, he was able to banish Sindri the Demon Prince back into the warp and secure the Maledictum, of which, under much scrutiny by the Eldar, but you know, when are we not being scrutinized by the Eldar, he was able to smash it to pieces with the hammer, which was a bad idea, actually. Because due to the death of Sindri and a bunch of every other person that died within the weird, bloody circle that the Maledictum was in, the demon inside, instead of being killed, was actually freed. Basically, he just released a bloodthirster into reality that should not have been there. The Blood Ravens get off the planet, vowing vengeance on that demon who tricked them, and they do pretty aptly. Few sequels to come. Everyone lived happily ever after, except when the third game hit and then everybody hated it in the end. Okay, that's pretty much everything you need to know. I probably just made fans of this specific game's head explode, but we had to rush through it a little bit to get to where I'm talking about. Before I get into the wrap-up of this video, here's some fun Arthur lore. I actually met Scott McNeil in person at my local convention and got him to sign my 8th edition Chaos Demons Codex as Sindri Mir. It's kind of cool, which would have been cool on its own, because he's actually a very charismatic and very funny individual who was born with a cowboy hat on, but I'm just gonna let you know it didn't stop there. Basically, after every single time me and my friends go to the specific convention, we go to a local sports bar and just kind of shoot the shit and talk about what we did. Lo and behold, the Grumpy Bear himself walks in and recognizes most of our group and then comes to sit at our table, and he just starts sharing stories about what it's like living where he's at. He has a couple drinks in his hands. Dude is just honestly really cool. I was kind of starstruck at the time because he just was such a down-to-earth, very cool guy. I'd never really met a voice actor under those conditions before, but yeah. This dude was pretty damn real and pretty damn neat. And when he left, he wanted to try and remember everyone's name, so he kind of tried to commit to it. Another fun fact about this is he was also trying to learn the local accent, which is one of the more unique accents you'll find on planet Earth, as it's a mixture of Acadian French, Scottish, and alcoholism. So hearing him practice was really funny. Regardless, Arthur lore out of the way, you know the story of Dawn of War, and you probably have some questions about what I just recited to you, and most of that is pretty insane, even by the standards of the Alpha Legion being able to accomplish some weird shit. There are some inaccuracies in there, but we'll cover that in a second. But let's just get into the actual reason as to why it is weird in this final section. The idea as to why this is weird shouldn't really come to a shock to most of you. It's like looking at a gray sludge bubbling in a cauldron in some RPG you're playing. The shitty, almost gray brownishness and consistency issues of it isn't really what we're here for. It's really the flavor that we're after of this hag's brew. I'm interested in finding out and sticking my finger in and seeing if it comes back just a cartoonish skeleton, So when you take a spoonful of it, the funny part is about the Alpha Legion in this specific metaphor is that it fit weirdly enough tasted like a half-decent chicken pot pie. Surprising, not exactly fantastic, but also mostly just confusing. Firstly, the Alpha Legion is, in this game, have dropped all pretense and are in fact just chaos-worshipping lunatics obsessed with the growth of their own power. Outright killing servants and slaves that displease them are just for funsies, which, considering a lot of the lore states, a lot of the Alpha Legion kind of keeps the chaos on the down low. It's a little weird, but it might just be these guys being weird. Then you have them somehow being able to parlay with an orc war boss long enough for them to actually get a functional and mutually beneficial deal going on both sides. That's kind of nuts, which makes me question if it is in fact possible for you to negotiate with greenskins. Like, I know they only want to fight, and if betraying you would mean they get a better scrap out of the deal, then they would likely do it, but the idea that the Chaos Space Marines of the Alpha Legion of all people would be able to get their foot in the door, let alone convince the orcs to do something that they didn't truly want, it's kind of lunacy. Secondly, the fact that they had almost zero stealth or espionage tactics throughout the game, aside from Sindri Mir being the ultimate in psychic assholishness, though I will state him being what he was kind of on brand, yet for some reason, he just proved to be the most Alpha Legion-y character in the entirety of the setting at this point. It made up for pretty much everybody else being screaming berserkers, but he was able to magically seduce an entire brigade of Imperial Guardsmen to fight for the side of the Alpha Legion. He's being able to psychically with Isidore, who was part of a chapter known for having a particularly strong psychers, being able to also make a pact with Khârn, who notoriously hates psychers, which, fellas, let's, key in on that a bit here. The demon stored in the Maledictum was a bloodthirster. Cool, right? Make a deal with Khârn to release it, but Khârn hates psychers. That is the domain of Tzeentch, after all, which makes a lot of sense, but here is the thing. Somehow it still works, with Sindri unironically chanting blood for the blood god in the game, which usually is an immediate death sentence for anybody who can't bench 2 plates, which is kind of what psychers are known for. Regardless, this somehow works, and Sindri gets the blessings of all the gods and becomes a demon prince of what I assume is Chaos Undivided, though it would have been really, really interesting if he turned out completely bright red and became a full-on demon prince of Khârn. I would have fucking lost my mind.
The level of wacky hijinks that happen in this game is so against what the fandom sees as possible with the Alpha Legion, as I think that we need to take kind of a step back and breathe in a deep breath and realize that this shit is just really cool. Yeah, sorry to kind of mess with your headcanon, but dudes, the Alpha Legion are a Chaos Traitor faction for a reason. And honestly, this is probably the most canon representation we have of them in the modern day as such. Are there other reps that have come out since? Yeah, but I always go back to this one, as I kind of love people arguing that they're secretly not Chaos Marines when you have Lord Bale over here and his glowing neck. Yeah, he's pretty chaosy. I like them. I like this game. And for a lot of people in the fandom, this game represents kind of a milestone of creation, you know? It's literally the game that got quite a lot of people into 40k initially back in the early 2000s because of how fun it was. It was simple. There was no major characters to focus on. It was grimy, and sure, you had like Gabriel Angelos, but he was just basically a normal Space Marine captain as far as the models in game would go. And he was just a really cool character. But I don't give a shit about the superhero mega characters. I have quoted the Dreadnought dialogues in this game so often that it is almost concerning, though all of it has been when I woke up, and if you know the dialogues I'm talking about, you get it. I think we hold on to this idea of the Alpha Legion as a meme so much that when we see them be Chaos Marines, it comes off as an absolutely bizarre sight. Which I will state, the whole Khârn sorcerer thing is quite bizarre, but you know what? They do their best. I think the Alpha Legion warband in this game are pretty cool. I think they are one of the reasons why I have always had a healthy respect for the Alpha Legion, as it's kind of my first time being exposed to them. They are weird because they break a lot of the rules of 40k. They are weird because even when they break the rules of the canon, they do it in the most Alpha Legion way possible, while also resembling the least Alpha Legion style of warband that they possibly could be.
And so that was 20 chapters. And I gotta say, it's weird. I always look forward to these compilation videos, and it has nothing to do with them doing well most times, but it has everything to do with me looking back on the videos themselves and seeing how much I've changed in terms of content creation, as well as just in terms of my own personality. Just my ideas on what I see as good content. Like, I can't go too much into it, but when releasing a video every second week for a 20 video series with a break in between, that takes place over a year, and a lot has happened in between then and now. Last year and this year, without any understatement, is probably some of the most formative parts of my life, which is kind of lame considering I'm like 28. But whatever. The channel has blown up since I started these, and I've been hitting a bunch of milestones that I never thought I would ever see in my entire life. No one ever expects to be successful on YouTube. It's just something that kind of happens. I probably say this a lot to the point it's probably become a bit of a meme, but from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you all for this. I've been engaging with the community behind the scenes a lot more than I normally could have imagined, and I am excited to see what comes next. I do have a plan, and I'm going to break the format a bit for whatever I do next, but I think all of you will appreciate it, at least to some degree. We shall see what it is, though, soon. Will I do another 20-parter? Are you crazy? I love Space Marines. Of course I'm going to do this. I'm gonna do some odds and ends before then while I do my research into what I'm doing next, but I think you can get the idea of where I'm going relatively soon. So, thank you for getting this far if you finish this video. And if you're a channel member, thank you especially. You are the reason why I'm able to pay my editors, keep myself fed, and keep me happy. There is not much else I could ask for, to be honest. If you want to gain 2 additional videos a month and support the channel and keep these videos coming, then perhaps consider becoming an Arthur Lord. Or maybe just an Arthur Legionnaire. Thank you all once again for watching for so long. Here's to a bright future. And for fuck's sake, can you watch the Leagues of Votann video that I'm gonna put out inevitably when the new codex drops? I know no one gives a shit about Xenos, but